everyone. Oh, so... Oi! Oi! Oh, you made me have to do an oi instead of... Because I can't whistle like Angela can. But I do want to start on time because we've got such a lot... We've got a lot to get through. Just... Morena tātou, welcome back. We are in adjournment, so we don't need to open the meeting with a karakia today. But just bring forward the intent of that karakia that was spoken to us yesterday into today's meeting. I think it's really important that we limit our questions to, we've had lots and lots of time over this, as we said yesterday. So the more we limit unnecessary questions and the more that we get into the debate, the faster the day will go. And you might get a day back in December as a result of that. So we are going to pick up today. And thank you, everyone. I really appreciated the good quality of the debate yesterday. I think if anybody was listening to the live stream, they would have seen the issues were well canvassed and well discussed and debated. And so we are working really hard across every issue. So thank you, everyone. Item 8, DC policy. We came out of closed, public excluded. We're coming back into the open part of it, knowing what we know from the public excluded part. Reg. Thank you. Oh, Tilly. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Excuse me. I'll make a few introductory comments before taking questions. This report seeks direction from Council to enable staff to prepare a proposed 2024-25 DC policy, which will be presented to Council at a 14 March meeting next year, seeking approval to go out for public consultation alongside the long-term plan. This report seeks confirmation of the high-level policy positions discussed with elected members over recent months, which are reflected in the recommendations in this report. Today is the first of many steps in developing an updated DC policy, which will be operative 1 July next year. And none of the recommendations in this report today will immediately become operative in the DC policy. Council will have Council will have further opportunities through the DC Working Group and other Council engagements prior to public consultation to make further decisions if they wish on the proposed policy. Individual DC charges are still under development and are not included in this report. Draft DC charges will be presented to the Council once policy positions are confirmed today and the modelling is completed. Finally, I'll just clarify in 2C in the recommendations that the note there may be a little unclear. Those notes mean that staff recommendations regarding the Te Ture Whenua Māori Act and affordable housing provisions are deferred until the 14th of March Council meeting to allow direction from the DC Working Group and further consultation with iwi. I'm happy now to take questions on that and any other matters.
Talk about this, and as you say, it's pretty much sitting there in its current form. We'll get no further chance when the policy's out to have a closer look at what it means. I've moved. Councillor O'Leary here seconded. If there are no questions, is there any debate? I have none. I think you've put it straightforwardly. Any debate? No. Let's go to the vote. Thank you. Morning, Zoomers.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you, those at home. Good morning. Good to see you. We will now move on to item 6, which is the draft school travel planning motion. And Amy will direct us, or somebody will direct us to the right page in the report so we can get back on track. Oh, I should have asked if you wanted to say anything, James, that you'll wrap up.
No, thank you.
Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you.
Paula, just a question. Weren't we going to find out how much we'd added to the budget We've added $1 million.
Yeah,
and I
sorry,
think-
that's what I was
I
going
think
to
it goes
say.
from 16.3% to 16.4%. Is that right, Tracy?
Apologies, in my haste to do really things expediently, I did forget to give James that opportunity to talk about what happened yesterday. Has everybody heard the result that Lance shared? At home, you've heard that? Excellent, thank you. All right, Jeff, that's happy? Okay, school travel planning. I'm still waiting to be directed to the right page on diligent, but we've got a motion from Councillor Thompson. There isn't yet seconded.
Louise, Councillor Hutt will second.
Thank you. Sarah, would you like to just not without debating, but just extrapolate what you're hoping to achieve here?
So I'm hoping to continue the school travel planning that we started with a pilot a couple of years ago, and to do so in a net neutral, fiscally neutral way by reallocating some funding from the road safety education budget.
So this is just a straight reallocation, no additional money?
Yeah, so no impact. And I've been advised that we're highly likely to be able to get the co-funding this time around.
Okay, and then subject to if the co-planning does not occur, the project will not occur. Is that your intention?
No, that's not specified in there. We'd still have the local share, and I guess would have the project.
Okay. All right.
But it still remains fiscally neutral.
Press your button if you've got a question, and I'll come around. Thank you, Ewan.
Sorry, Mayor Paula, thank you. I wonder, would the mover be willing to add a clause that basically said if we didn't get the 50% funding, that it would simply come back for further discussion? That would get me on board, but...
I'm happy to say that it will come back to the appropriate committee if it doesn't receive the co-funding.
All right, let's do that.
And one final, just to remove any ambiguity. Sarah, this is a reallocation of existing budget prioritised.
Yes.
It's no new spend.
Hand on heart, reallocation.
I will, in which case I'll...
Okay, so let's, there are no more questions. I don't think it's pretty straightforward. So we will go to the debate, which is Sarah to lead, and then I'll take Louise second.
Thank you. Just briefly, I think we started a pilot 2 years ago to reintroduce some of our school travel planning activities. And from what I have seen from reports and heard from our staff to date, they're working well. For example, Mairoa has already made a travel plan and is waiting for a pedestrian crossing to be put in to then start a walking school bus, just as one example. So things are happening, they're underway, and I think that if we just suddenly cut that program right now, that would be, I guess it would just throw away all of that progress, and then, future years would have to start again with building those relationships, the trust with the school and getting momentum up again. So for me, this was a priority to just keep what we've got going, which is why I've proposed to reallocate some funding to do so.
Yeah, like Sarah said, this is a reallocation and a continuation of existing work. I think it's really important.
Wait on, because I can't fully concentrate. Thank you, I appreciate that. Off you go, Louise.
Reallocation of existing money, continuation of work. But I think also in the continuation of our work, it's also really important we don't fall behind other places in New Zealand who have been doing this work for a long time and seen the results. I think it's important that, we keep going what's been successful, and we know that, schools generate a huge volume of movement around our city. And, you know, if we look to Auckland Transport, their school travel-wise program has been going since 2005, and there's been a 58% reduction in crashes around schools. So, I mean, this is pretty simple and straightforward for me in terms of safety for children, because unfortunately we've not entered the Star Trek universe and we're not able to just materialise children outside of schools. They do have to get from their houses to the schools, and I think this is just a really wonderful way of facilitating, you know, some of the youngest people in our city being safe.
Any further debate? Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I won't be supporting this because having made the saving by getting rid of the road safety education funding, I'd rather that we pocketed the savings than reallocate some of it to this. So I won't be supporting that.
Oh, you didn't want to write a reply, did you, Sarah? Sorry.
No.
Thank you. Anna?
The motion's carried 8 for and 2 against.
Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move forward to...
11 for and 2 against.
Thank you. We'll move forward now to the workplace planning. As a motion from Councillor Thompson, and I presume Councillor... 11-2. Councillor Thompson has moved this one. I presume Councillor Hutt, you're seconding this one also?
Sorry, remind me which one we're at?
Workplace planning.
Yes.
Thank you. So it's been seconded now, Sarah. It's pretty straightforward. Do you want to explain it, or do you feel like it stands on?
It's fiscally neutral. Is that enough?
Okay, does anybody have any questions about that? Jeff?
Sorry, just a quick one. The revenue from the fees of 75k. So how does that work? I get that it's fiscally neutral. So the revenue from the fees of 75k.
Can someone explain what that is and how that operates?
Yeah, so my understanding is that this is workplace travel planning that we do, which is actually required through the district plan, and so businesses would be able to pay a fee to actually then get our services, which is the expenditure side of things. So you can't get the revenue without the expenditure, essentially. So it's basically us providing a service.
Thank you. I just got Eva Lisa to talk about the quantum of it. Just Eva Lisa, if you wouldn't mind just affirming that position.
I can confirm everything that Sarah just advised, as well as it's currently waka kotahi subsidisable as well. So it's fully cost neutral.
Okay, thank you.
So we get paid for it.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Hey, thank you. We will go to the debate. If there is a debate, Sarah, you're the mover. You can... No debate.
No debate.
Anybody else wish to debate? No, we'll go to the vote. Thank you. Shush, shush, don't jinx it. Yep, all online, thank you.
Councillor Donovan, Councillor Pike.
Workplace planning, we're on.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to the Momentum Waikato Affordable Housing Fund proposed by Councillor Casey Cox and seconded by Councillor Bidder.
Mayor Paula, as a procedural matter, you'll recall that Councillor Kesh
Yes.
desperately
Sorry,
wanted to
you did
participate.
tell me that. Thank you. Yep, no, I'm on you now. So thank you for reminding me.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to set that one aside just for a bit because Kesh would like to come in and be part of that discussion, and she'll be available after 9:30, so we'll just a little bit of leeway if you don't mind, people. So we'll go to priority 2, a city where people thrive, and just set aside that last one of priority 1. And you'll see that there's a motion approving the base capital program with the exception of the nature in the city portfolio delivery projects, and note the capital projects are all in either table 11 and the operating budgets are in table 15. I don't intend to talk to that because I think it's fairly straightforward. It's just a process one. Anybody got any questions around that? If not, we will go to debate, in which case I won't debate because I think it speaks for itself. It's pretty straightforward, and we have had a few discussions on this one already. So anybody else care to debate it? Councillor Anna.
I'm not debating, sorry. Can we have the motions up on the screen, please?
Oh, yeah, absolutely you can. Thank you for reminding us. Okay, no further debate. It's up on the screen now, Anna. You can see that? So we'll go to the... Oh, you do want to debate? Sure.
No, I've just got a silly question. So there's another motion coming after, right, yep, okay. So this is a process thing.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
Yeah, there's another motion about the nature of the city thing later
Yeah,
on. So.
that's not it. Okay, so we'll go to the vote, please.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Cool. The next one we'll do is Hamilton Waikato Tourism Limited. It's a fit, and there's an amendment from Councillor Wilson, who needs a seconder. Just in term, sorry, Andrew? Okay. Councillor Bidder? Thank you. I'm not going to really explain. I do need to just make one statement about the top one, why I'm changing my, what was in the plan. As I overlooked that small detail, and my intention was that everyone that we gave a sort of a similar grant to, or grant funding, community grants, etc., would be subject to the same 20% discount. I have spoken, I'm not going to speak for them because they'll come in and submit, but I've spoken to Hamilton Waikato Tourism. I've also spoken to Te Waka, and I'm assured that they could cut their coat according to their cloth with the 20% cut, but 50% would have consequences. And other councils are also looking at what level we're cutting and proposing to kind of match the cut also. So it wouldn't just be what we cut, but it would be collective across the councils that fund them. I don't need to say anything else on that. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. 3 or 4 months ago when we started this journey, I said amongst a number of you that we all will have to make some tough decisions. And this particular item is in my portfolio, and Tourism Waikato does a good job. Sure.
I don't want to stop your debate, I really don't. Can I just say what is different in what you're proposing?
Oh, sorry.
I'm just...
Sorry, I thought we were in the...
No, we're just explaining the difference between the two. So, yeah. And then you come to that really good debate. Thank you.
Sorry. I haven't had my first coffee yet. I apologise.
That's all right, no worries.
The difference simply is the Mayor is suggesting a 20% cut. I'm suggesting a 50% cut.
Okay, excellent. Any questions on that? Shouldn't be. So let's go into the debate. I'm actually, as the mover, I'm going to just reaffirm what I said. I do value Hamilton Waikato tourism. Tourism is part of the Waikato that is really important. We know that organisations that we deal with have to be part of the cost savings that we're all facing, so they are going to have to cut their coat according to the cloth, but we don't want to make them unviable in any way. We still want them to deliver the sound economic benefits. And from my personal view, the 20% is a more comfortable fit for them and myself. Nothing more to say on that. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I mean, we're not too far apart on this, but I felt that in the sense that I had been pursuing significant cuts in OPEX expenditure across the board, that this was an opportunity for us to save a significant amount of OPEX. Now, Tourism Waikato is funded by multiple parties, and I believe the reduction will still enable Tourism Waikato to function. I think ultimately they will have to glean some efficiencies. Now, Tourism Waikato's area of expertise is promoting the entire region. They're not a Hamilton City focused. And if you look at the quantums involved, I believe Hamilton ratepayers are sharing a slightly higher burden than others. So it's simply an opportunity to provide a saving in OPEX. And I felt that it was important to at least show that there is no protected species, even ones that are in my portfolio, and that's why I've suggested the original recommendation the Mayor had made in her draft budget at 50%.
To debate this? No, let's, oh yes, go Mark, thank you.
I've just really, thank you, Mayor Paula. I've really struggled with this one because, you know, being Councillor Ewan's deputy, but also understanding the very nature of what tourism can do for regions, it's made it quite a difficult decision. But I agree with Councillor Ewan's comments that we have to, you know, we do have to make some tough decisions, and this is one that's going to be one of those. So yeah, just wanted to echo Councillor Ewan's comments. Yep.
Oh, you debating or voting? Oh, excellent. Just okay, we'll go to the vote, everyone. For the amendment. Onliners, it's for the amendment, which is the 50% at this point.
The motion's carried with 8 for and 5 against.
Okay, thank you everyone. So now the amendment becomes the substantive motion, and if we could just vote again on that, that would be good. Thank you. Oh.
Reset for this vote, right, as a substantive motion.
Phew, I was going to say it's too late for the other one. It's been done. Okay.
The amendment is the substantive motion?
The 50%.
Same again.
Yeah. I've voted.
Yes.
The motion's carried with 10 for and 3 against.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, everyone. If we go to over the next page, we've got the same deal. Oh no, nobody's proposing. Same deal for Te Waka. I'm proposing that for our major economic agency, we apply 20% rather than 50%. So I don't need to talk to it. Are there any questions? No. Let's go to the debate, and I just will reiterate the same debate as I had for the last item, just adding that I think in a region as big and fast growing as Hamilton, having an economic development agency functionable is really important. Waikato Hamilton Tourism do have the opportunity of being based at the airport, so they get a slight advantage in that respect over their accommodation and OPEX. Te Waka can live with a 20% reduction. 50% would mean a significant reduction in the amount of focuses they could bring to economic development. Anybody else care to vote? Care to discuss, debate even? No, then we'll vote. Thank you.
The motion's carried, noting 10 for and 3 against.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm just thinking we'll go to nature and the city portfolio projects, and Councillor Taylor has a motion, which, can you just explain what you're trying to achieve here? Because it's an inclusion. There?
I'll second to get it on the table.
Yeah, it is to push out the funding for nature in the city by 3 years. So it starts 3 years later.
Oh, okay, it's a deferral.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody got any questions on that?
Just a process question. Ms Southgate, it's not an inclusion though, then, is it? Because it is
It's
in the
a
base.
deferral.
It's just a deferral, so can we take?
Yeah,
the
so I
word
think the
inclusion
words were a little bit confusing there. So do you
Yeah.
mind if we focus on the deferral rather than the inclusion? Okay.
It's not new money.
No. Okay. So, any questions? Can I just, because I'm just struggling to find the page on, where will I find this on Diligent? Which page are we referring to for Nature and City, please, James? How much is 156? Thank you. Oh, God, I lost my pages now. 100 what?
153.
I think this is one, I just need the detail in front of me, sorry. Okay, it's the Green City Priority 5 on 153, so it includes all of those aspects, some of which are related to development programs in Peacocks and Rotokauri and those kind of things. Right, excellent, thank you, that helps me. Is there any discussion? Is everyone clear? Or are you want to go into debate? Yeah. Okay, we'll go into debate. Councillor Taylor, as the mover, would you like to begin?
Yep, thank you, Mayor Porter. Look, this doesn't bring me any joy, but it's a hell of a lot of money to be spending when we're in this financial situation. Bear in mind that all we've managed to do with this budget so far is add to it, despite spending a day on it. There's no subsidy being attracted to this funding. It's purely our own money. And in that respect, it's nice to have, not essential. And I'm not about cost cutting for the sake of it. There's things that I've supported in this budget in the last day, particularly related to renewals and compliance, and if there's a strong strategic case for it. But I think the nice to haves do need to take a second place, and I'm not cutting it. I'm just suggesting we defer the funding, start it 3 years later till we get out past this very difficult couple of years that we've got. I'm sure there will be all sorts of reasons put up while it's untenable and it's intolerable, but we've got to make sacrifices in this LTP. You know, we are in an unprecedented situation. And look, we've lost staff. We're losing staff, you know, some really good staff. You know, there's a lot of hurt going on. And as I say, I'm not talking about scrapping it, just put it out for 3 years. Slow it down, that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
I'm going to vote against the deferral of this one because when I look on that chart, a lot of it's connected with our growth areas and doing the right green management at the same time as integrating the catchment aspects. I just note, at least that's how I'm reading that, I note that Peacock is going to be our largest ever environmental restoration as we put that new suburb in, and we must make it so. Because if we lose the opportunity from the beginning, it's really hard, as we know, to establish green areas, restore gullies when they've gone backwards. So if you look at those projects, it's the opportunity to grow in a green way. So this is not just about green icing on a cake, it's about growing in a green way, and therefore I will be voting against. Anybody else care to debate? Pardon? Oh, Councillor Wilson, sorry, I am trying to look at the list.
Anna and Sarah as well.
Oh, sorry, yes, you have to tell me about those ones. Anna, off you go, please.
Thank you.
Anna was
Yeah,
up
I'll
there.
be, sorry?
No, I was just saying to Amy, I need to be reminded because I forget to look at the onliners sometimes.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't be supporting this. Basically, biodiversity is in a huge crisis, and we know that, and this would effectively mean the crisis intensifies and that we also potentially lose some amazing staff who are building up an incredible program at the moment in our city. So just for point of reference, native biodiversity is in severe trouble. 100% of bats are threatened, 40% of freshwater fauna, 35% of terrestrial invertebrates, 90% of reptiles, 83% of birds and 100% of frogs are severely threatened. I don't think anyone wants to see that. These are the things that make life, good, especially for our children, if we think about children and the importance of nature in their lives. So there's also another aspect to this. In terms of potential financial returns later, the biodiversity credit system in New Zealand is evolving really rapidly, both in Aotearoa and abroad. And there's many examples now of this in action. And, we would be doing ourselves a disservice to not keep ourselves open to that opportunity. And this motion threatens that. We've already had some clawbacks in this program through Mayor Paula's proposed base budget. That shows that we're actually being fiscally responsible and prudent, considering what can be pulled back without necessarily impacting hugely biodiversity. So we've accepted that cut, and I really resist any further cuts. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Paula. We have actually already made significant cuts before getting to this point. So I think that needs to be clear that what the budget that we are looking at right now is very different even to the base that staff put together initially, which in itself is very lean. So we need to acknowledge that. Secondly, we just added in money for catch pits because we're concerned about extreme weather and flooding. Our gullies are one of the most critical parts of our stormwater network in the city. And we're facing, in doing planting and restoring them is actually a key part of erosion control and ensuring that they can adequately take the water that's coming off all of our roads and roofs and everything, and then transport it back to the river. So this is not just a biodiversity investment, but it's actually an investment in our stormwater network. And thirdly, we've just done a plan change, which has designated basically all of these gully areas into significant natural areas, which has had an impact on private property rights and things. And so to then not be investing in actually upkeeping and restoring these areas would be somewhat inconsistent with that. So I do ask councillors to please support the continuation of this program. And I also note that we've already cut this budget in half from what was initially proposed. So it already has taken a good cutting. Thank you.
My good colleague Sarah makes some very valid arguments, particularly in regards to some recent plan changes and SNAs, and I have to acknowledge that. I don't quite agree with the characterisation of my good friend Anna Casey-Cox that we're cutting. This particular amendment simply delays the implementation by 3 years. Now, is it ideal for the very reasons Sarah has articulated? No, it's not ideal. But I think I and a lot of us in this room are desperately trying to find some way of cutting our spending and avoiding a incredibly high rate increase. And although it's a hard decision, slowing it up over the 3 years, I don't believe will materially devalue the overall project in the 10 years. I acknowledge Mayor Paula's comments about peacocks. I remind Mayor Paula that peacocks is a 20-year project. We won't have our first real significant development there for a few years. It's a slow process. And I also note that currently there is a lot of funding in for walkways and tracks through these gullies. And I just wonder if that's a necessary priority currently. So I'm supporting Jeff in the desire to delay, not cut, delay. Is it ideal? No. Is it a reality of the financial predicament we find ourselves in? Yes.
Any further? Oh, Councillor Hutt. Thank
Just
you.
some very final comments. I would just encourage my colleagues, if they haven't already been out to Waiwhakariki, to look at the different stands of trees they have in there, because they've got some really amazing yearly markers that show you when those trees were planted. And you can see the growth throughout the area. You can look at trees from 2019, from 2012, and it's really staggering if you were to look at 3 years worth of Waiwhakariki not growing and not being there and not being established is pretty bleak. And so to apply that to also our gullies is not something I can in good conscience support. I'm sure I've said it many times in this chamber, but the best time to have planted a tree was decades ago, and the second best time would be today. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Earth is 4.54 billion years old. I don't really think 3 years delay is going to have a material impact on whether or not Kermit and Batman can survive in the vein that I've been explained to me this morning. I feel like it's scaremongering into believing that we heading towards hell on a highway.
Point of order. I feel like, I don't know what point of order that is, but it seems disrespectful to previous speakers or misconstruing what they've said, that talking about a highway to hell.
It's a famous song from an AC/DC.
Yeah, but
I'm going to allow the debate to continue, Sarah. I get where you're coming from.
Anyway.
Hang on, please. I get where you're coming from, because I'm wondering about the loadedness of Kermit and Batman. So I'm asking you to debate in a straightforward, anti-derogatory way, please.
Okay, I'm supporting Jeff's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I get a small right of reply. I was a bit bemused by the Kermit and Batman. Is that a way of putting those people who fight very much for our biodiversity back into their box? It would seem like a little bit of a put down. Having said that, I'm sure it was meant in humour. Having said that, what I will say is when I looked at the list, which the table I was referred to, a Green City Priority 5, a lot of the proposals are very much tied in with infrastructure delivery. And we know that Bikes and Pipes is one that's coming through, which not only delivers water services, but a cycleway and environmental restoration, three good strikes in one. If this was just merely planting a few trees, I might be inclined to delay, but this is actually much more substantial, sustainable delivery of infrastructure, the way I'm reading it, and we cannot cut back on infrastructure. We must get our new areas done the right way at the beginning. We'll go to the vote, please.
This is for the amendment.
For the amendment, please.
I'll forgo my right of reply.
Can you please put them up on the screen?
Apologies, sorry, of course.
Yeah.
No, stop. You're absolutely right. It wasn't my motion. Apologies.
Interest in moving along, I'll forgo it, it's no worries.
Because it's his motion that's up first, isn't it?
Nicholas is just trying to do it. Thank you.
You're welcome
Sorry,
to
Mayor
right,
Paula.
Joanna.
Can you put it up on the screen, please?
It's coming, I think.
Thanks.
Apologies, Jeff, just sing it next time, because I didn't mean to do that. So this is the amendment, which is the... This is the motion? Motion, that's right, here the motion, and therefore this is to defer. Okay.
The motion is lost with 8 against and 5 for.
Go to this, we don't need to go to substance. No, because it's just as usual, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Just trying to navigate that, and I do apologise again, thinking it was my motion. Let us go back now to the, if Kesh can join us. She can't, she isn't. Okay, we'll just leave that one for a tiny bit longer, but I can't hold it off all day. Let's do emerging, I know. Let's do emerging areas. Where am I now? Emerging areas, please. Industrial land supply. And I think that's moved by Councillor Bitter and seconded by Councillor Donovan. Could you please just explain the intent of your motion? Thank you.
Inclusion of 950,000, so that's outside the base budget, recommended to include it, and we're putting in about half of that back in.
Okay. Any questions on that? Does anybody need to ask staff for any clarity about that? That's about half, isn't it, Blair? Can you tell me what that additional 500,000 pretty much, what will that do for us in terms of industrial growth and
I might invite Mark Davey to speak to that. So.
Thank you, Mark. I just want to be clear about what it is in and out. Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So the package of funding is to further advance areas for primarily the use of industrial land supply, and that's in the context of the shortage of industrial land supply options currently within the metropolitan market, and the significant inflation we've seen in industrial land values, and the effect that has on the wider economy. The funding would be going towards being able to urbanise these areas, so that would include initiating boundary transfers, undertaking some of the early planning work. And I think it's particularly relevant in the context of the new government's policy platforms regarding city deals, where they are looking to invest in cities and regions, but wanting to understand what the upside is for them of doing so. So the idea of opening up new areas, providing homes and jobs, I think there's a strong nexus there between the two.
Can you tell me how that works into industrial land supply? I can understand the opening up for houses.
Yeah, well, I think one of the key platforms of the incoming government is regarding economic productivity and job growth, and obviously the region's growing rapidly, and in effect the data is telling us that we don't have sufficient industrial land to cater to the growth that the city's experiencing.
So this proposed additional funding is directed at areas that will become industrial.
It is primarily for that purpose, but I don't think it doesn't preclude an option for considering those from a residential point of view if that was what council wished to do. The resolutions that council have already passed were to investigate a number of areas primarily for industrial land supply. Now, obviously, if the findings suggest those other areas would be put to better use, or council wishes to go down a different pathway, that's for council to decide.
Can you outline to me some of the areas that you think, the emerging areas that would be this money will be usefully applied to create industrial land supply?
So I'm just a little conscious in terms of those resolutions being in PX,
oh, okay.
And kind of the commercial sensitivities around talking about areas that are not within our jurisdictional control at this time.
Fair enough. Councillor Moko. Let me look at my little list. I've got you anyway. Totally. Councillor Moko, and then I'll come to the rest. It's really, let's not waste time deciding, just get on with the debate.
Hey, Mark, my understanding there's a little bit of work that's already been done in some of those areas, that's right. So this next phase, you're wanting to establish a little bit more detail, which includes the percentage of land that could potentially be set aside for carbon remission stuff, environmental wetland or whether that's what we, that's what some of this money is going to be able to determine?
That's right, councillor. It's the next stage of the detailed planning for what that area would look like if it were to be urbanised. Working with the developer or developers in those areas, working with partner councils and agencies.
Yep.
Meaning anything here, Councillor O'Leary, and then come to you.
Thanks. I'm just trying to understand the change request for consideration. We had 994,000 of operating expenditure, and I think in the base budget we put half of that in. Is that correct? Or did we remove the whole lot?
I don't believe any of it's sitting within the base budget, but
That's correct.
Sorry,
So
it's really hard to navigate all these pages through Diligent. Is all of $994,000 removed?
there is nothing in the base. So
Okay.
this is, and what is in front of you in terms of the proposed motion is to put 50% of that.
Yeah, I get that.
994 in.
So I thought I recalled when we considered removing this, the commentary from staff around workloads that we could get on with in the next 3 years with what we were doing now. So why is that changed? Otherwise we wouldn't have removed it, right?
I don't believe it. I don't think that was said, Deputy Mayor. This is one of those items that was from day one presented as a option to add in. It's never been included in the base. I think the commentary was that the workload that the team that Mark leads is already significant, very large, and that to continue to do the work in emerging areas, this money would be required to supplement the work program of the staff.
To supplement the work program.
Yeah, so this is to fund external costs in addition to the staff time, but the
So
work
is this
programs,
external costs meaning consultants?
consultants or legal or other
okay.
professional advice.
Yeah, thank you.
Ownership of this, what I recall, when we had those workshops, it wasn't something that people lent into, not that that's the only reason to include or not include something in a budget, but with those workshops, nobody spoke up highly for this, and I took a view, having listened to feedback from councillors, that we were working on completing the areas that we had already underway, and that I know new areas approach for the next couple of 3 years would be prudent financially, just to, there again, it's a deferral of sorts.
Are we in debate, Mayor
No,
Paula?
no, we're not, sorry. Question? I'm just answering Angela's question about why it wasn't included in the base. Sarah, you got a question?
No, I'm ready.
Ready for debate?
No, I'm ready for debate.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so no more questions on this one. He has. He has. You are only a slight blur on the left-hand side of my eye. But
Right.
Sorry, carry on.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Mark, you touched on a couple of points there, urbanisation and so forth, but in terms of partnership and enabling, this would send quite a clear signal to government that we're ready to get on board with them, wouldn't it?
I think if I'd probably go off piece a little bit here, but in terms of the city deals proposition, clearly they'd be wanting to engage in a city deal with partners, local authorities, developers to promote economic development, possibly housing growth as well. So in order for us to participate in a process like that, we would need some resourcing in order to do so.
Yeah, okay, cool. Because there's quite a, okay. No, I'll save my other piece for debate. Thanks. Thanks, Mark.
Jeez, I'm just trying to get in my flow. Maxine, got a question?
Just on that answer, Mark, with regard to the interest in government and city deals, would you anticipate that the city deal would build on this work, or could then take over some of the cost in later years that we've already applied here, allowing us to be able to reprioritise it into other areas that may be emerging?
Yeah, I think how I would characterise this is the setup cost. This is the cost to explore and understand and do the homework in order to unlock area, to engage in those early conversations with the relevant developers, to see kind of what sort of win-win-win outcomes could be entered into, and to be able to obviously talk about what funding solutions might look like. Because clearly, some of the interventions required to unlock additional growth areas cannot be done solely by council. But to actually even get to first base to have that conversation with large-scale developers and all the government in a city deal context, we need to have done our homework to be able to demonstrate what the value proposition is for opening up areas. Right. And maybe just kind of two other points off the back of that. The thing is, this takes time, so that having that pipeline is really important. And secondly, we do have issues coming up through the NPSUD in terms of supply of land, and that's something that, as we've talked about, we need to be reporting through to, and where we have insufficiency, council needs to be remedying that insufficiency.
And that then would allow us, should a city deal eventuate, to be able to use these funds in extending our expectation around what that supply argument might.
Yes, yeah. Look, I mean, I think, there's been election sort of promises made in terms of, for example, Southern Links, and the government's made quite clear in some of those pre-election commitments that value capture was a key element of that. Now, it seems, in my view, unlikely that they would fund a significant roading project without unlocking something in return. That something is the land use and economic benefit that goes along with it. Now that part of it, from a land use point of view, rests with councils, with ourselves and YPAR to understand.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. One question, if I could. Nice to see you. Have you got any recent data suggesting the number of vehicles that are leaving Hamilton each day to potentially going to a place of work outside of the city and coming back, and why that's occurring?
Thanks, Councillor. I couldn't give you the exact numbers, but I could certainly come back to Mayor and Councillors on it. The trend over time, based on the recent numbers I've seen, is that the pendulum swings from with a greater exodus, if you like, of trips out of the city for work over the coming decades because of a lack of employment within the city to cater to increasing growth.
And that's, in your opinion, is that a significant change of the historical scenario where people were coming into the city to work?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so now they're having to go out. And is that because potentially businesses that haven't been able to find industrial land are having to build outside of Hamilton City?
Yeah, I think you've got a displacement effect occurring as you've got rapidly inflating industrial land values that's making certain businesses no longer sustainable to remain within a metropolitan environment. That's then pushing those jobs or businesses elsewhere, either in the sub-region or elsewhere in New Zealand, or simply it's no longer sustainable for them to continue those businesses. So, yep, that's a trend that's actually happening, in various cities, not just Hamilton.
And finally, Mayor Paula, your feeling is this recommendation would go some way to enable staff to ensure there is a continued pipeline of industrial land to try to mitigate the shortage that currently exists?
It supports that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Again, I can't find it. It's not easy to find. In terms of this kind of work, what's the annual budget? Not specifically this, but in general, these kinds of project lines. What's the annual budget spend? Tracy, is that something you can easily find? Yeah.
Parts, so.
Yeah, look, I think, Deputy Mayor, it's really infused across a number of elements of my group. There's obviously various parts of Mark's team, of which Mark's costs are predominantly staff. So there's various staff in Mark's team, but it goes across multiple parts of my group, and in fact into Andrew's group as well. As these considerations are more than just land use planning. There's strategic infrastructure considerations, and as Mark said, there's city deal conversations that interplay to this. So it's actually a very all of council conversation that's led by my group, but involves a number of parts.
It's really hard. I guess this is a message that I find frustrating with. I understand that we've put in, under our priorities, we've put in the projects and stuff, but it's really hard to understand as an organisation how much we're spending on intangible growth things, so not roads and pipes and that, but in all of the planning. So I'm just putting that out there, that it's extremely hard to find that kind of quantum.
Without going into that today,
Yeah.
I think it would be really useful throughout the course of this period while we're, because we haven't landed the final budget, is to get an understanding of the size of the growth group activities, growth and strategy. Don't want to delve into it today, but agree with Angela, it's really hard. Even this particular topic was in housing and industrial land was infused together. And you, as you said, Blair, you've got a department where things are kind of meshed together. And so I think Angela has the right to ask for some greater understanding of what sits under your group. So we are now going to go to the debate. Councillor Bidder is the mover. So.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. While this is ultimately about jobs, given the acknowledged shortage of industrial land, the best time to plant the seeds of industrial land was decades ago. The next best time is today. It takes years to grow to where the businesses can get started. So the words pipeline have been used. This is what it's all about, keep the pipeline moving. 50% keeps the pressure on the staff and gets the most bang for buck, and I think everything else has been said.
Thank you. Councillor, I was going to take the second to Councillor Donovan. Not quite ready? Excellent. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. This, in my opinion, is core business. We have a problem, and that problem is we have a lack of industrial land. The market is solving the problem. They are deciding not to put factories and facilities and manufacturing facilities in our city, and they're moving to other regions. That is terrible news for the environment, because people are now having to jump in their cars and drive to work a considerable distance. The reality is, Councillor Bidder is right, this is about economic development, this is about generating real well-paying jobs, this is about ensuring we try to protect the environment by mitigating these types of transport issues. Ultimately, it's about ensuring we future-proof the city with a meaningful pipeline of industrial land. Industrial land leads to commercial development leads to jobs, jobs brings prosperity. That's at the heart of what we do. We've got to plan it, we've got to deliver it, the time's now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tauriki.
Yeah, just on the back of what this government has signalled, I think it's important that we keep this, we support this initiative, and so I will be supporting this recommendation. Roads of national significance are back on the agenda. That means that they're going to open up Southern Links. And I think it is a good opportunity to allow developers an opportunity, as Mark earlier explained, and to get some early insights into the type of land that is going to potentially become available. It's also an opportunity for us to offset, where we can't in the city, some of our climate obligations, some of our environmental obligations, some of our carbon footprint obligations. So to be able to accommodate the necessary growth sales required, I think it's important that we support this to allow Blair and his team and Mark to continue to do the type of work that they need to do. I still don't think the amount that is requested is sufficient for this type of role, but it's certainly necessary. And the last part is it's consistent with future-proof. This request is consistent with future-proof, and yeah, I'll be supporting it. Kia ora.
Sarah. Thank you, Mayor Paula. If councillors Bitter and Donovan hadn't put this up, I would have. And as Councillor Tuaviki said, I actually also don't think this is an adequate amount, only putting up half, but it will be helpful. There's a few reasons why I think, from the Chair of Strategic Growth point of view, why this is critical work. Firstly, this planning for the future is core business. It takes years to get from identifying an area to open up to actually having it on the market and having sections available and things. Our job is to plan for the future. That is a core part of our responsibility. And it doesn't matter that we've got these other areas currently underway or we don't have the infrastructure funding currently. We're talking about years in the future. If we don't do it now and we wait until at crisis point with land supply for industrial activities, we will not be able to fix that immediately. So we need to start that work now. Secondly, this is not just actually about industrial land supply. There's an affordable housing element of it. We are currently in negotiations with developers around opportunities for industrial land supply, but they also include opportunities for securing affordable housing outcomes. So for my colleagues who are less enthused by industrial land, please support it for the affordable housing component of this. Finally, if we don't do this work, actually, we're already, and through the strategic growth reports, you'll see this over the next few months, and we've seen it already, we're already getting a lot of activity happening on the edges of the city, and instead of being in the boundaries where they then pay development contributions to contribute to the pressures that they're putting on transport and waters networks and things, are sitting outside of it. And so we're not even getting that revenue that goes towards funding the infrastructure that we need to support that activity. So there's really big consequences anyway if we don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and apologies I wasn't quite ready earlier, but a lot's been said already, and I really appreciate the comments that have come in so far. Just add, if you ever wanted to see an example of where opening up industrial land can lead to very positive economic outcomes, look to the north in the Puketi estate and places like that. You've got companies out there that are employing thousands of staff on a daily basis, and it is adding to the vibrancy and the development of our city, because all of those people will generally stay within our boundaries. So that's one really good example. And again, just to reiterate Councillor Moko's comments around what the government signalled, we need to be on board, and we need to show that we're going to enable good solid partnerships that are going to help with really positive results for the future. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
I'm struggling a little bit with this one, given all those workshops that we had when we went through line by line, everything, workshop after workshop, hour after hour, looking at this budget, and those that were there agreed that this work from a staff perspective, and one of the resource one of the most resource-hungry departments in the organisation, because we're a fast-growing city, sure. But this is, as we've heard, pretty much money to fund consultants. And it's fascinating to me listening to the same principles of debate being swapped in and out depending on the item of up for discussion. So I'm struggling with that. This is $500,000 of operating expenditure being added on top of already 1 million. So yeah, I'm not going to support this one based on the in-depth conversations we had through those workshops. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to debate on this one too, if there's no one else. Industrial land is very important. I absolutely get that. But in setting the base budget, I had a couple of parameters. I wanted to be financially responsible, and I made a call that we needed to look after what we've got and deliver the growth to which we've already committed, and that there would be no new areas. And I stick by that. Whether industry comes here or not is more complex than just the availability of the planning. And this isn't the land, this is the planning. Angela's right, the growth side of our business here is the biggest. And I expect them to be as efficient and effective at delivering the needs of the city within the budget they have, because that's the time that we're facing. We need to. I do make a positive comment about the economy, however. The economy has outstripped other metros regardless of this. We continue to be one of the strongest performing economies because of our diversity. We couldn't, I mean, this is about the planning for these areas. It's not about getting them underway. We couldn't service these areas if they came on board anyway. We can't currently service all the areas that we do have. And that's not just industry, it's housing areas. I think we've got to focus on the areas that we already have. Now, I do welcome the fact that some developers are talking to us about partnerships and potentially public-private developments and potentially private plan changes, and that's a legitimate process. So I hope that they will continue those conversations. But we have actually already over the last day and today added a few more things. And while they're only small, it is a death by 1,000 cuts to the budget. It will mean at the end that we have a bigger budget. So you have to consider the value of adding this on versus the affordability factor that we're still trying to retain in our budget. Right of reply, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just briefly, I agree with Angela's points about the workshops, that it would have been more appropriate, I guess, to have had this better understood and locked in those workshops, so that it was part of the base budget and not just sort of very brief debate discussion now, that we could have had a better understanding of it. But since those workshops, we've continued to see the industrial supply of land shortage get worse. And this is one which I had to rethink about. I don't want to add more money in, but yeah, it's the shortage situation is probably worse than I understood at the time of the workshops. So very valid points from both Angela and Mayor Paula, but there is still a need to keep that pipeline going. So that's the reason for this. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll go to the vote, which is the motion proposed by Andrew and Mark.
The motion's carried, noting 11 for and 2 against.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I understand that Kesh is with us. Is she with us?
She just needed me to text her again.
Jump
jumping back on right now.
Okay, so that brings us to, if I can find it now again, the housing one. Housing, oh, yep. No, so we're going to go and do it now. If she's available, she must be available. So this is the Affordable Housing Fund, one that Councillor Casey Cox is promoting alongside Councillor Bidder. So Anna, would you like to please just explain the intent and of what you're proposing? This is not for debate yet.
Yeah. So this motion basically proposes an investment into a collaborative momentum Waikato Affordable Housing Fund. The fund is regenerating and will generate returns. The money invested will be used for affordable housing projects. In drawing up the motion, we note that it's subject to an investment strategy, which will include risk mitigating aspects. And it's positioned in year 3 intentionally because of the debt headroom available at this stage.
Councillor,
questions.
yep, sorry, let me just put my discussion button on so I can see who was first. Councillor Wilson was first.
I'm happy to go behind.
Doesn't
the
matter.
Deputy Mayor.
It just
I'm
takes me a
relaxed.
minute to switch between my buttons. But
Sure.
Councillor Wilson. And
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Anna, I'm a little confused. In your narrative, you said that this will be covered by interest that they would pay. I note that, in fact, in the written amendment, it's referred to as a grant. And I also note the advice we got from staff yesterday about the complexity of this. Could you explain how we're going to get paid in interest to cover our borrowings?
That level of detail has not been determined yet, Councillor Wilson. It will be part of the investigation into the investment financial strategy. What I have done is talked with the Bay of Plenty Housing Equity Fund, and they have a financial strategy of CPI plus 4%, which is, quite a I guess a commercial aspiration. So I would assume that we could, in developing the investment financial strategy, have those kinds of conversations about how that kind of return could be achieved, and in order to cover the cost of borrowing.
Mayor Paula, just a further question, if I could. Councillor Anna, but your motion commits council to a $10 million borrowing. Are you sure you're not better off putting forward a request to do an investigation? So it's as though you're spending the money before you've got the details. Shouldn't you be getting the details and investigating this before you commit council to $10 million and then go off and get the detail?
Yeah, there are many projects in the LTP, as I understand, Councillor Wilson, that haven't had the detail completely worked through, because that's the nature of a long-term plan. This is suggesting that we are prepared to put up money to make a difference in this space, because, as I'll say in my debate, there is a considerable lack of capital for developers interested in developing affordable housing.
One more question to staff, if I could. And it could be David or Tracy. Could you help me to understand the current wording, and maybe the Chief Executive from a legal perspective? The current wording in the amendment talks about a grant. It doesn't at all specify or imply an interest rate being paid back to council. Are we legally exposed? Is there an accounting mechanism that would enable us to do this?
with this question in terms of the difference between loan and grant, if we can cover that bit, and then go to the legal risks, that picks the other bit up?
Yeah, it's quite simple. Obviously, a loan would be an agreement they would have with another party where they would promise to repay, and we would understand the details of that agreement, whereas a grant would be just us providing a fund of $10 million, a gift, if you like, for them to use for whatever purpose.
Mayor Paula, I'm just raising a procedural point. I'm not trying to be difficult. We have a resolution that talks about a grant. We have an elected member explaining the motion that it is not a grant necessarily, they're going to glean interest. There is an inconsistency between what's written and what's verbal, and there's confusion. So
I agree. Let's clear that. I agree. Let's clear that up. So I think...
Councillor Wilson, I just want to point out that in the actual motion that I see, it says investment in a fund. I'm not sure where you're seeing grant.
Well, sorry, I'm glad you raised that. I'm just going off the document that I have on my desk that says Waikato Affordable Housing Grant.
There's been many changes.
Right.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep up. But
Sorry, Councillor Anna, I can only react to what's in front of me. Clearly, this is new.
So if I can be helpful, I think why this has gone backward and forward is because from staff's perspective, given that we have not got a loan agreement with anyone at this point in time, it must be put forward as a grant. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, so that's correct. Does that answer part of the question, Ewan?
Yeah. Okay, yep. And just so I'm understanding this group that we've now going to enable, so Councillor Bidder, okay, so we've got 4 elected members who are, right. So we are saying that we are going to invest $10 million in the fund. So that's a decision that's made. It's not to investigate.
No, we haven't made any decision to propose 10 million into any kind of fund at this point in time. That is Councillor Casey Cox's proposal.
That's my question.
So the staff have said that must be worded as a grant because that is the correct treatment of that money outside of having no loan agreement.
Okay.
So it will have to be a grant if it goes here.
Well, and I guess really importantly is the intention to have the money repaid back to council, or is the intention to invest and not have it repaid to council? And if it wasn't to be repaid, it's a grant.
Exactly. And Mayor Paula, currently in that motion, there is no word grant. So I'm even now more confused. So maybe it's a time for a break to give Councillor Anna some time to work this through, because there is confusion here, respectfully.
Okay.
Thing before the break.
Wait, please. Yes, go, Louise.
So I may possibly be speaking out of turn, but Momentum seem to have been proposing this for a little while. There was a Waikato Times article from last year discussing this affordable housing fund. So I'm not sure if I can circulate the article if that's useful, because it's got some detail around how it would operate.
Yeah, look, I understand that, but I think we will take a short break. What we need to clarify is what needs, from a financial treatment, it has to be described in the way that it is.
Yeah.
And if it's a grant...
Mayor Paula,
yes?
can I please respond to that question? Because my understanding, the challenge for me is that I am describing it as an investment, because David's question in regards to the money potentially coming back, we would be investing this money and receive dividends, and that's the model that's been used by Tauranga District Council in their investment.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm just being clear on that we could pull the money back out of the fund if we wanted it back.
I understand that. I understand your intent.
Thanks.
What is here and what your intent is needs to be clearly articulated, because at the moment what we're hearing from financial staff, and we'll take a break to get this clarified, is that for the treatment of that money in this budget, outside of having any loan agreement or any other resolution of council to establish a fund prior, this would have to be, for the purposes of financial modelling, treated as a grant. So let's take a short morning tea break, during which, Anna, I invite you to talk to staff to get that landed accurately. But we do all understand your intent, which is to create an investment fund. We need to be quite clear on what we're saying here. And then there is the question that Ewan raised, which I think was a good one, which was also around the legal ramifications of whatever mechanism we put in place. Can we take we'll take our morning tea, we'll take a quarter of an hour adjournment and be back.
And I guess, therefore, to be helpful, I will foreshadow a scenario where...
Okay, can you sort that out in the break as well, please? That would be excellent. So we'll come back with the proposal, the foreshadowed change, and you guys will talk with staff accordingly. We're adjourned. Can someone skedaddle and, oh, Evelisa, can you give them the squint eye or whatever it's called? Councillor Casey Cox, and that there is a replacement motion that has been drafted by Ewan. And yeah, thank you, and seconded by me. Can we have a look at that then, please?
Sorry, can we just change that seconded by... sorry.
I would have been happy to second it. I didn't know that was an option. You mind?
You're welcome to second it. I'll take my name out and say if you want to second it, that's fine by me.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody understand that? Kesh, can you put it up for Kesh, because she's there somewhere?
Oh, she can see it, sorry, it's just not on that.
Oh, she can see it. Okay. No. No. So I don't think we need any more questions on it. We can go to the debate. Probably doesn't need a wholesome amount of debate, but just let's go through some quick debate. Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Anna.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Well, first of all, can I acknowledge the passion that Councillor Anna has for affordable housing. I recall meeting her in an election campaign and she spoke passionately about this particular initiative, and so I can acknowledge her passion. I feel what's in front of us is a pragmatic way forward where an investigation will unfold, there'll be better clarity, and we'll actually have something to bring to Council to consider where the original proposal lacked critical and meaningful detail. And so this does not commit us to any spend, it commits us to an investigation, and it will trickle back to Council for consideration in the 25-26 annual plan.
Cox?
Thank you. Yeah, I am happy to accept this amendment. To be honest, I've been working really hard to try and get all the details required for this, for the prior motion that I put forward. And the reason being is that we have a housing strategy and we've just completely failed it. We've achieved so little for affordable housing in our city that it's shameful. And so that was my passion. Ewan, we've got people sleeping on our streets. We've got people who can't afford their rent. We've got so much wrong in the space of housing that my intention was to try and get something through that would really make a difference. And I know that there's some leadership in the Bay of Plenty on this and that we can follow suit. I accept that there's more research to be done. I did want a budget line, but I'm happy to compromise. I think that if we can get this off the ground together, we have the potential to make a difference. In terms of our development community, it's incredibly difficult to get access to finance to get these projects off the ground, and I know that because I've also done research talking to a number of developers. So yeah, I'm committed, but I'm also really realistic and real about this issue and all the complexities and difficulties which I was trying to bring into the motion. However, I accept what we've got before us today, and I look forward to a council that makes really strong commitments going forward. This is one of the levers. We've got a whole list of levers in the report that's been provided to us. I'm proud of that list. I know that our working group has got an incredible amount of passion for this topic. Councillor Sarah Muckle, Jadine, all of us are really working hard to make a difference in this space. So thank you. I'll support this.
Deputy Mayor Angela?
Yeah, thank you. And echo Councillor Wilson's commentary. I look forward to the information coming back because an investment with dividends when we can financially afford one is the only way I could support this. I just don't I don't think council, the city should be in the business of actually building houses. We should be in the business of opening land. We should be in the business of pulling the levers in the district plan to enable others to do affordable housing. But us meddling, and I use that word with respect, in the housing market is not something that I can get myself over the line. If it's an investment with returns, I might be able to, but again, that caveat is if we can afford to do it. I'm also concerned about, and will want the working group to consider the $2 million that the city invested to try and get affordable housing on the ground many years ago, and that's, I think, not, well, I don't see that has been a success, and we're trying, with this, we're trying something else. So kudos to the working group so far, and I'll look forward to the information, but it's a really long string to get me over the line into this activity for a city. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I want to thank Councillor Anna for her enthusiasm and energy for this. I really do want to thank Councillor Ewan for seeing the problems in the proposal and questioning it and digging into it, and working very well with Mayor Paula on coming up with a sensible outcome with Chief Executive Lance's input. That was good, and thank you to the staff, Tracy, for your advice on this. It's been a very good process to watch, and we've got the right result. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I appreciate the good intent of this proposal, and thank Councillor Anna Casey-Cox and Councillor Bidder and the other supporting members for putting this forward. I think we just need to be careful of unintended consequences and ramifications of a misworded motion on the ratepayers, as they will be the ones who would pay if this doesn't work. I think the merits are here, but we just need to take time to get it right, and I look forward to the findings from the investigation and to see if this is the best way to deliver affordable housing to Hamilton and what the full costs are to the council. So I support the investigation.
Thank you, Councillor Pike. Councillor Tauriki.
Want to acknowledge Casey's unrelenting commitment and focus in this space, and even in times when I was a little bit busy, she continued to poke her nose and say, that's not your priority, Moko, this is. And so I absolutely am on board with this particular approach to ensuring that we are able to do what we can do to free up land, just in the same way that we are opening up and providing resource to free up some space and some capital and investment in places like the emerging areas. So there is a need here. We have had people come into this chamber, submit and actually acknowledge that there is a need. Actually there's a crisis. And so while we yet to understand our role in this, I do think that the first part of enabling the ability for developers to get involved in building affordable homes is where many of those people that Anna and I have spoken with are at. And so to have a fund like the one that was initially proposed is a great idea, and I believe we'll come back and revisit that at some point in the future. And so we'll get this first part done. So thank you, Ewan, for your assistance in making sure that we're not digging ourselves too far into a problem we can't get out of. Thank you. Kia ora.
Councillor Thompson. Oh, you're here.
Yes, I am. And I'm going to I'm guessing what this motion is, so if anyone wants to put it up. But I've kind of gleaned the intention is that we do investigatory work first. I would like to see that work happen quickly, because I think that there is a real issue when it comes to those wanting to build anything, to build affordable, that getting finance is actually difficult. It's easy to get if you want to buy a house, but it's much harder if you want to build one, and particularly much harder if you want to build one without showing that you're going to make a big margin from it. So this is a gap that has been identified, and I think it's an area where we can make a difference. And look, what we've been doing around housing for the last 2 decades obviously has not been working. We're not the sole solver of this problem, but we're working really hard to partner with developers and others to actually look at innovative solutions. And so I want to commend Councillor Anna for her unwavering dedication to actually looking for solutions and getting things on the table in regards to housing affordability, and I look forward to this coming back as soon as possible for our consideration. Thank you.
I will debate. Thank you. Affordable housing has been one of my clear priorities and will stay so. And staff know that because it was one of the principles on which I put together this budget proposal. And I also set up the housing working group, which Councillor Anna chairs so very well and with a great deal of passion. Her and I did attend, and I was a speaker at the Affordable Housing Conference recently, and it's a very complex area, not easily solved. The councils have a role to play, but we can't actually achieve much on our own. We need developers, we need a whole bunch of things to come together. So thank you for your advocacy, and Anna, in raising it today, you have flown a flag very boldly about what we need to do in affordable housing. So I welcome the work that you're going to do in this space and have been doing. We don't build homes, Angela's right, so we've got to enable the building of homes, but we've also got to require that some of the homes that are built are affordable. We haven't solved the problem, no, but actually we have been doing some things, and I commend Councillor Wilson for some of the work that's been happening through the Municipal Endowment Fund of late, for example. But that's not the only affordable housing project that we've been working alongside. Our relationship with Kāinga Ora is the strongest it ever has been, and we continue to work alongside them with their development plans for Te Papanui, Enderley and other places. And we must do that. We do need tangible partners, and I like the idea of using planning tools and other incentives like that. We've talked about rating serviced developable land to prevent land banking. We've talked about inclusionary zoning. At the end of the day, we need tangible partners in this space, and we look forward to them submitting to either our long-term plan or further forward into the annual plan. And I agree with Angela, we absolutely have to generate both financial and social outcomes, because if we fail to deliver the financial outcomes, we can't continue to reinvest in the social outcomes. So these things have to work together. Thank you for your work, Anna. Yeah, absolutely. Right to reply.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I want to just totally agree with the Deputy Mayor and yourself. I don't totally agree with the characterisation by Councillor Anna that we have failed. I think that's unkind and unfortunate. I remind both Councillor Anna and, in fact, all elected members, we have been doing some meaningful work. We have started the discussion about inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning will do more for affordable housing than any other initiative. Just look at Queenstown. So we've started that work under the Mayor. We have the MEF, the first project the MEF is funding, the first project is to the value of $10 million towards a significant affordable housing project. Can I also remind this council that Apoia Park was an opportunity for the most significant affordable housing project, and it fell over. And a number of EMs in this debating chamber were not at all supportive of the use of that land for that project. And so I think at times to accuse this council of having failed in its approach to affordable housing is a little unkind. Are we determined to get this right? Yes. Is it our core business? I think that's subject of the investigation. I don't necessarily believe it is, but I do support us investigating it. We don't want to rush it, and we certainly don't want to process the original motion that just didn't have the clarity, didn't have the detail, and would have left us exposed to being criticised for spending $10 million, not knowing who with, when it was going to be repaid, and what interest rate.
We will now go to the vote, please.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us to the civil defence emergency one. Am I right, Amy? Is that where we're at? Yep. Civil defence emergency. James, what page are we looking at in the...
Page 157, items 2.6 and 2.7.
If we can refer to the page numbers, we're practical, because Angela's right, there's a lot of stuff to flick through between here. That would be cool. Thank you. Everybody can see that. All right. We have a motion proposed by Councillor Pike, without a seconder at the moment. Now has a seconder. Thank you very much. And it's the addition of that OPEX amount and the addition of a further OPEX amount for civil defence emergency and hazard research. And I will ask you to just talk briefly to the intent of your... Thank you.
There's two parts which I've just combined for efficiency, but both are a start, and I emphasise start, on addressing the readiness and resilience areas of civil defence. These have been identified as areas of improvement following our competence review and learnings from the Auckland Flood Review. So this funding would enable effective engagement with the city, as well as allowing us to better understand our risks, so we can be better prepared for emergencies.
Thank you. Any questions? Let me just turn to the right button. Any questions on that? It's pretty straightforward. Huh? Okay, so we'll go into debate, please. Councillor Emma.
Yeah. These funds for CDM readiness would allow for both a data survey and a communication campaign with our community. Hamiltonians are apathetic, and this will not serve us well in times of emergency, leaving us to support a huge flood of queries and calls relating to minor issues at times when we need to be focusing on high-level, major, impactful issues and solutions. Research following events such as the floods in Houston, the Black Sunday fires in Australia showed that effective civil defence requires a localised, nuanced response. The data survey would allow us to identify our baseline readiness and develop an informative campaign which allows for innovation at a local level, which is scalable, as well as a targeted pilot program. For the hazard identification portion, this addresses the potential risk Hamilton faces. One of our biggest risks in Hamilton is earthquakes. And for example, we haven't done a liquefaction report for 7 years. And since then, we have identified another fault line across Hamilton. We also have no understanding of what the effect of ash clouds from surrounding volcano eruptions would have on our wastewater. In the Auckland Flood Report, it was found that a flood was an identifiable risk which was not addressed, and Hamilton could end up in a similar position. This is, in my opinion, essential core council business, and these are the minimum steps we need to take to address civil defence at a time when we are seeing an increasing number of emergencies around us. We need to send the message, Hamilton is not safe, and we need to be prepared. Otherwise, when the day comes, and it will come, we will be worse off. And so I ask my colleagues to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, therefore, thank you. Look, I will be supporting Councillor Emma's motion. When I look at the quantums, there are a large amount of money, and it's in OPEX, which would have naturally made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. But I'm reminded that government in its wisdom have devolved to us the responsibility of participating in civil defence. And as such, this is core business. I'm also reminded that there are some dollars spent now is likely, in case of emergency, to help save properties and, more importantly, lives. And as an organisation, we are best to be well prepared than to have faced a disaster and retrospectively said, what could have we done better? And so I am supporting Councillor Emma in this initiative. The reality is we have a lot to do, EMs, and when you have an EM who's allocated to a task and has become an expert, subject matter expert, I would be very reluctant to not want to support her. So in this case, I will be supporting her.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I might make a comment if I could then. Thank you, Emma, for taking on that portfolio. Not only have you taken it on, you really have become our subject matter expert in that space. So we do appreciate the work you've done. Also, I'm going to support this. It's a small amount at the end of the day. Highly value what our civil defence emergency team do and how they do it so efficiently and effectively. But, you know, we know there are increasing pressures. I was really fortunate to be part of an exercise recently and just seeing how slick that is, but also the call on resources to make that happen. We have in recent times been quite fortunate with weather events and seismic events, but we aren't immune from them. I'm not sure that I would go out and say Hamilton is not safe, because that seems a stretch, but I do think as far as we live in a geothermal country, right? We live in a country, we know that extremes of weather are happening. We have got some faults identified. We did one time have an earthquake that left our water outlet in a dangerous situation, water intake in a situation. So we have been hit by this before. Ewan's 100% right, and so is Emma. We are obliged to be prepared for disaster and be as resilient as possible, because the weather people tell us that Cyclone Gabriel, had it been 4 degrees further in, then we would have been in the eye of the storm as opposed to the outside of the storm, and that makes a critical difference. And we all know that we already have areas subject to flood, and trees occasionally come down, because weather is mightier than man, and weather always wins. So, yeah, thank you, Emma, for your work. Anyone else? No? All right, go to the vote. Thank you, everyone. That now brings us on to partner.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Oh. Can we reset, please? Did you not have a mince pie for a bit of sugar? Yeah, a minor flood. Thank you.
Councillor Donovan.
Yeah.
Councillor Melena.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. We could potentially cut through some of the debate. Okay, partnerships. Top. Yeah, parking will take only about 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds for parking we allocate. Let's go to partnerships, communication and Māori, and there's a motion here from Councillor Taureki and Councillor Huaki. Would you like to explain the intent?
Amendment to letter A of that particular motion, whānau. And I'm sure Amy will find it in just a few secs. But the intent of this particular motion is to put back in to the base budget 1.757 mil for this LTP term. Our mana whenua undertake quite a significant amount of work in our community. And if I were to quantify that down into exact dollars, it would probably be taken to the Human Rights Commission for slave labour. But, and the Te Tiriti o Waitangi Fund was initially provided for in the initial planning of this LTP. And so I want to put that back in also. So that's the intent. So so I'll turn your attention to A, up there, ensure the meaningful engagement with mana whenua, 250 OPEX per year for years 1 to 3.
Thank you. Can I ask a question or two on that one? Some questions. Team, can I understand what is already committed to fund our relationship with our iwi partners at this time? And I understand we have supported Matariki with the Events Fund, but what do we or have we done in respect to Te Tiriti or Waitangi? It's only a small amount of money, I note that. Can I get some clarity from staff on that, please? Oh,
yes.
Hello.
Hi, Me Paula. We have supported Matariki as an event, being the first one in 2022, which came from existing budgets due to underspend from COVID restrictions in the event sector. And then we had 2 more events approved in the current annual plan, just the way that the Matariki dates fell. It meant that we had 2 in 1 financial year. There is no more funding for Matariki events beyond the next one being June 2024. So this 100,000 that Councillor Moku has put forward would be in continuing our Manawatia Matariki event that we host at the lake.
Can I just ask, just to not break your flow particularly, but Sean, in terms of the protection of balloons, Hamilton Garden Arts Festival and Matariki in your fund, how does that sit?
They're 2 very, very separate funds. The Major Event Sponsorship Fund does sponsor the local Matariki organisation, who coordinate all the suite of Matariki events that take place right across the city.
Right, so there is some money at that level.
Yes, you've asked for that to be protected in the budget going forward through previous conversations.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor? Oh, sorry, did you carry on? You were going to answer the rest of the question.
The actual answer.
Yes, go.
Yes, and so in terms of mana whenua engagement in current budgets, we have an SLA with Thorpe for around $70,000 a year. And then we have a discretionary amount at about $60,000 a year to cover other engagement. So the proposal for the $250,000 a year would be to provide SLAs for 5 hapu.
Sorry, Mayor Paula, on that, could I just quickly ask
in addition,
for expansion?
Apologies.
Yeah. Is that in addition?
That's correct, in addition to the existing budget of 190.
Okay. Would it be helpful, Mayor Paula, to actually get a sorry. I was jumping in front of you.
Carry on with your...
I just wanted a total over the 10 years, because it's a little hard because we've broken it down. What is the total, if the motion goes ahead, that is allocated to partnership and communication with Māori for the 10 years?
You're talking about number A, right? Yeah. Okay, if we were able to get staff to answer the detail, that would just, no disrespect, just want to get the financials from the staff.
So I think
1.75 million over the 10 years.
Mayor Paula, that doesn't seem right.
Over 10 years.
So just for confirmation, does the 1.757 include the existing 130 a year and the additional 250,000 per year for the first 3 years? Because the math doesn't equal.
No, the information's on the bottom of page 158 for these two proposals, and it has the years, the first 3 years has the 250 for the mana whenua engagement, and then the bottom one, 2.24, Tiriti events funding in the detail in there, which is just over $100,000 a year, and then the totals are at the right-hand side of the page. My understanding, Nicole, that doesn't include the existing budgets. Those are the the proposed new budget, additional budget.
Correct. The 1.75 is the change requests that are on screen, the motion. It doesn't include the existing budgets. I'm just waiting for that number for you.
So that's what you're after.
Exactly. And could I suggest to the mover of the motion respectfully that that total quantum should be reflected, you could say, noting this is in addition to the X. Otherwise, it's really hard to know actually what the total is, because the total is closer to 3 million.
It is an addition.
Yeah.
Okay, holding on to that, Councillor O'Leary. Questions?
Yeah, I was trying to get my head around the funding as well. So it says here that this is the additional 250,000 a year is for a 3-year trial. So what is the trial for?
Service level agreement.
Yeah, but we've got service level agreements with iwi.
Look up at the motion. The motion is not for a trial. This is for actually core service business work that our mana whenua and that our staff do with our community.
Over and above what our service level agreements are now.
Correct. Maybe I'll get Mona just to give the
super
background. Mona, do you want to
confused.
come to the table and just give the background?
So it's not for a trial. So it's not.
My understanding is that mana whenua is saying that what they've funded for isn't adequate to have meaningful engagement. I think that's probably putting it in a nutshell, Councillor Muckle.
Yes.
And Mona can probably give us a little bit more detail.
Kia ora tātou. So just speaking to the request for an extra 250,000 per year, OPEX. It's based on the growth in demand for mana whenua engagement that has prompted staff to make put forward that proposal for this LTP. As a gauge, just from January this year to today, mana whenua engaged in 60 plus different projects. And they've only, and under the current SLA agreement, 140K to deal with the 60 plus projects of council. So the 250, the increase in the budget will enable them to participate. I think, to give you an example, I've just been red flagged in terms of our mana whenua engagement budget. I've exceeded for this year, for this financial year. So the only alternative I have is to find money in my budget or stop engagement, which could have ramifications for the projects that we're currently dealing with, that, you know, potentially as a risk could lead to more costs in terms of environment court and challenges and so forth. So, so the additional 250 would increase that bucket to $390K for the next 3 years.
Finished? Questions? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Mona, so I've just got questions on that. So when you talk about the engagement, what does that mean? What is an engagement? Is that a blessing? Does that include blessings or?
So that's one function, Councillor Jeff. I guess the critical functions is around consenting, the consenting process of our projects. So that would be roading, water consents. So there's quite a wide gambit of projects that we engage mana whenua and iwi on.
So when we have a blessing for a park or something, do we pay for each blessing? How does that work?
Yes, we do. And that's just to meet their costs, like, getting to an event and time costs. So.
Right, okay. So respectfully, could we perhaps not just cut back on the blessings? I mean, could you manage that within your budgets? I mean, we're all cutting costs here.
I guess to fulfil our obligations under the tiriti and in alignment with He Paumanawa Order, I would suggest that may be viewed as being disrespectful to our tiriti partners. So, and to be honest, it's quite a minimal cost. I think the huge costs of our engagement is really in the consenting process. So,
how much does it cost a blessing?
For a blessing, it varies. It depends on the number of people, mana whenua, that are involved in the blessing. So it could range from $300 to, if it's a significant event, to $1,000.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Councillor Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Kia ora, mana. How are you?
Good.
Good. Could you help me just work my way through these figures? I note with interest it's 250,000 in additional OPEX for meaningful engagement for the first 3 years. Are you saying that the balance of the 7 years for the LTP, you are not requiring the 250,000?
If I may, Councillor Ewan, our recommendation was for the 250,000 to be in each year of the LTP.
Okay.
That is our staff recommendation.
Can I remind, through you, Mayor Paula, to the Chief Executive, that sort of revelation this far along the debate isn't helpful. The document has it excluded, and so we're only now finding that out as we ask more questions. I just wonder if you would note that and help us in the future, if that's what staff's intention was.
Well, it was staff's intention, but Councillor Muckles put the motion.
I respectfully apologise. Yeah. I hadn't quite realised that. All right, so I guess the question then to Councillor Muckle is, are you suggesting that it's only for 3 years?
So my understanding of, and this is where I got some confusion about these parts within our agenda, was that the 3 years of 250,000 was going to be provided for, and then the funding, as per usual, would just carry on for the remainder of the 10 years.
Right. So when you say, if I may, Mayor Paul, when you say as usual, including the 250 extra?
No, because that 250 came from a better off funding provision. In the previous year.
All right. So just so I'm really clear, so the current proposal...
So it'll revert back to what it has initially been in the past.
Right. So back to the...
140 odd K?
130,000.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Oh, sorry, I did have one... Sorry, Mepo, I did have one more question.
Right. Thank you.
Mana, you spoke a lot about workload that Thorpe does, and you raised the ominous threat of potential Environment Court litigation as a result of not being able to fund that. Could you give me an exact figure of the number of feedback that has been specific to a resort consent component?
Resource?
I couldn't give you that.
Okay,
Sorry,
but-
councillor.
Right, but you felt it was important enough to raise the concern of the environment, but you don't have the data.
I raised that as a potential risk.
Right. Okay, can you give me an example? Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine.
If staff could make it available to the split of what we use to support consents and we use to support other work, I think Ewan's entitled to that information if he asks for it.
If I may, Mayor Paula, one example is for land use consents and subdivision consents. We looked at a week in September and there were 11 land use consents and 3 subdivision consents that mana and whenua need to be engaged on. And another example is through our new Peacock community. Thorpe are doing the cultural value assessment for that. So our team have provided that undertook around 5 meetings, plus producing and reviewing the final document.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to whip through the rest of the questions, and I'm aware that I've been requested a slight pause for a couple of councillors to work up a proposed amendment to that motion, which I will provide for the conversation to be had. But I'll take the questions first. Councillor Hart.
Thank you. I think that last piece of information answered some of what I was going to ask. But Mona, I was wondering if you could talk about the type of expertise that mana whenua bring to the consenting process.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Louise. I guess firstly, it's a requirement by the RMA Act that we need to give effect to the principles of the Tiriti. So our engagement is based on that cultural knowledge and that cultural expertise that supports the projects that are being led by council or even developers. So the 60 plus figure I gave you were just projects of council. That does not include the engagement that mana whenua have with the developers that are supporting the growth program. So they bring their cultural knowledge, that cultural expertise that sits along the engineer reports, the archaeological assessments, and is given same equal status in terms of the project or the delivery of the project. In addition to that, that cultural intel is used, I guess, at a higher level when those projects are tested by the likes of Heritage New Zealand. So the first natural question that comes from Heritage New Zealand, has engagement taken place? And if that satisfies Heritage New Zealand, they test to what level. So I guess the simple answer to your question, Councillor, is that cultural expert knowledge.
And there's no one else that holds this cultural knowledge, is there?
No, so our arrangements with mana whenua is in recognition that they have a traditional historical connection with Kirikiriroa and are the experts in terms of historical and also contemporary knowledge.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. My first question was just to the mover or to whoever's doing the amendment. Would they be willing to make it 1 to 10 years so that we're properly modelling the ongoing cost? And the second question is, is my understanding right for things that are council projects, this would be paying for engagement on that consenting work, but where developers are engaging mana whenua, they are covering those costs, the developers are covering those costs?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bidder?
Councillor Moko, given we've got hard times at the moment, would you be open to a deferral of 3 years so I could support this?
Given the type of activity that we have ramping up, and I'm quite immersed in some of the work around roading projects, and I would imagine that this particular government would want to get those conversations underway with Mana Whenua directly. They don't necessarily meet those costs themselves. And so when the resource consent comes through, yeah, probably no.
Okay.
No,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, last set of questions, because I'm going to take a pause.
Of the mover, would you consider amending your motion to simply reflect the additional figure for consent requests? So you would divide out any of the other blessing functions, and if you would consider that, and we don't know what the quantum is because staff can't tell us yet, and maybe rather than run the risk of losing it altogether, that you delay it for later on and we get that information.
Yes, we do, because I know that there is some different thinking about potential amendments. So rather than kind of play it across the room between the original motion and the amenders, I suggest that we take a 5-minute break and allow those people to come together and maybe for both parties to see if there's a compromise. If there's no compromise, then we go for the motion and an amendment and we take it there. Okay, so we'll just adjourn for those 5 minutes.
Before we do that, can I just ask one further question? Mayor Paula?
No, we've broken now, Max. Come back to
Okay.
it.
All right, thank you.
Is that okay? Sorry. Everyone's got up. back to the table if we could. I understand we have got to a very to a compromise situation in the debate here. It is now time for staff to for elected members to take this position. Staff have given us all the advice that they have. I'm going to take a question from Maxine. I just want to say, however, that how frustrating I find it that we go through so many workshops and events. The base budget is the base budget. We were assured that business could be done with a base budget. And now staff are coming in and saying, yes, but no. Now, I know there was some discretion, always some discretion, but that needs to stop now. It's for the elected members to decide additional levels of service from what is presented in the reports. Because I quite clearly ask staff many times, is this budget ample enough, right? So everything we're doing now is making adjustments to what was the base. Okay, Maxine, question.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, for allowing me to ask this late in the day question. Last week at the JMA, we had a report from the He Pō Manawa Order Working Group and identified a long list of things that they were able to achieve. How might the funding that is being proposed today be able to support that going into the future, given that the funding that they received in order to be able to complete a lot of that work came out of the Better Off funding for the 22-23 annual plan?
Anybody to answer
Just
that?
anybody?
Yeah, Muna's the right person for that.
Kia ora, Councillor Mack. So, in terms of the proposal or the funding proposals, these are clearly aligned with the strategy as a whole, He Pō Manawa Order, delivering well-beings to Kirikiri. In particular, each of the four individual po within the strategy. So, He Pō Manawa Kōrero, the history, so having that fund to celebrate our history, whether Matariki or Waitangi Day or Rā Maumahara, so those kind of events, representation, enabling the voice of mana whenua and iwi and part of our decision-making process, so this clearly aligns with that as well. He Pō Manawa Taurikura, building a prosperous city, so, you know, these all contribute, and also, lastly, He Pō Manawa Tairā, so the funding that has been proposed clearly align with He Pō Manawa Order as a whole and the individual po that sit under it.
And without additional funding, would that momentum be able to be kept? I understand that we've done quite a bit more this year than in previous years. Would we be able to keep that up without this funding?
Simple answer, no. Yeah, so a reduced funding bucket would mean reduced commitment to delivering some of the outcomes proposed in He Pō Manawa Order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've now got an amendment there, which includes the original amount and an additional amount for consent matters, for the consent work.
Mayor Paul, just procedurally, I understand maybe governance could explain the original figure of 130,000 was wrong.
Let's get the figures correctly expressed to us.
It ends up being 140.
Staff, are you able to factually, without going into any detail or debate, explain the figures, please? What was
if it helps staff, they said about 30 minutes ago 70,000 and then 60. That gave a total of 130. Now they're saying it's 140.
Okay, can we have the clarity that we need, please, on that?
So the fixed for Thorpe is 60 and the variable is 74. Apologies, I had them around the wrong way.
74,000.
And 60,000.
Okay, so it's even different. Okay.
We have a motion. I would like to give, since it's been moved around a bit, I would like to give Moko the chance to just explain what has happened in your motion now, factually, without debating it.
We've decreased the initial request and just increased what was traditionally the original OPEX for mana whenua engagements.
Thank you. And the additional motion separates off the portion of what you're seeking for Te Tiriti.
Yeah, and we'll keep the Te Tiriti events funding.
Okay.
No change.
Everybody completely understanding what's okay. So now.
Quick question: we're debating both at the same time to be pragmatic.
No, I'll take them separately.
So separately. Thank you.
I'll take them separately because I know that's the will of the group. So, Moko, we will debate them together though. There's no point in not.
That's what I meant. That was my question. Yeah. So we're debating it together, but putting it separately.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
that's what I meant. Councillor Tauriki, would you like to begin the debate as the mover, please?
Yeah, kia ora tātou. Tuatahi anō e mihi katikaki ana ki ngō tātou nei mana whenua. Rātou tahi anō e puipui ana i ngā moemoe a ngō tātou nei city. So I just want to first of all acknowledge the mahi that our mana whenua do in assisting our council to grow strategically and respectfully and meaningfully. And I've quite often said this on many occasions as I've been able to have a look at many other councils from around the country and the types of relationships that they have with their respective mana whenua. And I think we definitely lead the way in that space. And I like to think that this increase in budget, while very modest, given the types of work program that I believe that we have up in the future, engagement with them is going to be ramped up. Our Amorangi, our Pau Amorangi has already shared that he's already gone over budget, and so I think that this modest increase for mana whenua engagement is appropriate. Secondly, I'd also like to thank my colleagues from around the table. We'll seek their support for the Te Tiriti or Waitangi events, which has come up and more recently under some very tight optics, and so I think we've probably not done that justice over the last few years, largely because of COVID, and I believe we have an opportunity to bring some vibrancy back into the city and allow some of our small businesses who traditionally went to those events to continue to go to those sorts of events. And so this is one way in how we continue to maintain and uphold our Te Tiriti partnerships. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Huaki, as the seconder, you must be somewhere there. Would you like to speak to this in debate?
Tēnā mō tātou, hope everyone can hear me clearly. And yana ai tautoko ane ngā kupu o Moko. Just want to support all the kōrero that Moko has brought to the table this morning. And I want to continue on with what he has also said in terms of it is at this very table that I want to acknowledge all of those who have supported all the different Kaupapa Māori events over the last few years. Like Moko suggested, when we've been to different spaces and we've talked about the progressiveness, we support actually the progressiveness of our particular council, and it's really heartwarming to be able to say that on behalf of everybody that sits in this room and those that have been at this table in the past. So I just want to reiterate and support the words of my fellow council Māori Ward member and encourage all of those sitting at the table to continue on with this awesome mahi, meeting the obligations of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Mauri ora kia tātou.
Thank you. So, next on the list is Councillor Casey Cox. Anna, you
Yes.
there? Oh, well, we'll come.
Sorry, I'm just not getting my video to start. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just speaking in support of this motion, and in particular the Te Tiriti events as well, and in that Waitangi Day. I just want to acknowledge the day that is Waitangi Day and the momentous day that was, and how important it is for our city to acknowledge it. It was a day where we, we committed to a sovereignty, ongoing sovereignty for Māori, for the new settlers in Aotearoa to be able to govern themselves, and we committed to equity, to looking after one another. It's a huge day, and we've got all of our new migrant communities coming in. I went to an event just recently where we celebrated the translation of Te Tiriti o Waitangi into many languages. And they get it. They get the Te Tiriti, and they get the importance of Waitangi Day. And they're going to be really surprised when we don't mark it appropriately. And they're going to call us to do that. So, just fully support the motion, and looking forward to, marking Waitangi Day in the appropriate way. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really good to see both sides of the argument. I won't say both sides at the table because it's a little obvious sometimes, but coming together because each wants to be able to support ideas and progress and for the council to move forward, but also acknowledging that we are in very, very tight financial times. So I did enjoy watching people to collaborate on that. It is really important under the RMA, we must engage, and I echo Mayor Southgate's comments in terms of not understanding that through the workshops, that uplift that is needed to do that. And as we heard, we've run out of funds for that, so that is important. I will support, for those reasons, I'll support the first motion. I'm wavering on the second one because we did hear from staff that there is funds to support events in that space. So I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate before I really make a call on that one, I think. Thank you. I just also wanted to thank Councillor Malena for attending, sorry, I'm so stuffy with drugs and stuff, attending Zone 2 in Whakatane and helping me as Chair of Zone 2 to move through a process and being welcomed onto their marae, and it was really special. We actually went into the wharanui. So those things don't come for free. There is a cost for people's time and engagement, and I acknowledge that and thank Councillor Malena for that, because it was a really amazing experience actually. So that's just a little side note with 2 seconds to go. Thank you.
Side note, she's referring to cold and flu drugs. You did. You said you're all bunged up with drugs. No worries. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just over 3 years ago, National and Labor both committed to getting rid of the Resource Management Act precisely because of problems like this. There are better ways of engagement without the consent costs. Labor's replacement acts are worse. National will repeal it, but we desperately need a better system that will remove these costs within the next 1 or 2 years. I will support this budget in the meantime.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, and thanks to Moko for using the break time to make adjustments to the wording to help the meeting to be able to find a way to support it. I think that shows real flexibility and commitment to the work that you've been elected to complete, so thank you for that. I also have a thank you for Milena, who has led the He Pō Manawa Ora strategy and action plan, and that's a lot of the work that we don't necessarily see, but that needs to happen in order to be able to give status to our Te Tiriti partners, and I'm lucky enough to sit alongside of them in the JMA joint meetings and completely understand how that status is important to them, that they are treated as partners, that there is opportunity to be able to not just complete perfunctory works that the city needs, but to be seen as a true partner in there. And this funding and the continuation of this funding allows that to happen. There's some great work that's happened through the action plan of He Pō Manawa Ora, and without additional funding, we've heard that it just simply cannot continue, and that's a momentum that we really do not want to stop. So I'll be supporting this wholeheartedly. Kia ora.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, look, I will support the first one. I think it is a compromise. I can see that the service level agreement has been in place for a while, and that there is I'm particularly interested in engagement in terms of RMA issues and the importance of that. So I will support that. I would like to see a tighter lens over and this is not easy to say, but over the issue of blessings. I think in every area of council business we have a lot of scrutiny, but it just seems a little bit fuzzy on this particular one. Yeah, it won't be a popular thing to say, but I would like to see a bit more scrutiny on that. But I am absolutely persuaded of the need for good relationships in terms of RMA engagement, and the fact that staff see a need for a higher budget in that area persuades me there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry. Right of reply. Oh, I didn't see. You weren't there before. You were so last minute, Councillor Pike. Off you go.
I see this as core council business as well. We have a legal obligation to engage with mana whenua, and we constantly call on them for their expertise, and I do want to acknowledge the contribution they make for the betterment of our city, and appreciate the mahi they lead. And they do as our partners. So I'm fully supportive of this first motion. But like the Deputy Mayor, while I know there are funds out there for major events, and this could include Te Tiriti, and I am aware that we're reducing or looking at reducing other areas of event funding. So I think this is a decision I'm struggling with supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. First of all, I'm pleased, I think, that it looks like there will be significant support for the first limb. That is recognition that there is an ongoing obligation to meet our RMA requirements, and at the heart of that is consenting and engaging with mana whenua. And so I was very happy to work in finding a way forward on that. Like the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jeff and Councillor Emma, I am struggling on the second portion because I believe there is an event fund, and that Waitangi Day celebrations can apply and should apply and that's the process we've built. So I will certainly be supporting the first limb, but I'm struggling to support the second.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Oh, you will. Thank you. See, I'm just trying to be slick.
One of the things that I campaigned on is how to be a good, how to role model a meaningful Te relationship. And I just want to reach out to my colleagues across the table and say that I think we do that pretty well. I think we've done that pretty well during this particular discussion, and really particularly Ewan and I have some really good debates around some of these subjects, and we recognise the different spectrums of the end of the treaty in which we sit, and I really do actually appreciate these conversations, Ewan. And you've helped find a solution, and to me that is a good Te modelling relationship. And just to my colleagues who are struggling with the Te Events one, over the years many businesses have been able to benefit from the Te event that this council used to have once upon a time, and I believe it would go a long way to actually bringing back that same type of event in whichever way it looks, and gives many of those businesses an opportunity. These are not just Māori businesses, these are a number of small businesses in our community looking for a little bit of trade, a little bit of enterprise, and so there are some significant outcomes from continuing to hold that particular event. So I do want to also thank my colleagues from around the table who are supportive of this, and there is general support from everyone in the House. So I think that as part of our first step to move forward is to actually acknowledge and recognise the contribution that mana whenua add to our city and to the relationship that we hold intrinsically with them also. So, mauri ore kia tātou.
Excellent. Thank you. We will go to the vote for the first one. If we can... The what? What? Yeah, we're just going to get it up, that one. Thank you. We go to the vote, please.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll go to the next one, please. The next one, which is the Waitangi Day celebration. Did you vote against it? Okay, are we resetting? Are we there?
Not a good look when the mover votes against the
The motion's carried, noting 7, 4 and 6 against.
Okie doke. Sorry, I'm just going to pause there. The city relationships, please. There is a motion by Councillor Wilson, which I will second.
Yeah, Mayor Paula, I wonder if I could slightly amend my motion. If we could, and this is my fault, Amy, it's not an editing error. It's my fault. Would it be helpful if we put the motion up on the screen?
Yep, it's coming, I guess.
And I would appreciate governance support trying to find the right word. I am mindful that the way it's currently worded for existing city, sister city in international relations is somewhat constraining our ability to consider others and acknowledge we've also got a friendship relationship with IPRA. So I've been a little clumsy in just using the word for existing. But what I was trying to make sure it's not spent on, and I know it wouldn't happen, but functions, visiting functions from people who aren't involved with sister cities. So
Yeah.
could you provide any guidance for me? I wonder for maybe existing city, sister city and friendship.
Yeah, if that's your intent. I
And
think,
potential new relationships.
I think we don't need to be too nuanced in the word if that's your intent. International relations
Yeah.
does include that.
Okay, so how about if we just take the word out of existing? Yep, for sister city, friendship, international, yeah, that's perfect. It gives it a much wider scope.
Yeah.
And I know, Mayor Paula, we will treat that respectfully and sit within the scope of what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, so you're basically proposing $50,000 a year to fight
Yep.
for that whole function.
And I'm
Okay.
happy to speak to it when you're ready.
Okay, any questions at this point in time?
Just confirm that it's 50,000 a year, but
Yep.
500 over the whole. It would be nice. I think it would be good to just
Have 50,000 a year?
50,000 per year.
You mean
over
I can't spend the 500,000 in the first year? I agree.
And the other question to the mover and seconder is this intended to be predominantly for hosting rather than trips? Is that something that we could clarify, that it's to fund the hosting of, predominantly hosting?
That even, what it means is being able to establish meaningful dialogue in a number of ways with those international cities. Ewan is, well, we could talk, I was going to talk to that in debate, but it may mean, identifying what the common values and opportunities are within the sister city relationships, which is a piece of work that Ryan began and Ewan is picking up with gusto to kind of make those relationships be more worthwhile in terms of benefits. So it's a lot of that work. And of course, in doing so, we're talking with other people who have common sister cities or friendship relationships with us, such as the University of Waikato, and looking at where we can get the best return for our investment.
Okay. I guess my question is then more clearer to say, like, this would be unlikely to be funding overseas trips of our councillors going overseas.
Let me...
It never has because there's no money.
Let-
Professional development is funding my visit to EAP.
And I guess I was going to be just as clear. There will be some potential travel involved, but it will not be funded from this money. If there is any travel, then I personally would put forward under my personal development funding for that. This is not used either for the mayor or I to go travelling. It's to meet our existing obligations and to make sure that they're fit for purpose.
And I will raise a few issues in debate that might help with your thinking on that one. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. During the workshops, and I don't want to be provocative.
Excuse me.
I don't want to be provocative with what I'm about to say, but I do so very respectfully. But we heard that because at the workshops, nobody was particularly interested in putting this in, and then we heard that it gets spent anyway because it has to get spent anyway. So if it's not in, that's still the case, right? Because unless we want to go back to Bell Tea and Pam's Biscuits when we have international delegations here, the cost gets spent, doesn't it? Yeah. What?
The cameo creams that we have.
Cameo creams, terrible choice for a biscuit.
I know,
yeah.
we're naughty to get cream in our biscuit.
And so if it gets spent anyway, why are we adding? We have to add a budget in if we want to be fiscally appropriate or prudent, right?
Can I talk to
is,
maybe I can ask Natasha, don't want to put you on the spot, or I can talk to it. But
it's about transparency.
Because Lou is managing the budget for the mayoral office. It's...
But sorry, I know what it is, but my question was, is that enough? And I hate asking that because of the position that we're in, but we're constantly, in my close relationship obviously with the Mayor's office, saying, well, we can't do that, and we've got staff bringing in their own flowers and doing things, and we want to present a good welcome mat for the city, not a budget one. We don't want to go, it's not 5-star either, but it should be appropriate. Oh, Lou, you can talk to that.
Thank you. So what we currently do is that the mayoral office work on a shoestring, and the events coordinator does a really good job of trying to host the best she can with what she does have. But you are correct, we are offering cameo creams and bell tea. Where it is appropriate culturally to offer more than that, we are poaching budget elsewhere in the organisation, and that comes at a cost to the likes of staff rewards and that type of thing. So we are going out to other parts of the organisation to help fund it. So where we say it gets spent anyway, it gets spent from other budgets that aren't necessarily dedicated to this.
This has been costed out, that this as an annual expense is enough to cover without robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Lean, isn't it, Lou?
It's very
It's
lean.
still quite lean, yeah. Have we got an idea of other metros, mayoral office spend on this kind of item?
No, there's very little visibility over it, and I think
Yeah.
possibly because some of them are a little bit like us and it comes from all over the place.
Yeah.
So no, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further questions?
Is that a question?
Ewan, we're into debate then, please.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Sister cities have always been, for me, a really interesting area. It is, in my mind, unless we're deriving specific identifiable outcomes, such as cultural or economic elements, one would imagine actually sister cities isn't something that a local government should be in. That's driven by Wellington and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They do that in the broader sense. But when we can prove that there is an economic benefit or a cultural exchange benefit, I can understand why we have sister cities. I think it needs to keep evolving, and so we have to keep testing whether or not the current sister cities are relevant, and we have to keep testing whether or not we are measuring whether there is an economic benefit or a cultural benefit. But meanwhile, and this is critical, we've got 5 sister cities, and we've got a friendship, a relationship with Ypres. And we can't have something and then not have a budget to implement and to manage it. And as such, I think 50,000 is a small quantum that goes towards it. And I understand that one of the things we'll be doing over the next year is we'll be looking much more deeply whether or not we've got the right sister cities, whether there are better fits, whether we're leveraging them correctly, and that will be an ongoing process, and ultimately it will come back to council, but this is a first good step.
Thank you. Anybody else want to debate on that? Can I just add a few thoughts then, because I am at the front face of this with Ewan and with Angela. He's right, we have 5 sister cities. We want to explore how we get the best from them or how we review our connection with them otherwise. We also do host ambassadors from all around the place, and sometimes that is absolutely appropriate because they're asking us about the economic opportunities for Hamilton. And one such time that does happen, and I am patron by virtue of this job of the Field Day Society with the other mayors, is at that time when you've got ambassadors from other countries coming through and trying to understand what New Zealand has to offer, and we're all part of that big hosting and picture building for them. Occasionally, I do want to support Lou's comments about Rochelle's work in this space, because we've created a role to deal with engagement and relationships, and we run off the sniff of an oily rag, I feel very confident to get to the public and say this is not glossy. So Rochelle brings flowers from home or ornaments to make the occasion lovely. She actually puts together cheese platters rather than pay the full price of a caterer. And the rest of the time, they get a cup of tea and a cameo cream if they're lucky. Let me just say, even with EPAR Friendship City, the 2 major gifts that are going there are being donated entirely by business, for which I will be ever grateful, and the city will be when you see it installed in their place. I have a further $300. So if I meet with the mayor, the head of the War Commission, the chief Belgium ambassador, and anyone else who's of a dignitary of a high order, I've got $300 to spend on gifts. Can you imagine how far that goes? And if you want to know why gifts are important, is because when people visit us, they do bring gifts of friendship, tokens of their culture, to mark the respect. And we need to be able to do that in return. So please help me to make the best, alongside Angela and Ewan, of our sister cities going forward. And actually, I should be fair to say that it's not just Ewan and Angela. Some others of you have stepped in for me when I've been unavailable, so thank you for that. Okay, moko tauriki.
I heard the briefing from Natasha yesterday, and that was really good. Actually, I am very supportive of the way in how we host people, in particular how we host international people. And so the ability to ensure that these partnerships are really nurtured, looked after, in the same way that we nurture and look after that relationship with our own people. I would like to think that we are able to extend that same level of care and manaakitanga to our international relations. And so therefore, it's a pretty easy decision for me to support this particular motion, because I do believe that there is a synergy there that is held. Personally, whether that fund also triggers the need for those relationships to be extended and used for international purposes, I actually do not have an issue with that either. I think these are the necessary things that we need to do in order to foster that relationship. It's something that I've really observed across the road at the iwi, who actually put a lot of investment into nurturing relationships, and so I'll be supporting this motion.
Any further? Councillor Taylor.
Look, I'm mindful that I've got Councillor Wilson sitting right next to me, and that I agreed to support this, but no, I'm not going to, I'm afraid. We're going to be hitting our ratepayers with this massive rate rise, and I just don't feel right supporting this. I've never been the biggest fan of sister cities, and I know that there are benefits for, from Chengdu, benefits for the Wintec and the university, etc. But I kind of, to be honest, I think it's probably up to these outside agencies to do that work now. And Waikato Tainui as well, stepping in, and because we're spread really thin, and this is just one of those ones where it just doesn't feel right, and I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Mayor Paula, I wasn't going to say anything because I felt like it had all been said, but I will be supporting the motion, and just to help my good friend Councillor Jeff out, the sister cities have a special place in my heart. I was lucky enough to be a sister city exchange student when I was 15, so only a couple of years ago, and I still remember fondly going to Japan up into Utsunomiya and meeting the local dignitaries and all that sort of thing. But to support that, I went back to Japan later on in my work career and ended up fostering business in Tochigi Prefecture through the manufacturing of our local New Zealand chocolates with kiwi fruit in them. But anyway, I digress. What I'd like to say is that sister cities form very strong bonds which can lead to potentially students coming from those cities to our city to go to our world-class university. And we get the benefits of having those people here because they pay fees to the university, and of course they spend money in our local economy. So that would be the reason why I would suggest, if anyone has any doubts, that may be one reason you might consider as to why you would vote for this motion. Personally, I think the number's a little bit too low, but we have to make do with what we've got.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
I hate this. This is a real rock and a hard place for me, but I think it might be a unique opportunity for a Taylor-Hutt agreement. I'm sitting here and I hate this because if you've if you've ever been to my house, you know that I really appreciate good hospitality, and I believe in, treating guests well. But I really just keep thinking back about the fact that in our agenda there's the option of closing a small library. There's $100,000 of cuts to community grants, and I really struggle with this. And I'm not a fan of Cameo creams, just to be really clear. I don't know if I need to volunteer to do some baking or to help Rochelle with the cheese platters, but I just find this really challenging, and I want to empathise with the staff who I know fall on trying to make that budget work and pinching it from other places, but yeah, this is really hard and horrible and I hate it.
No worries. Just a small point of correction. I wasn't going to do it as a point of order. Nobody's proposing to close a small library. It was one of those things in the list that was not proposed. So it was on the list of... Yeah, but I'm not proposing it. Because I did see it in the paper as saying we proposed it. And I was thinking, why not? Nobody has agreed to close a small library at this point. Small point, though. Thank you for your debate. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, I wasn't going to debate. I find myself on opposite sides of Councillor Hutt here. I actually agree with everything that you and Councillor Taylor have said. Until you're actually there and you see how mortifiably terrible and embarrassing it is, because under a former mayor it has been done on worse than a shoestring, and it is embarrassing. And the mayor's office and the mayor of the day doesn't represent themselves in these situations. They represent this organisation, the council and the city and all the residents. So it is a shoestring budget. But until you, and I get it, and I get what Councillor Taylor and Hutt have said, I 100% get it. But until you're there facing that, it's mortifiably embarrassing to not do this right. And just this last 10 days, we've had 2 or 3 delegations come through, and it's really quite humbling to sit up in the Mayor's office. And Councillor Donovan and Wilson and myself did one for Mayor Paula, 2 days ago. And when you talk about the city and these people are asking questions, delegations are asking questions, it's such a moment of pride, and I think that we reflect that and they take that back to their towns, back to their cities, back to their countries and back to the world. And I think that international relations are super important, and there is a massive economic flow. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but it is there, and those links are there, like Councillor Donovan said. So thanks.
Councillor Milena.
Kia ora no tātai. I support this motion. It aligns with my principles. One of them in particular is to take care of others, even those that may not agree with my principles here today. And I want to tautoko the sentiments of Councillor Donovan. We both were lucky enough to be in the space when we had the Taiwanese group come over, and that was a real humbling experience for the both of us. I also think having those relationships helps to open the door to the world, to help us all, have a bit of a wānanga with ourselves in terms of our worldview and how we can apply that. I do support what Jeff said in terms of perhaps Waikato Tainui. This could be another awesome opportunity where we can build those relationships and strengthen relationships with Waikato Tainui, who could also contribute to hosting or manaki for those visitors. I take this right back to principles of Te Ao Māori, which is mana. Mana in a Te Ao Māori worldview is more about the integrity of the people and the whakapapa rather than having power. So I think this motion, this kaupapa, Councillor Wilson and Mayor Southgate, is that it shows our mana in terms of our integrity that reflects us all in the room this morning. Kia ora mai tātou.
Thank you, Milena. Councillor Casey Cox.
I will be supporting the motion also. I just wanted to, I guess, quickly draw a link to our Welcoming Communities plan and suggest that this also fits with that. And when the people in our communities who connect to the leaders that we're welcoming in see that we're doing a good job of that, that has a resonance and a meaning for them also in terms of how welcomed they feel in our community. So I just wanted to highlight that, but support the motion.
Thank you, everyone. Let's go to the, right, a reply.
Yeah, look, I'll be very quick. I feel on self-reflection I have failed miserably when you know that Councillor Hart and Councillor Taylor are agreeing on something. You can't call that a victory. So maybe I try again, and maybe I try again to articulate an economic argument. Hamilton's not an island, right? We do better when we open ourselves to the world and we communicate. And in the last few months, I've had the absolute pleasure with the Deputy Mayor or the Mayor to meet the Australian Ambassador, the Argentinian Ambassador, a Mayor from the British Ambassador, the Mayor from a Japanese city. I was incredibly impressed with Councillor Donovan's Japanese, which was incredibly notable. But an immediate economic benefit is they come, they stay overnight, they eat in our restaurants. I note that the mayor from Japan, although it was a tiny town of 3,000 odd people, there were already 21 students who were in Hamilton for 3 weeks as a cultural exchange. Now that has an economic driver that is measurable. And the cultural imprint of this exchange. So there is some true value, and you can't have relationships and then not allocate funding to it. So I respectfully hope that I'll get some support. Yeah, because I think there is an economic argument to this if you don't subscribe to any of the other narrative.
Thank you, everyone. Can we go to the vote, please?
The motion's carried, noting 11 for and 2 against.
I never thought it would happen.
Yeah, look, we look forward to the wonderful catering that you're offering up. Okay, everyone, we're going to plough on a little bit, have a break I would like to let's get through the last couple on this and end up with priority 4 as a fresh place to start after lunch. So there's 2 more. So if you want to go for lunch early, let's get through these 2. Councillor Casey Cox has, Councillor Naito Rolfe has got, is she there even?
messaging him right this second.
All right, let's.
And we also have, we've got a motion and amendment now.
There's a motion and amendment about City Safe. But if they're not here,
It was,
we've got a chunk of things to do with priority 3, 4 and 5 this afternoon. If we're prepared to work hard, we can get through. Do you want to take a lunch break at this point in your hands? Yep, okay, and put some nodding. Pardon?
Is the food there?
Oh, no, we're not taking a lunch break. There's no food. Forget it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. We can do this. Have a mince pie. There's some there. Okay, we're going to, while we're waiting for that, then we're going to look at the central city where people have to be, because that's a pretty much procedural motion. What it does do is note, I didn't really like the wording of no specific activities have been allocated. Right? It's been updated, so we've changed it to note that all council activities contribute. What does that say? All key funded by
It says all council.
contribute to the activation of the central city. So we don't have a business portfolio in this building that is the CBD. It's under a number of other business portfolios, and lots of strands have stuff to do with the CBD. So we're actually doing an incredible amount of work in the CBD. But I just want to put that on the table as a motion so that we draw people's attention to look elsewhere for the actual detail of CBD projects. Any questions on that? No.
Full debate on this one.
All right. Shall we go into debate? Well, no, let's vote.
Keisha's here now.
Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Melina, if you could vote, please.
Vote. Can you vote on the CBD one, please, Milena? Thank you. Thank you.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Hooray. Okay, before lunch, and Kesh, you're standing between us and lunch, just so you know. Well, you're not really, because it's not there. The City Safe support. Please speak briefly without debating to your intention of that motion.
Thank you. I'm assuming it is the updated motion that's in front of everyone. Essentially, listening to feedback from staff, people on the ground, this is what we've come up with to make sure the program doesn't end at the end of the current trial, but to keep a reduced version of it going.
Okay, so the different, and you've got an amendment, Maxine. The difference in your amendment is?
So the difference in my amendment would be 2 additional staff to be available for the river safety trial to continue for a further period, and that that's that. You know, for a 5-day period, I think is
that excludes the gardens and the.
Yes, it does exclude the gardens.
Okay, thank you. Have you
So
got
just 2 additional.
Yeah, have you got a second?
staff.
Different again.
Yeah, it's different. You just need to look up on the board. Is there a seconder for that? If not, I will second it. Oh, you second it, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, so we understand. Are there any questions? I do have a question myself. Calvin, thank you. In terms of, you know, how much I support City Safe. In terms of this trial at the zoo and the gardens, what have we learnt throughout that period of trial?
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I think there are a number of things we've learnt, and the first would be that the presence there has shown that we have more work to do, I guess is the first thing. And I'll pick on the comment from Councillor Moko before about the Manaaki responsibility, the safety responsibility that we have in and around our various visitor destinations. Now, I'm sure I can be seen as being biased, and I'm wondering if this is something that maybe Sean Murray might, as being the receiver of some of those City Safe actions, he might wish to add some comment to.
Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Calvin. Look, we have benefited at the zoo and the gardens from the trial of City Safe being present, and I guess to be fair, we have been reminded as a result of City Safe just how much goes on where customer care and support has actually possibly been lacking, especially when it comes to any incident response or assistance for people. And the feedback we've had from the attendance by the City Safe people has been overwhelmingly positive and supportive. Irrespective of what they have been doing, we always have had a bit of a concern about our staffing levels, especially on peak days with events going on, and you've heard me talk about only having 2 or 3 staff on deck at the gardens for a 5,000 person day coming through the operation. So we have been spoiled by having this trial. It's made us think a bit harder about what we need to do going forward. I'm trying not to lobby for additional funding at this particular point in time and have not done so, but it has reminded us that there are things that we need to do. There's more been going on than we've been able to look after.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I was just, in terms of the, I guess, is there an opportunity for some reallocation of where we focus City Safe resources to support the likes of, the visitor destinations?
We can, but we do it at the cost of stopping something we're doing. So if we look at the other functions that CitySafe currently provides, which is obviously our CCTV monitoring, our presence at the transport centre, our contract we have with presence at the library, and our suburban response team and our CitySafe patrolling, to do what you're suggesting would mean the stopping or cancelling of one of those other functions, or more of those.
And sorry. And I guess, like, in terms of, for example, patrolling the river, which is more of a summer thing, it's still not. You'd essentially have to take away, say, from one of those to then over that summer period to be able to do that, right?
Correct. On the basis of these motions, we're already using the wider group of CitySafe officers to backfill into positions for such things as days off, annual leave, sickness. So we're already using our base of CitySafe to complement those to achieve what's on the board.
Right. Okay, thank you, Calvin.
Councillor Van Oosthuizen.
Thank you. I recall in our last long-term plan, we had Water Safety New Zealand come in and offer us some funding. We then followed up with them and achieved some funding to support some river safety work. Does any of that apply to this function? It does not.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. And there isn't the opportunity to appeal to Water Safety New Zealand for any kind of support for ongoing work there?
There will always be an opportunity to have conversations about what additional support might be available into the future. And the CitySafe patrol presence is only one of a suite of activities that are being undertaken in furtherance of that river safety strategy.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Questions? Go into debate, and Kesh, you're the mover.
Yep. Look, I'm not pleased to be advocating for more spending, but like I talked to yesterday, it's about prioritizing. And for me, just listening to the feedback from the trial over the past few months, it seems that this is invaluable. And I will speak to the visitor destinations because this is where the motion and amendment differ. The zoo in particular, those extra staff at the zoo, it took 3 months to train them. That's a lot of time and commitment and mentoring. The gardens, we only have 3 staff on. When you have a 5,000 visitor day, you've got issues like parking congestion, security, safety. it's about customer experience. We have really high expectations on our visitor destinations to bring us revenue. And so I think that we need to support them. We need to resource our teams appropriately. So this is about public safety, but also staff safety. And if I have to talk about the zoo, you know, we've heard people talk about the City Safe team preventing people from crossing animal barriers, helping with lost children, with first aid issues, and just having a presence so that people feel safe. So I think it is that overall customer experience that we're trying to promote. I'm very passionate for our visitor destinations performing at their best, and I think that we need to support their resourcing. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I am putting up that our river safety and patrol team are incredibly valuable to us. It's been established for a very short time, but has had some real successes. And you know, it might be too early to say at this stage yet, definitively, but a year where there has been 0 deaths on our river in our boundary is notable. And we know that we're expecting a pretty hot and dry summer coming up, and thankfully we have funding in this year's budget, but it's not in the base for future years. So we also know that there's some real pressure on our aquatics offerings across the city, and that we have an underfunded partnership pool scheme that's crying out for additional support. And in those terms, then, our river will become really attractive to residents and visitors, experiencing some really high demand and usage. So not all of whom will be familiar with the dangers that it can give. So making regular patrols is really crucial to our public safety. I'd like to see this included in our base, and on that limited basis. So I believe it's an essential service, and that we ask for at least 2 of those staff, which is the $130,000 OPEX across the years, to be made available. I get that that won't include the zoo, the gardens and Waterworld, but there are other staff on site at each of those, and with additional training can then be supported to be able to deal with difficult and tetchy customers, or to be able to call in for the infantry potentially for assistance. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Well, thank you. I can't support either of these. It is a direct operating cost. I believe we have funded City Safe to a level that meets our requirement, and these specific additional resources are just beyond our ability to fund. I truly feel that when it comes to things like the gardens and Waterworld and Hamilton Zoo, the existing budgets that they have should be able to cover things like security. And if the country or the city is at such a bad extent that between that and the police, I don't think this is our core business to be providing it. And if I had my way, I wouldn't even support the City Safe, to be honest. I think that's a police issue. It's not a local government, but I accept that that's been in place, but I cannot accept expanding it. We unfortunately have just continued to add more and more expense, and we've yet to be able to make any real cuts. So I certainly can't support the first part, and I'm struggling with the second.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I hope that the mover of the motion goes easy next time a transport project comes on board, because you know, you wounded some of us with some of your comments yesterday. If this goes through, this council has already spent an extra 18.5 million, according to my my calculations, which is an extra $1.8 million a year on the rates already. So it's not quite at 1%, but carry on spending, folks, because the ratepayer is going to pick up the ticket. No one, and I can honestly say this, no one supports City Safe more than I. I will go to the trenches for this service. In saying that, I believe the city is well served, so I won't be supporting the amendment. But I'm struggling on whether I support the continuation for our visitor destination sites. City Safe do a phenomenal job. When you're travelling around the city and you see them, the welfare checks that they do, the visibility that they have for businesses, for dairies, for you know, our suburban town centres, all of those things is phenomenal. So, Councillor Naidi-Ralph, you've put me in an extremely difficult position, given I just reminded everyone that they've already spent an extra 18.5 million, because this is a service that I, unlike Councillor Wilson, I really do believe makes people feel safer and prevents an awful lot of things. So, yeah, I will be supporting the motion.
Because I'm a little confused just with what the deputy... Yeah, because isn't the motion, that includes the swimming?
I know. I was going to foreshadow one to remove that, but I don't want to keep us here all day, so...
Okay,
I
I was worried that...
But the amendment doesn't include the visitor destination, so I know the amendment's cheaper, yeah.
Yeah. But
I
if you
know,
went
I
with
know
the motion,
exactly
you
what I'm
wouldn't-
voting for, but
Okay. All right. I just thought you may have been confused.
lost some thread here. Why does it? Where does it mention?
I don't support City Safe with the river safety trial, but it's included in the motion anyway. But as I said, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place because I support the visitor destinations.
Oh, well, we're in debate, so I can't ask a question about that. But I think the swimming bit was a bit of a red herring because it's about safety, isn't it? Swimming safety. Okay, cool. Thank you. Who's next? Me. Okay, I'm not going to say very much on this actually. In fact, I wasn't going to say anything. Just let me say that how much I do appreciate and support City Safe in general. I think they do have a key role. But it's not just an issue for them, it's an issue for police, it's an issue for everyone to take a hand. Swimming actually is a navigational safety issue for the Regional Council who run harbour masters and other people. And I do know that the police are going to have more prevalence on the street because they're going to go put their new officers back on the beat a bit more, which will be helpful. Angela's made a point. This is actually quite a big addition back in. It's quite a big one. And we just can't keep adding in. So as much as I might like to, if we were making hay while the sun shines, I might like to support this additional work. I'm not going to at this point in time. We will see what happens when the financial modelling is complete, and maybe at that point things will change, but that's where I stand for now. Should we go to the vote, please? Oh, Kesh. Right, a reply, Kesh.
Thank you. Very quickly. I just want to try, if possible, to separate City Safe's, usual operation from what this motion is trying to achieve. This is, in terms of the visitor destinations, this is core health and safety. It's not the police should be doing it, or it's not it's someone else's responsibility. This is our responsibility. I asked the question, can this be funded through existing budgets? It can't. The zoo, for example, is revenue generating. They're actually making a profit, but they don't have the ability to take that profit and invest it into health and safety because we don't allow them to. It essentially comes
Point
back
of
into
order,
council.
Kesh. Just 1 second. Point of order. They are not, Helen. They're not making a profit. They're not making a profit.
I should, sorry, I'll take that back. I should say they're meeting revenue projections. Is that better?
Do your mid-flow,
Sorry.
but do carry on.
Carry on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, as I was saying, some of these, the zoo, for example, is revenue generating, but they can't allocate budget to health and safety or increased security within their current budgets. So I don't view this as a city safety project. These are skilled, specially skilled team members who have been trained to work at these sites. And yes, $300,000, I'm not comfortable with spending more, but considering the millions we've already added for a lot of those projects that I didn't support, I see this as core, as essential. And to Deputy Mayor's point, it wasn't personal with those transport projects. I'm just simply trying to prioritize and having a battle in my head right now. But I again, I do see this as core, health and safety. Thank you.
Vote. Oh, apologies. Gosh, did you sneak in at the last minute? Off you go. Who is it? Oh, I thought you... Yeah, we're voting on the amendment. I thought you may have said there was one more speaker. That's what I thought I heard. Thank you. The amendment. We're just voting on that right now, right? Got me off my flow.
The amendment is lost, noting 10 against and 3 for.
Thank you. Now we go to the motion.
Sorry, reset. Oh my God.
So we're voting once more on the amendment.
Because Ewan doesn't know to press buttons. We're on the motion.
Oh, yeah. Oops, no, I've done it wrong now. Could you
Yeah.
fix it?
Lunch is here, as soon as we've done this one.
Councillor Thompson?
Come on. Oh, I voted like twice already.
Motion's lost, noting 7 against and 6 for.
Okay, lunch, everybody. We'll be back. We've-
Date, because I wouldn't trust
Yep.
my maths, but
Absolutely, I was going to say
Cool.
that. Before we break, we have the staff come up with a,
I'm
we've got
close.
the modelling, the financial modelling. I am going to do a full hour because I'm mindful of Amy has not been able to get up and move or eat or anything in this whole time, and I do want for your health and well-being to make sure you do. So, 1:45, please.
Get you a tube, like an astronaut.
Excellent, thank you. We are now down at priority 4, a fun city with lots to do, right? Amy? Yeah. Yes. So, councillors, if we could just focus on a fun city with lots to do. The first one, as you can see, is just that machinery item covering the broad elements of a city that's fun to do, and it's been moved by me and seconded by Deputy Mayor O'Leary. I don't really need to talk about it. Are there any questions on it or concerns? Hang on, let me just get my list of questions up. Okay, no questions. That the procedure, well, the sort of notion of priority 4 for financial modelling improves the base capital program at attachment 7, attachment 11 and table 21. We've done that at the beginning of each of those. What? Okay, I'm not. Oh, Councillor Hart, you got a question?
But it's not on the motion.
Oh, good.
Did we do this yesterday? Because I had a question about Waiwhakariki.
How does that sit within it?
Because yesterday we did a bunch of questions on. I can save it till later. I just asked the question. Reduce funding for Waiwhakariki by $2 million in the first 3 years. I was just wondering about the implications for that on the predator-proof fence.
Don't know. I would imagine we're not investing heavily in predator-proof fence in the short term.
Yes, I can respond to that, Chair. The predator-proof fence will continue. It is subject to external funding that will come through. So there may be a little bit of a slowdown, but it will certainly commence in year 1 and through into year 2. The overall reduction in budget that we're proposing is really just stretching out a lot of the activity over a broader period of time.
Okay. And can you just tell me what the remaining budget in the first 3 years is?
Yes, it's as we've said about the predator fencing. Year 2 will be soft release of aviaries and habitat needs that are required to introduce the native species into the park. And year 3 will include some site development for including the path networks.
Sorry, could you tell me the number left in the budget for each year for the first 3 years?
Yeah, good point. It's folded over on my sheet. $660,000 in the year 26-27.
Okay.
Base budget.
Yep.
And
I just
then,
wanted to establish that. Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. So I'm not going to debate it. We will debate the additions that are proposed, but not the base. So shall we go to the vote if there's no debate? Everybody, please. Thank you.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, there's a couple of proposed motions. One. Oh, yes.
We've got
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you. Apologies. James, you're far too quiet. You should just at least make a loud
Yeah, the short answer is that the rates rise to balance the books in 3 years has gone up to 16.5%. Tracy, is there anything you want to say above that? No.
Does that answer your full question? How much in dollar terms have we put back in? 1.7 million. Okay. For the first year. Okay. At the end of the day, of course, we'll wrap all that up from the modelling. I know you're going to go away and do detailed modelling across the years. Now, as an additional motion, Councillor Casey Cox without a second, yes?
Yeah, this one.
Which is now on the table, on the screen. Sarah seconds. So this is now the addition of 345,000 in the years 1 to 3, over 3 years. Carrot Park tree expectations. So you want to talk to that, Anna? Just in terms of intent.
Yeah, so the intent basically is to, I guess, resource this work because it is effectively a health and safety issue. We don't know what park trees we have, the state of them, and the potential risk they hold for us in terms of an extreme weather event or, basically in terms of that. So we have reduced the budget for the first 3 years just to, or the motion does, just to basically do the bare minimum, which is inspections and any particular
Frozen. She's frozen.
things that are identified would get dealt with.
You did freeze for a bit in that last sentence. Could you want to just...
Is that enough?
You were halfway through your
it's
last...
basically identifying high-risk trees, high-risk trees and doing the reactive maintenance required.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions? I do have one, if not. Questions? I have a question, Maria, presumably. Huh? So, what?
345 per annum or 345
Per annum for 3 years is the way I...
And then 690 per year for 7 years.
Because that's already, yeah. So it ramps up after that. It's a slow start type thing. Maria, can you, I know that there's been a bit of passion to do a tree strategy, but in terms of our most ageing, biggest trees, there's nothing done to identify when the end of life is coming around?
So our current level of service around trees is prioritised based on risk, and at the moment what that looks like is that our street tree network has regular routine inspection and maintenance. So they're on a list, the team would go on a 1 or 2 year rotation to look at them, identify any maintenance that's required and follow up with that maintenance. There's about 40,000 street trees. Our park tree network is on reactive maintenance only. So that means that we only go to a park tree if a resident or a member of staff reports a problem. So either the tree has failed, a branch has come down, or something's looking like it needs further inspection.
And then with the experience that we've had in recent times with various cyclonic weather events, was it your experience that most of the trees, the large trees that were of risk to the public, did they come down in parks or did they come down on streets?
It would have been a mix of both, Mayor Paula.
So
the difficulty is that you actually can't predict what's going to happen in extreme weather events. So this is a risk appetite question for council. Are they comfortable with the current level of a service, or is there a desire to have a better understanding of what our park tree network looks like and what risks may be associated with that?
Work being done to assess the risk to life or property from this?
Well, that is what this funding would enable.
It will be identifying trees that if they fell could fall on someone, a car or a piece of property?
Yeah, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. The question, so just because you've got a big tree next to a property doesn't mean you have risk. That tree could be perfectly sound and good health, and an arborist would say there's no reason why they would expect that tree to fall.
And that was the case with Cambridge, wasn't it, where that had a horrible fatality. They said they had inspected the tree and did not expect it to fall.
And I guess the saving grace for Waipawa District Council in that respect is that they did have good records and data on their tree, and they could produce those records.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Oh, and do we know, and given that how old Hamilton is, do we have an understanding of the number of really aged trees of a type that you wouldn't expect? Because I remember asking about some chestnut trees and were told they probably had 5 to 10 years left in their life.
We've got really good data on our street tree network as a result of our maintenance programs. We don't have good data in respect of our park tree network.
Thank you, Doke. Thank you.
Maria, just to be helpful, could you just tell the elected members, the 345 and the 690, and there's 3 activities mentioned in the resolution. How much of it is physical works compared to the inspections and the data capture stuff?
So there'd be around $90,000 associated with a staff member and vehicle equipment to carry out the inspections, and the balance would be contractors and equipment to remedy any issues they find.
Cool, thank you. Is this something that would be wrapped up in that resilience and climate resilience and extreme weather fund? No.
Potentially, but it doesn't actually only relate to extreme weather.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor Paula, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the overall total for the 10-year period. I personally don't find these sorts of motions helpful because it doesn't necessarily tell me what the quantum is. Am I right? It's nearly $6 million over 10 years?
Somebody would have to do the math on 345 for 3 years and then 690 for the balance.
Per year for the balance of...
Yeah.
Okay.
5.865 million.
Nearly $6 million. Okay. Over 10 years.
Okay, cool. Let's go to the debate.
Okay.
Anna?
Yep. So basically I'm proposing this motion not because I want to spend more money, but because I'm really concerned about the risk that our trees in parks, when we don't know what we've got and what state they're in, pose to us in the event of extreme weather in particular, because we know that we're in for more of that going forward. So we have attempted to reduce the costs in the first 3 years with Maria's advice on what that could look like. We know that potentially if we don't look after our trees, limbs break off and they potentially get caught up and block culverts and lead to all sorts of troubles. And we don't want that, I don't believe. And we've had conversation already today about the importance of civil defence. And I think our mayor said earlier, weather always wins and trees come down. And we need to mitigate so that we know which trees are at risk, which trees if they are likely to come down before they hurt someone. Those are the kinds of things that this money enables, and I don't consider it to be a big expense for the risk that it seeks to mitigate. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to debate? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm sorry, I have to say I believe the cheese has fallen off the cracker. If we're at the stage of wanting to add nearly $6 million on OPEX for this, we're in serious strife. The reality is, as has been proven so often, you could actually do an inspection, have the person agree that the tree is in absolute expert health, and then the branch falls off the next day, and you've still spent the $6 million. We are in a financial crisis. We are borrowing to keep the lights on, and we're wanting to spend $6 million in OPEX, so we have to borrow it to check the trees. No, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Angela.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Wilson on this one. I'm struggling to comprehend how a city the size of us and the age of us has that this work isn't built into budgets as business as usual. I mean, we talk about being a garden city for decades, and this is a new project and a new spend. I'm struggling to I'm really struggling to understand why this work just doesn't happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Look, I won't speak for long because my sentiments were similar to the last two speakers. I just find it's a little late in the piece to be adding a sum like this to the budget. I've supported a number of things that speak to risk and our avoidance of risk, and looking after what we've got. But I'm not going to support this one. The nature of a crisis budget is that some things aren't going to make the cut. And if you were proposing 100k, I would look seriously at it. But no, sorry, I'm not going near this one.
Councillor Thompson.
Propose an amendment. No, I can't. Damn it, I can't. Never mind. Can someone else like to propose an amendment? I'd like to suggest in my debate that somebody else proposes an amendment for 90,000 a year for the next 3 years to at least enable us to get a gauge of what risks we do face with some of the trees and then staff can come back to this council if they see that there is urgent need for funding to do the remedial work itself. So I will leave that for someone if they would wish to. But to respond to my good friend Councillor O'Leary's comments around why don't we do this already, I'm pretty sure we did do this, and it was one of the things that got cut a lot back with Mayor Hardacre's slash and burn budget. And at that point, from memory, the proactive maintenance for street trees was also cut. That was brought back in because of the higher risk that posed, particularly high risk that posed, but we've never actually reinstated the original budget for this. And so we've gone years without inspecting basically any of our park trees unless somebody has called up and said, I'm worried it's going to fall on my house, or it has fallen over. So that wasn't a choice from staff, that was a choice around this table a number of years back.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
And it looks like?
I believe Councillor Thompson summed up my amendment very well in the debate.
90,000.
90,000, yeah.
Pardon? 90,000 for
Years
1, 2 and 3.
I'm happy, sorry. Mayor Paula?
Oh, wait, and I'm just getting a procedural point.
I'd like governance to rule on whether or not a foreshadow amendment can now be cast when in fact the debate has already started to take place.
It can if you haven't already spoken.
In which case, in good governance, I would suggest you'd have to let everybody re-debate the foreshadowed amendment because we haven't.
What did we do yesterday with Kesh? Because Kesh put forward a foreshadowed amendment
Facts get in the way.
Okay, hang on. Let's just get the standing orders on this one. As I understand it, Amy, and I want you to tell us outright, because Louise had not spoken, she had every right to
I had not yet debated.
Amendment. Do we normally then allow the re-debating? Is that part of the standing orders?
It's somewhat at the discretion of the chair as to the exact process that we follow.
To be honest, I'm not going to die in a ditch over it, so if people want to debate the foreshadowed amendment, they can. If you would like to further debate it, I'm saying you can.
I haven't debated it at all yet.
Oh, well, then you're lucky. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I have actually.
Yes, you did. If you would like to debate further, I'm giving you the... through the chair's discretion, excuse me, councillors, let's get on. Through the chair's discretion, I'm saying if you have already debated once, but you would like to talk to the foreshadowed amendment, you're welcome to. And let's move on.
Can I just clarify that the amendment doesn't include the 690 a year for 4 to 10? It's just 90,000 for 3 years. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question of the amendment then. Where did the 90,000 come from?
It's a staff member
Staff.
for inspections.
It's one staff member.
Staff member to carry out inspections.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do the database.
Okay. Who's next for debate?
Louise?
Oh, Louise, do you want to debate?
Yes? Am I allowed to debate?
Yes.
Am I allowed to speak about my amendment?
Yes.
Great. So I put forward this amendment because I was listening to the debate of my colleagues, and I do appreciate that, you know, the quantum in the motion is a lot to stomach. It is, you know, we are in, you know, challenging times financially, but again, this work is really important. Trees form part of our city that is ours to look after, and is part of, you know, the green infrastructure or the leafy infrastructure that I do think that we should look after. And I do think that Councillor Thompson made some really pertinent points about the impact that previous budgets have had on us being able to do this work. So I just think that this is, to me, critical and core infrastructure for our city for us to look after, and I hope that this is a compromise between the original amount and something that might be a little bit more stomachable for other councillors to support.
Anybody else in the debate? In the debate, I might say a couple of things just to say that for forecasting, I'm going to go along with that $90,000. I don't want to keep adding things, but considering that we've added quite a lot more than this throughout the whole day and a half already on other things, I think that 90% for one staff member to look at what, in their judgment, they see as the most critical park spaces makes sense. If people don't like it, they can submit in the public forum, or they can support it in the public forum. But this is for modelling. I'm happy for it to go in.
Paula, I have a question of, because I've seen the motion just change again as you were speaking. So can I ask a question of staff? I hate to do that because I know we've commenced debate, but you've permitted a foreshadowed amendment. The motion has just changed again.
Has it just changed again?
Yeah. Yeah. The
The
amendment just changed again. They removed a whole series of words.
Because the 90,000 didn't cover it. Yeah.
I agree, but it materially changes what was up there.
What were the words that were removed?
About actually doing physical work. The 90 grand is only for inspections.
Which is really important.
Okay. So yes, to be clear, our staff then, because it is a change.
So could staff explain to me, for the 90,000, we're going to get a trained arborist. Well, what are we going to get for the 90,000 for each year for the 3 years?
You're going to get a trained arborist, and he or she will have a vehicle and a database, like tablet in the field, to record their findings and data on what trees are where. We anticipate there's around 100,000 park trees, so it will take a while.
We add those into our database so that we've got a record of all of the trees, which we don't currently have.
And their condition.
Yep. And their condition, which would then give us the information that Councillor Thompson was talking about, to be able to come back and advise on what the risks are. Of course, during those inspections, if we found a tree was imminently dangerous, we would have to address that at the time.
Just as there is right now.
Yeah, just as there is right now, we've got two avenues. One is a request to the CE for unbudgeted expenditure, or if it is over his delegation, it would be a request to council.
Okay, I don't...
Thank you.
Angela.
Sorry, but when you say imminently dangerous, why wasn't this in the base budget then?
Because it is a question for council about what their risk appetite is in this space. At the moment, I can't tell you what risk exists because we don't have the data. So the amendment from Louise is intending to capture that data and for us to provide that information to you.
And because what went into the base was current level of service, and this was a change in the level of service.
Okay.
Level of service being we do some tree inspections in the base budget. In the current level of service, we do some.
We do, as Maria has said, we do the street trees, we don't do the park trees. We used to do the park trees and it got removed in the 2012 budget. So this is just highlighting, this is about the park trees.
Status quo is.
That's several budgets ago, not under me. Okay, look, we understand enough about it. We've understood unless you've got a question that hasn't been asked, Ewan, because, yeah.
I do apologise, but this is late.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, in our parks, there will be SNAs and there will be significant clusters of trees where people don't walk. It's you look. And so I'm trying to understand the risk. If they don't walk in the trees and they're just there, what's the risk? The tree's going to fall down into the forest and do what trees have done for 1 million years?
There will be a section of our park tree network that does look like that, Councillor Ewan. There's also a large portion of our park tree network that is adjacent to property and or paths and busy walking tracks.
Thank you. So of the 100,000 trees that you say we have approximately, how many of them are standing on their own in the middle of where public areas are on a park versus in SNAs and forested areas where people don't walk?
That is exactly the point, Councillor Ewan. I'm not able to give you that information.
So I think we're quite clear about this. This is a fundamental part of the strategy. Let's go back to debate. So we've had a number of debaters. I did invite you if you want to debate again. Otherwise, is there any other further debate? Was I in the middle of my debate? I felt like I was. But it's fine. I'm going with this one. Thank you. All right, let's go to right of reply. Dare we go there? Anna, yeah, dare we? Anna, have you got something you must say in terms of right of reply? Off you go.
No, I'm just going to say that the amendment looks good.
Excellent. All right, so we're going to the vote. We go on the vote of the amendment first. Yeah. Excellent. That took a bit longer than I had hoped for. Oh, sorry. I have.
One more.
Hang in there, Angela. Okay, there's...
Sahang vote.
Oh, what? Okay, I'm going to go for status quo, which is not having any money in, and hope, well, you know, leave it to the public for submission. We'll vote on the motion, which is consistent with what I did last time. We'll vote on the motion. Oh, okay, that's weird.
Oh, sorry.
What are you doing, Ewan?
I voted the wrong way. I admit it.
Okay, let's reset. I forgot, of course, we've got to go to the motion. We said no to the... We voted on the amendment, that was lost. Can you reset, please? Yes. Reset, now we're voting on the motion.
We've recorded it.
Councillor Thompson. Councillor Sarah, if you could vote, please.
On the motion. Yeah, we're voting on the motion.
The motion's lost with 10 against and 2 for.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to public toilet improvements. It's been withdrawn. Okay, let's move on to priority 5, the Green City. And you've got the motion at the top, which is catching all of the staff-based recommendations, attachment 7, attachment 11 and table 27. We've done that for each of the outcome areas. I'm not going to discuss or debate. Well, we can discuss. You can ask your questions, but I'm not going to debate Any questions on that one? Any discussion? No, right, no debate. Let's go to the vote. Oops.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Right, and now we come to a couple of additions, or matters not included. The first one is the automation of strategic bulk ring main valves.
That's been removed.
That has also been removed. Excellent. Motion around matters not included in the base budget. Operating expenditure change request not with the exception of what? This is just a holding, this is just wrapping up all the exception and changes that we've made, and isn't it, pretty much?
Yeah. Just for this one, I did want to put in an adjustment. There has been some matters that are no longer in those tables because we've moved them earlier. So that's why we've got at the end in red. My suggestion is with the exception of any changes made during this meeting, to try and tidy that up a little bit.
That makes sense to me. I don't need to debate it. Are there any questions? No, let's go to the vote. You don't want to debate it, Angela? Nope. Thank you. Someone's passed on their cough. Kapai.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay, going now on to renewals and compliance, and because Angela is going for an increased budget at this point in time, I have no seconder. If there is a seconder.
I'll second that, just to keep the original draft.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so mine is essentially the staff proposal as outlined with attachments 7 for the base budget. So that's all straightforward. Angela, do you want to outline the intent of yours?
We questioned this, was it yesterday? And I was a little confused by the answers because in the report it clearly says that that the base budget was a high risk, but as me Paula said in the tea room, what did you say? Is it a high risk, low probability? What's the reality? Because I don't think anybody should accept a high risk of water assets failing, footpaths failing, roads failing. So maybe it's in the translation of the report. And where's the, sorry.
It's page 131.
131. That's right.
Excuse me, can we address
I'll pick that one up.
Because the report is not good reading.
Yeah. So look, we've put forward a base funding, which provides the lowest possible funding level that would maintain our assets to a basic standard. There's not much resilience in there for things that may go wrong. So it's certainly not a budget that's going to run our assets into the ground, but there's not much resilience as things change. So I think we've found over the last 3 years that things do change pretty quickly, and we've been able to deal with them in the last 3-year program. But I don't think that we'll have that resilience for this 3-year program.
So, sorry, Chris, explain to me what your definition of resilience is.
That we have sufficient budgets that we can intervene to deal with unexpected asset deterioration.
Yeah.
You know, things like Ranfurly Gully was a big one last year. Now that was so big that we've taken it out and brought it to council and got a separate decision on that. But in a portfolio of assets, these things are happening all of the time where assets shouldn't fail because their birthday age and condition assessment says they're fine. But then something happens and they do fail and we've got to fix them. So we don't have a lot of resilience in the budget to deal with that risk of that happening.
And so I guess then what I mean, you've always got the choice, right, of coming, if we've got asset management plans that monitor our assets across the city. You can always come to council like we did with the river water thing. And that was, I mean, the Western Bulk Water Main. What's the probability of, say, I mean, it says here, failure to keep up with renewals of our wastewater assets, safety impacts, poor environmental public health. What's the probability then?
I think it would be a high probability. That's why we've put it there. That's why we put high, medium, low. I think just, you know, we've had quite a bit over the last 3 years, so I expect that we will, we could have that happening in the next 3 years. It's a little bit of unknown. It is a risk conversation. But you know, we've put it at a very optimum level, the base renewals.
An optimum level? No.
We've put it at a very low level, just to that doesn't have a lot of contingency in there to deal with that risk.
It's not.
So your mitigation would be right if council didn't elect this one. We would be monitoring on a continual basis, and we can come back to council. We know that. We've come back to you on some really big ones that we couldn't fit within the budget, and you've approved extra funding to do those. But sometimes, quite often, with the delegations you give us, we're just managing within the budget to deal with those unexpected issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's if in the report it's got preferred, so the staff report have gone for option 2A. I'm on page 131 of Diligent. That is the extra 27.5 million over those 3 years. Do we know, do you have a high level idea of exactly where that 27.5 million would have gone if we include it? Or is it just generally across the portfolio?
It would be generally across the portfolio, because what we've done for every activity, we're asking every activity to squeeze, to reduce their request equally. But the nature of the dynamic renewals is we're just continually monitoring that and maybe swapping between activities.
Sorry.
In your best expert advice, Chris, should we be going for option 2A and adding in that 27.5?
Our preference would be yes, but at the same time, I'm telling you, with that ability to come back to council, we could manage at the 305, but I expect that we will be back to council, and then you'll have the problem of fitting that into your financial strategy at that time, I think.
Any other questions on this? No? Okay.
Yeah, look, I've been trying desperately hard to try to get the answer, but I've not been able to. I wonder if David or Tracy could now turn their mind, or maybe the mover, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Thompson. The 27,500,000 in additional funding, I note you've split it over a number of years, and that makes the normal calculation of new debt to work out costing slightly more complex than the normal matrix. Could you tell me what the necessary rate increase will be to cover that 27.5 million?
No, but what I can do is tell you that the first $5 million in interest alone would cost $250,000. The next thing I can tell you is that because this is assets, it would increase the depreciation going forward in the years after that. And then the third thing I can tell you is that this now eats into our debt to revenue ratio. So we will be hitting the limit of what that will be. So the only way to get that back and to get that below where we need it to be will be to increase your rates. What that is, I can't tell you right now, because it all depends on all the other decisions that we still have to come.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we do understand that. We understand.
I fully understand, but I'm This really concerns me.
Right, cool.
High
So-
risk.
So we go into
It's good governance.
debate. I am the mover around this, and there again, in terms of this area of work, my intention was for staff to bring me the base budget that kept the city functioning. And Chris, I think, just said that that's exactly right. What he did note was that should something potentially not as degrade or go wrong, our resilience to pick that up is quite low. What he also noted, however, was there were processes in which that could occur if that happens. I do actually take on board what Deputy Mayor is getting at with her line of questioning, though, is what less risk are we prepared to take on core assets, renewals and renewals, because we've been there, done that, got the T-shirt before with renewals and compliance. Having said that, I'm still promoting the base budget in confidence that should something come up, we've got the annual plan and we've got other variations through committees in which to deal with this. But it is actually a reasonably substantial amount, with that 5 million relating in 1 year. That 5 million would be approximately 2% on the rates. So that's not inconsequential. So that's why I'm sticking with the motion that I proposed in putting this budget forward. Thank you. Councillor Bidder. Oh, yes, sorry. Please, is that okay, Councillor Bidder? Angela goes next.
Yeah, look, this gives me no pleasure at all, but if ever there was looking after what we've got, our wastewater assets, when I read, damage to private infrastructure, stormwater failure, lack of resilience, transport deterioration, this is just goes to the absolute core, and I just think it's, I hope it would not be needed, but it goes to the foundation of everything that we should be doing, and basic looking after what we've got, and the level of risk that not having this 27.5 million in there, according to the advice in the staff report, and it is what the staff are saying is preferred, it's just not a level of risk I'm comfortable with. But it honestly gives me no pleasure to be adding something like this. I would forego everything else that we've done over the 2 days if we to do this. So there might be some winding back a little bit of things at the end of this process, because nobody wants to put the rates up even more, but I also don't want major assets failing. And I guess the long-term cost of a major asset failing as well could cost us so much more in the long term, in the long run as well. I don't know. It's just, this is the kind of stuff that keeps me awake at night.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. And Deputy Mayor O'Leary. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'm with Angela on this. When we started the workshops on the LTP, I did talk about being honest, and this is the purpose of all this is budgeting. This money is really a contingency. If things don't break, we don't have to spend it, but shit happens. And over such a large portfolio, it's absolutely certain that lots of stuff will break. Hopefully nothing big, but this is a realistic amount of contingency. So we need to budget for it. That's the honest thing to do. And if that means the rates rise, well, we have to be honest about that. And yes, that is painful, but if we don't, then going back later to ask for more money from citizens, or to do the dishonest thing of just covering it by more borrowing, which we can't do unless we raise the rates, we have to include this.
Thank you, Councillor Bitter. Councillor Thompson.
I think Councillor Bitter spoke well on this, and just to address a comment made earlier, this is CapEx, so it's, but we may need to increase the rate slightly in that first year to create the headroom for this, although those items that have already been added in may already partially do that in terms of that additional rates that would need to cover that anyway. But there's two things that I think need to be considered here. Firstly, are we looking at false savings if we don't do this? Because these things will need to be renewed at some point. We're pushing it out a little bit further. What we'll probably do is leave a bigger problem for the next council, and just like for some of our elected members who have come here and had the most depressing long-term plan that anyone might imagine, we'll probably just lump that on to the next council too if we defer things that we know are actually really important to renew, to fix, and we just keep sweating and stretching and all of that. But also, some of us around the table were spoke very strongly about trying to make sure we got inflation forecasting right, so that we made sure we were actually budgeting, or at least we forecasting for real expenditure, not kind of hoping for the best. And I worry that if we don't do this, you know, we are kind of hoping for the best, right? We're hoping that nothing fails that we don't expect to fail, or nothing needs improving that we don't expect to. And so we're almost certainly going to have staff come back to us, and then we're looking at unbudgeted expense. So it's not like we're not going to spend the money anyway. At least this way we're rating for it and we're being honest and forecasting for it. The alternative is we have the things break later down the track, and then when it's unbudgeted, it's not a real saving. So thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
This issue is why I and others desperately tried yesterday to get some meaningful savings of projects that were important, but were not, in my opinion, incredibly important. And so we've spent a lot of money on, my words, good to have, nice to haves, and then when it comes to the sharp end, we are justifying additional expenditure under the narrative, oh, this is urgent. And so I remind colleagues who have said how important this is, how it's our core, you're right, but I wish that had been top of mind when making earlier spending decisions. Can I also point out that in my 20-odd years that I've been in this chamber, probably the debate I remember the most was one with Mr. Chris Allen over the issue of risk appetite. And in fact, I took a cautionary approach, and he convinced me and my colleagues that when he did the risk analysis, he felt confident enough that he'd got the odds about right. Do you remember that? And so when Chris has prepared a draft budget, based on the analysis and his expertise, he's given it to the Mayor and said, this is fit for purpose. This is safe. Oh yeah, I would like more. In an ideal world, I need more. But with all of my expertise, this is my base. And so why we now suddenly feel that we should know more, I think is unfortunate. My last point is, sorry, I was waiting because I thought Sarah was going to press her button and do a point of order. My final point is this. I will note with interest that there's a narrative around setting the rates, and if this is successful, and I'll respect the democratic process, but I hope that we have all the confidence of our convictions and our spending to at least set a rate that will pay for our spending. and not try to hide in the herd immunity concept of just borrowing more. That's the last point.
And wait, was just that we didn't just feel that this needed to be in. There's actually the preference, as Mr. Chris Allen said, was to take the medium risk option, and that preference is also highlighted in the report, which is what we base that off of. So,
I'm going to rule in favour of Ewan standing by his comments that you're right, there were options presented to us, but he is also right that in terms of the very basic core budget that we asked about, whether this was fit for purpose, we were also given that assurance. So I'm just going to rule that way. Thank you for raising it, though. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. Look, throughout this day and a half, I've tried to support things that are close to our premise of looking after what we've got and limiting risk, as well as things that I think are of strategic value, or if there's an opportunity cost of. And so to me, this falls on the side of looking after what we've got. And I think that's why there was probably some anger yesterday over some elements of the Transport Capital Program. In regard to the priority, I think for me is looking after what we've got before we add new things in. Because this is our basic responsibility, and I don't think I'm doing my job here today unless I support this. I don't feel comfortable about leaving this sort of stuff to chance, so I will be supporting it, the amendment.
Thank you very much. Okay, right of reply. I have listened, I have heard the arguments. It is quite frustrating to be given a base and then to have it challenged that it's actually the base and that the base was something else, so that I take on board what Ewan says in that, because that's happened a number of times throughout the day. Now, we always knew we had options and choices. This is core infrastructure. I'm going to stick with my vote at the moment, because the other point I do want to raise, although I don't think the points that you've made are off beam at all, you're quite right, it's all about risk. We are entering a new era, in fact, where we don't even know. You mentioned a number of water assets, Deputy Mayor. We don't actually know who or what or why is going to happen in terms of the long-term managing of our water. So we've really only got 2 years to concern ourselves at this point in time. We'll have time to adjust in the LTP. I have confidence in the processes of identifying something before it becomes critical and being able to respond within our budgets. But there's not a lot of room here. If this is for modelling, so I guess those who are interested in greater renewals and compliance will, between now and the final number, do some having a consider what that means in terms of the modelling. Let's go to the vote. On the amendment, please.
The motion's carried, noting 10 for and 3 against.
Okay, cool. Now we go to the, that amendment becomes a substantive motion and we vote on that, please. Mm-hmm.
The amendment is a substantive motion.
The motion's carried, noting 12 for and 1 against.
Okay, thank you. We now come to other matters, U2W. Councillor, the about the considering asset sales. Has that been moved and seconded? It has been. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was. It's fairly straightforward and apparent what it means. So it's just a continuation of the work that's happening to see if there are any assets that we can sell and which ones or which commercial value we can garner from some of our assets. So.
From the workshop, we asked for a standing watch and review of our shareholding in the airport as an asset for potential sale. In the same way, we've noted looking for buildings, etc. Could you as the mover include, a standing watch on the sale, including shares in the airport?
So that's across the 10-year period, did you say?
Yeah.
I don't think that's harmful, Angela.
Oh, am I seconding this?
No, just Ewan's asked for if we're open to an amendment to keeping a watching brief over the value of our airport assets over the 10-year. Doesn't mean we will sell them, it just means we'll just keep watching closely. I don't think that's an issue. Happy to include that? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, you had a question, didn't you? Yeah.
I was just wondering if, just in the lease of vacant areas, so that's staff to continue working vacant areas of the municipal building. That's only in the short term though, isn't it, Lance? Because there's the other work going on. You know my views around.
Correct, yeah, and Nick's got that bit of work underway, so that'll come back to council in due course.
And I was just wondering, in terms of Councillor Wilson's addition about keeping a watch on the airport, and this would be possibly for a longer term, whether that would include or could include in the future Well Energy Trust as well as a capital holder. That's coming up in the not too distant future to relook at.
I'm happy to incorporate that.
So I would really like to understand, could be $100 and something million. So start that conversation. We wouldn't have it done in time for this LTP, but I think if
it would be over the long term too.
It would be over the long term, but it's a possibility that we haven't discussed before.
Is there any vehemently opposed staff and give with a good rationale why that should not be included as something to keep a watch over in the next 10 years?
That's appropriate. I mean, the well, I think it was well, it's 2073. 2073, I think it's.
Yeah, something like that.
I think it's worded as just an annual watch. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Amy, have you got that sort of?
I'm just looking towards Nicholas.
The lawyer.
Doesn't mean it can't be wound up.
Okay. Any other questions while we're waiting for those to be added? Okay, done.
Seconded it.
It's me and Angela.
Oh, cool.
It's a suite with everything else. Have you got the Well Energy Trust in there? included, Angela? Is that what you?
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
Okay, so we'll go into, no question, we'll go into debate, won't be very long in my view. Just in terms of this one, I think it was right for us to consider all other sources of revenue, and that included potentially selling or upvaluing some assets. Unfortunately, once we started looking into it, there wasn't much there. The cupboards were bare, with previous councils having already sold off the easier bits. It's not also a very good time to sell right now. What we do have, we've had a little bit of a basic market assessment of that, and been told that that wouldn't be a wise thing to do. But we have to keep it under review, and we have to look for ways of making our assets work harder and harder, and that's why I'm in favour of leasing vacant areas of the municipal building, as we've previously discussed, and I won't go into a great explanation of how the 9th floor normally has 4 people on it at the very most of the time. Just drop it in there. But yeah, look, we have to make all our assets work as hard as they can. Just noting, of course, that the Municipal Endowment Fund is doing some great work leveraging some of the assets that we have and some of the opportunities that we have. So we've got to remember that. There is also other ways of getting an economic return. That's me, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I support this motion. I particularly support it on the basis that we are keeping a watch on the opportunity to sell assets to help fund our predicament. To be honest, I was totally disappointed that I didn't have enough support around the table to take a crack at selling down some of the airport. I accept the argument about timing, but I felt that there was a lost opportunity cost that wasn't factored into things like managing a bit of our debt headroom and things like buying strategic land that would have paid better dividends. But I'm simply one vote around the table. At least this motion keeps that in focus, and it continues to highlight. It continues to highlight that although the narrative has been recently, gosh, we shouldn't be selling the silver, an alternative to selling all the silver is to stop spending. The alternative to selling the silver is to balance our books. The way to solve not having to sell the silver is not having to borrow to pay electricity. The way to avoid having to sell the silver is not to go into an annual plan process and simply add millions of dollars to a draft budget, as we've done today. This one resolution recently added 27 million. Up until then, we'd, I think, added a couple of million. So we're certainly embracing the mantra of spend, spend, spend.
Thank you. Anybody else for debate? Being none, let's go to the vote. There you go.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay, so then we go on to, which one are we on now? Parking? Parking? Parking.
Which has had some changes.
So let's get the changes up. Huh? So, we need to highlight any changes that have been made. So,
Hold on.
No, it's not ours.
No,
it's Ewan's.
Councillor Wilson and yourself, Mayor Pillay.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's the Mayor and me.
But Don't make me the mover. No, other way around. Oh, God.
Do you want to hear this?
Okay, so Councillor Wilson, do you want to talk to this, and then I can make a few comments about why I've withdrawn the other one.
Just briefly, this was a pragmatic attempt to ensure sufficient support around the council table to transition to introduce paid parking in the CBD. The reason it talks about introducing this in year 2 is to give businesses at least a year into the new LTP, or some 18 months from today, to prepare for it. It also separates fringe parking with central business district parking. I think that's all I need to say as an intro. I'll leave the rest for debate, Your Worship.
Having, and just to let you know, having discussed with all parties in the break, I was happy to remove and having heard feedback, happy to move the CBD as being the first cab off the rank for the withdrawal, for the implication, for putting on parking charges. Can you see, I'm starting to get tired now. So this makes more sense to me, but we'll talk about that in debate.
I have one question.
Question? Yeah.
And it's to staff, and I'm hoping our parking people are here, or Evelisa. And it's just for detail, and I wonder, subject to the answer, I may want to add an extra sentence to the motion. Is it correct that the equipment that would enable charging for parking in the CBD could be ready by the 1st of July 2024?
Correct, that's funded in the 23-24 annual plan.
Thank you. Is it best practice that even if we're not charging for that first year, that we require people who have parked in the so-called 2-hour free parking, not just to park their car and walk away, but park their car and go to the machine, add their number plate and details, and that will then enable us to capture and then prosecute anyone who parks for more than 2 hours without the need for people walking around putting chalks on tyres.
In regards to best practice, the way that our city will operate will be that when you park, you do self-validate, is what we call it, that you put your number into the kiosk, which will then mean that the person parking is striking the time when they park, which will replace further technologies that we currently have in place in the manual form.
So, Mayor Paula, on base of that information and the technology and clarification, I'd like to add a sentence that says, in year 1, however, to participate in the 2-hour, and I hate to use the word free because it's not, because it's ratepayer subsidised parking, but in those first 2 hours, they have to, what do you call it?
Self-validate, or enter in your number plate.
To exercise that privilege, because then that makes our ability to monitor them, enforce it, and get the turnover we need. Correct. So could the Boffins work out how I could add that sentence? And that's the only question I had.
Okay. Can somebody suggest how that is captured? Is that an operational matter? Is that what you would be expecting to happen anyway, or were you?
Correct. It's a note. It can be a note if staff.
So the current two hours free parking offer was a park and walk away offer, and so it would be good to clarify that with some wording in
So the current 2-hour parking relies on somebody going past and realise it, having read a number plate with a, and
Yes.
noticing they've been
Having
there.
our wardens
Yep.
validating those cars, and the technology will replace that.
So we would, so I think we'd say in year one, we would change it to,
Are there any practical implications of that, Evelisa?
no, we just,
No, it's just making sure that we capture the app that can be used as well as the kiosk. So it is about self-validating for parking and making sure that that's just clear.
Yeah.
Which I can work on the wording
Can you work
if there's
on the
no more
wording?
questions.
Are there any more questions in the round? Because otherwise I propose a 5-10 minute, well, 5 minutes stretch your legs. And you to do the wording, please.
Why don't we just adjourn it?
We are, we're adjourning for an afternoon tea break. Oh, that just came out very kind of trendy, didn't it? Okie doke, people. So there's been a bit of collaboration, go figure, on some of this stuff. So let's have a look at the motion now, as it's
momentarily coming up on your screen.
and Ewan can explain what has been occurring, what is occurring.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Paula. There has been a small amendment. The original...
Sorry, hang on. Can I just ask you to James, just to James Morrison. Yeah.
Or as
How
I
does
like
that
to
go?
call him, 10 Dowling Street.
Morrison something.
Sorry, what?
Was that? The Winnie the Pooh, James Morrison something. Yeah, I'll come back to you on that one.
No, we just wanted retention.
You told me off for being too quiet before. I can give you a update on the necessary rates rise to balance the books in 3 years, which is it's up to 16.6%.
Would it not be better to do this post this parking?
Well, we'll do it continuously as we go.
Okay. All right, well, because we need to go back
That
to all
includes
that.
this
Okay, let's
27
go
million.
with the parking, please, Ewan. Please explain what's going on.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. There's been a small alteration. You'll note that the charging for CBD parking actually comes into effect in year one, but as of January 2025, as opposed to July 2025. The logical explanation for that is staff recommended that it would be better to start the year fresh, that it enables businesses to prepare, come out of Christmas, and then that was to change. It also means that for about 6 months, those who were enjoying the 2 hours free would have been self-validating, getting used to the system, and should be ready to start making a contribution after that. That's it, Mayor Paula.
Okay, any questions on that? Because I think it's pretty self-evident. We will now go to debate. Oh, Anna, you have a question.
Sorry, yep, just, is it a question on the motion, is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
So just wanting to understand what the, I guess the lost revenue just from the delay, is the other staff able to just tell me what that is?
Staff. Hello? Hello. Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm over here. So based on that, my rough calculation on the 6 month is from the base budget would be a reduction of around $300,000, 310 in the first year.
Okay, so that's just, that would be lost revenue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We were going to debate with Councillor Wilson.
Staff are still trying to reflect something technical in the motion to do with the bid rate payment because we've split the year. You'll recall that the central business pays $145,000 a year.
Towards parking.
Yep, and so one assumes that it's going to be half that, but it may not be exactly half. Sorry, Trish.
Yes, thank you. That was just what I was talking to AJ about. So we can halve, obviously, what that rate is for the 6 months. However, the CBD, from a rating perspective, will still have something on their invoice for the whole year. We can't obviously just invoice for half a year and not the other half. It has to go through the whole year. So obviously when the parking come January, they're still going to get it and see it on their rates invoice. But the total overall collection will obviously be half of what we already have. So it's a little bit of a technicality, but again, just an awareness publicly so that they're not expecting to see it drop off.
I wonder,
sort of thing.
I wonder, Tracy, Councillor Ewan, whether we need to potentially split that B into two noting parts and talk about the parking trial on 1st of January and do a separate noting around the Central City rate being halved, and that finishes on
But
June.
still for the year.
Yeah.
So we could do the Central City, half their amount, but finishes on the 30th of June 2025,
So Mayor Paula, I apologise again. This is just a reflection of a dynamic situation where we're helpfully trying to fix one problem, and by doing so we've created another problem.
That's okay.
And we are on the run trying to get the wording right. So materially this doesn't change.
No,
the
it's just a
boffins will
technical-
find the right word
Boffin.
before we put it. What's that? Boffin. Well, that's an endearing reference.
Dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
Really, why?
I think it depends on the tone.
Okay. The wonderful staff experts will work on it.
Go to debate, because that can be sorted as we go before we take the final vote. But let's go to debate.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. In my approach to what is commonly referred to as the free 2 hours of CBD parking, I reject that characterisation. The appropriate narrative is ratepayer subsidise 2 hour parking. I also remind this chamber that this was initially introduced as an 8-month trial back in 2017. And this jolly trial has now cost us approximately $5.6 million in forgotten revenue that the ratepayer has had to fund. And here's the rubber hitting the road. It hasn't worked. Now, you could blame the fact that we haven't monitored it well, but the reality is the aspirational goal was that this was going to trigger considerable turnover of space. It didn't work. It's also fair to say that the data has shown no significant uplift in sales in the CBD as a result of the 2 hour ratepayer subsidised parking. Now, I accept that the business community will feel in the CBD aggrieved. Respectfully, it's like giving a kid who's 5 a can of Coke, letting them drink it and then take it away. They won't like it, but the reality is it's not sustainable. The reality is someone else was paying for it, and we've got to get the revenue back. We have been pragmatic by saying we're giving you roughly a year's warning from now on, and at least 6 months of continued ratepayer subsidised parking till the 1st of January 2025, when we will join the rest of New Zealand, the rest of the cities in New Zealand, and start charging for CBD parking.
Councillor Taylor.
I mean, Southgate. Look, I won't be supporting this, and I appreciate the intent of the motion to hold off for a period of time, but I still don't support it, and I still don't actually think it's the right thing to do. We want our CBD to thrive. Unfortunately, we as a council historically have allowed a situation where just up the road is a huge competing shopping centre, the Base, which erodes the CBD as a destination. Recognising that problem, in 2017 we brought in 2 hours free parking. Retailers support the plan and help to subsidise it. Why are we so desperate to get rid of it? We're talking about 333 shoppers' car parks here, half of what was originally in the plan. This is 333 shoppers' car parks in a very large CBD. It's actually a very small area. I dispute the notion that it needs to go and that it hasn't worked. I dispute the notion that it needs to go because we've reached 85% average occupancy. I simply don't believe that 2 hours free has been monitored as it needs to be. Imagine how well it will work once we actually have the resources and technology to monitor it the way it should be. And some people say it's foolish to suggest that not charging for parking will be an incentive. Well, my question is, why is it that businesses do that? Look at the Base, look at the sea of cars there every day, and they are foregoing this potential revenue every day, but they're happy to wear that cost. Why? because they know it does act as an incentive. It's about convenience. And it's very significant to me that we are placing so much emphasis on revenue here. The various ways we can extract money from shoppers, ping them for overstaying, hit them for regos and warrants. We're back to that punitive thinking again. That's the very reason we brought in 2 hours free in the first place. The only person who was happy about it was the parking manager because he had control. Other people weren't. We changed the perception, we welcome shoppers back in again, and from a PR point of view, I do think ditching it is not a clever move. So I just urge you to listen to the people and just think twice on this one. It's a small area of the CBD, it's not the whole CBD, it's a small area, a small shopping zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments made was disrespectful towards staff in regard to the parking manager.
Sorry, what
You
was
said something about the parking man. Well, I don't want to repeat it.
Okay, I didn't catch it in the whole scheme
Said
of things.
the only person happy with the situation before free parking, I assume, was the parking manager because he had control over the situation.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to rule in your favour, but I take on board and remind you, Jeff, that we don't attack people in our debate. We focus on the issue.
I didn't mean to say parking manager, I meant it's parking managers.
Okay, thank you. Just note that, you know, play the issue, not the people behind it.
I appreciate that.
All right, that's enough of that, though. Thank you. Let's move on. Councillor Hutt.
Today is a day of unusual partnerships in this chamber because I could not fault anything that Councillor Ewan said in his debate, but there was a small thing that I wanted to simply add to it. For me, the thing about parking is about it's a finite resource, you know, like many of the things that we have in this world, and good management of it is then critical. And for me, it comes down to the fact that the target was 85% utilisation of parking spaces. And what we've seen through the 2 hours free parking and all day paid parking is now it's generating more than 85% occupancy. And what this comes down to is if you want to come into the CBD, you can't find a park. And the proposal is, to the public is really this: would you rather free parking and you can drive around for 20 minutes and use up $3 worth of petrol trying to find a park? Or do you want to pay $3 and one is there when you need it? So for me, this is pretty straightforward in terms of both a responsible use of a finite resource, but also in terms of making sure that when people come to the CBD, they have a positive user experience, even if that is trading off the freeness or subsidy of a car park space versus, paying $3, but the ease of use of it being there. So that's really what this comes down to for me. And I really think it's important that we focus on the fact that this is demand responsive pricing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate?
I'm quite torn on this one because in my head I can see the suburban dweller popping into town to pick something up, and slightly contrary to what Councillor Louise said, sometimes you can get a park quite easily, and I've seen it and experienced it myself, so it's not overly arduous to track a park down. And the issue that we are really faced with is that we live in a city where people will drive around looking for that one car park because we drive cars and that's what we do, and it just seems to be a bit of a habit. But I'm really torn on it because I want the best of both worlds, but I don't know what that looks like. And I don't even know if my debate is making any sense, but I just wanted to express my support but also concerns, and I'm pleased that this is a situation where we can model this and then we can let our ratepayers tell us if this is what they want.
Councillor Thompson.
Paula, only one comment, that is Fortunately, the demand responsive parking actually does to some extent provide the best of both worlds, because when there is the high demand, it's charged a little more, and then when there's a low demand and it's easy to find that park, the charge is much lower at $1. So it does mean that it's trying to calibrate things to ensure that, you know, it's not charging too much when it's easy, but it's making sure you can find a park when it's busy. So.
Thank you. Any further debate? Might add a few words myself. What we do know is that it isn't always easy to find parking spaces, and you're right, sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't, and the parking demand responsive parking will be able to manage that better. But what I do want to say is, because it is for the purposes of marketing in this in the beginning, it's always been described as free parking. It's not actually free, it does come at a cost. It's subsidised by the wider ratepayer, subsidised by the CBD businesses. Prior to free parking, council generated about $600,000 annually, which we have been told now is potentially $800,000 or more. So we don't have, sadly, we just don't have a lot of sources of revenue. I wish we did. So the sources of revenue that we do have, I feel like we're obliged to fully explore. And this is an area where user pays, to some extent, can come in and ease the burden on the wider ratepayer. I'm not, I take on board what Jeff has said around the 300 spaces in the CBD, in that very centre. This motion that Ewan has worked collaboratively with his colleagues on looks at the fringe CBD parking first. And so this is the people who come in and stay there all day for $6 a day, which is incredibly cheap. There is no city in New Zealand that you could drive a car close to the CBD, park it all day for $6. None. I mean, I've looked. But as I say, I was always more favourable to going from the commuter parking in and giving the CBD businesses time to adapt, and all the other good work that is coming in around the CBD with more people coming to live, the theatre opening and a lot of other things will start to change that. So look, I'm going to put it in the budget for now, because I do think, and we will hear from people, guaranteed, because I do think it would be remiss of us to overlook a source of revenue like this. Anyone else want to speak? No? Okay. Huh? What?
Not required.
Right, a reply? No? Okay, let's go to the vote.
The motion's carried. 10 for and 2 against.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. I've got kind of all... Right, let's move on from the parking to the all-day fringe, to the parking. Okay, so as I've said, this is around the fringe parking, and I've already really spoken about... Pardon? No, it's already, well, it's already done, so let's leave it as is. But in terms of this, there's nothing more to add really, other than what's been had in the general debate. Any questions? Maxine?
The only question I had was in terms of rollout. In the past, we have done that on an area by area basis, so that there's the opportunity for staff to work up the things that need to be done to enable it. How might we enable this?
Evelise.
Oh, no, sorry.
No, good. I was going to ask staff, but then you...
Well, I was just going to refer to the document that staff are already in the midst of preparing a parking policy, pricing policy and implementation, and that it would come back through the Transport Committee of how we're going to do that. But
Do you want to add?
And in addition to Councillor Wilson, currently we're already rolling out the paid parking, so it would be done in exactly the same way and rolled out into the areas that are identified within the CBD and city fringes that the committees has already approved and council have already approved for those to be rolled out to. So exactly the same way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any debate? I don't propose to double debate it. Any other debate points? There being none, let's go to the vote.
The motion's carried, noting 11 for and 1 against.
We're all tired.
Do you want to
reset?
Yeah. Okay, reset.
The motion's carried unanimously.
There you go. Okay, let's move on to the Hamilton Central Business Association. Noting that number 2, Roman numerals number 2, proposes to extend into Hamilton East, but I understand. You got what? Oh, yeah, that's right. So we are no longer proposing to. Anyway, the short story is we're no longer proposing to extend to Hamilton East because the poll did not meet the threshold. So for modelling, we won't be doing it. And we're not proposed to do it for the modelling.
For the expansion.
For the expansion of the bid. Okay, are we fine with this? Where are we at? What are we waiting?
Okay, so there's only one motion and it incorporates Sarah's.
Do we need to jump over that one for a minute and come back to it? I propose we jump that one and come back to it in a minute because we need to use every minute that we've got wisely so that hopefully we get through things today and we can be free. Let's go to the... I will when it's properly written up.
It might be helpful if I explain it now.
Okay, go.
So there are 3 different parts of the, or there were previously 3 different parts of the bid motion. One is around the question of whether to extend to Hamilton East, which, as you say, now goes away as a substantive thing, but we're proposing a noting resolution to note the outcome of the poll and so on. The other thing, the second thing, is the removal of the 95% differential and gradually going to 100%. The third part, which seems to have fallen off in the motion that we just saw on the screen, but remains a separate decision that you need to make a decision on, is around the increase to the bid rate. So HCBA proposed that increases in line with the rates each year, capped at 5%. That was missing from that resolution. So it was in Mayor Paula's initial resolution. So.
How long is this going to take to pull it all up in one place? Okay, we're going to move on to come back to that. We're going to go to the targeted rates and just do the easier parts of those to begin with, noting the motion that staff will provide further advice on which costs can be paid for from the government compliance rate, so they're just working for the detail. And outside of that, approves the purposes, the introduction of a swimming pool safety inspection targeted rate that we had a lot of conversation about, and I'm not going to debate it. Are there any questions about that? Deputy Mayor? You got a question? No, you haven't.
Oh, sorry, no.
Okay. Okay, so that doesn't require debate in my view, both of those being straightforward, so we'll go to the vote on those.
Councillor Thompson. The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay, let's go on to the, unless that one's ready yet, no? Is it ready? Okay. Do you have it, is this correct, James, please?
Yeah, that's that. Yep.
Okay, do you see?
I wonder, oh, sorry. Sorry.
Back to that,
You've gone
sorry.
back. Yep.
Because let's just do it, it's done now.
Yep, yep.
So, are there any questions on that? Because if not, we're just going to get into debate.
No.
The bid, the HCBA stuff.
No.
This is the original with the amendment to remove the expansion of the area due to the poll and the introduction of Sarah's additional 150 for beautification.
One very important difference to the staff recommendation.
But the staff recommendation isn't being put up, is it?
No, but just for clarity for elected members, I think it's important to explain that in the original staff recommendation, it was a overall rates take neutral approach where the CBD businesses, their rates increased to 100%, and at the same time, that was offset by everybody else's commercial rates decreasing by a margin. What this does is actually just take that 5% increase over 3 years and put it on top of the rates. And so it means that it's like, it was 200 or 300 something the first year, 500 something extra of revenue in the second year, and then the third year was either 580-ish or 700 something, depending on whether we have waters or not.
So it generates revenue.
So it generates revenue rather than just being...
And then we're spending the revenue on...
150,000 of it.
A small portion of it.
To make it look pretty.
Well, it's, yes.
Pretty.
It's to maintain
cleaner,
the amenity.
less ugly, something like that.
Is that a technical term, less ugly?
Not ugly.
Just on that, it's more than going along with a sweeper or picking up a bit of chewing gum or whatever, more regular emptying in the bins. It's about the amenity of the CBD that we get constant feedback from businesses is looking shabby and tired from time to time. So it will enable better upkeep, and we thought this was an excellent reinvestment of part of that. But we can take it in parts.
No, I have a question.
Yep.
Can you please tell us over the... Because can you tell us the net difference, the net increase then, when we take out the 1.5 million over 10 years for general upkeep? What's the net increase?
It would depend slightly on if waters are in or out, but if you assumed from year 3 onwards it's $580,000 of extra income, then I guess what you're looking at 100,000 of extra income a year from year 3 onwards.
And who spends the 150,000? Us or HCBA?
The intention is we do, but that we prioritise what that is spent on with HCBA, because it might be that you do extra cleaning like chewing gum and washing footpaths around the hospitality area, or you might spend it on replacing some of the more shabby looking street furniture, or it's come from feedback from
I know that, Sarah, I know all of that, I just wanted to understand, because there's I thought I saw a proposal that we were cutting their event funding by 20%, so I'm trying to understand what they are responsible for. Okay.
maintain the control over the fund in collaboration and conversation with them.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that? Because you are the seconder with me. Oh, have we changed that? So you're the seconder? Okay. All right. You got that? Excellent. No more questions. I really don't want to debate very much at all, but just to say that this is an attempt to enable the business to adjust to change, and hence the phasing of the rate. And unfortunately, we just don't have enough information or results to consider Hamilton East at this point in time. And the only other part I'll make a comment on is I support some reinvestment into the CBD, because I often hear from businesses and others that the place could look tidier, and they're not just talking about gutters and a few bits and pieces, they're talking about the overall appearance of the place, the ability to keep it clean, to keep... I've been given examples recently of mould growing on some of our rubbish bins on the outside of, where food has obviously dripped down and mould has grown. So those kind of things do not paint a lovely picture of our CBD, and we're all about inviting people to our city. And so, yeah, that's what it's about. That's me. Anybody else like to debate? No, you all look like you've got no will left.
I'll just quickly say, look, I support that. I was just saying to someone, I think it might have been Natasha, having a chat in the break, how the new furniture in Garden Place, over the 16 years I've been in this building, I've not seen that many people day after day, even on a cloudy day, sitting in there. So one tiny turn of the dial, Councillor Wilson, absolutely, of that new furniture, there was people everywhere, so well done.
Credit, just as by way of right of reply, credit to Vanessa and HCBA for being a constant push on the furniture. We can't take all credit for it. And FIFA became a little bit of the leverage to get that done. So we were really delighted about that. And Angela's absolutely right. It's looking quite peopled at lunchtime now. What are you laughing at, Lance?
Nothing. There was a lot of work behind the scenes making that happen, including the chief executive who found funds.
I know, but...
Yes, a lot of...
Absolutely.
So...
But we expect our
Lance,
staff to be leading in this space. So thank you for that, Lance.
I'm all about quality, Ewan.
All about quality.
So modest, sitting there and everything.
And actually, I'm in the middle of debate, Ewan Wilson. Please. But, yeah, no, you're right. There are a lot of people to thank for this. And there's a lot of additional work to be achieved going forward as well. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. I know we're getting tired, but I do want to try and get through as much
The
as
motion's
possible.
carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Paul, I have a procedural question just in regards to the next two items. Well, in fact, I think there are three. I am correct in saying that these are targeted rates in addition to the draft plan that will go out,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That they're going out for consultation.
So they, yes, and they're going out as additional, not
Okay.
part of the base.
And so I wonder if it's not more practical to move all three at once, as I'm assuming there will be
We've done
nearly...
the overarching. We've done the government compliance, the overarching one, Max.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I mean. Sorry. The two together, because...
I'm happy to do that, to sing in with, if anybody has an exception to that, sing out, because I did think that a couple of people were starting to question the community resilience one.
Yes.
But we can take it together. Does anybody object to us doing the two?
Well, yeah.
Okay, let's...
Well,
yeah.
because I won't be supporting one of them.
Okay, all right. Let's do
as
them
it
in
stands
part.
at the moment.
Let's do them in part, but let's to speed up the day, let's take questions on either of them at the same time. That might help. Are there any questions, please? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just, look, I'm happy to support both of these, but I would signal an amendment because I do have an issue with B, which is delegating, and they're the same. the Chair and Deputy Chair to advise a program of priority projects to be communicated in the consultation document. Me Paula, and somewhere in one of these motions, you're putting forward those members for the consultation with the consultation document with addition of Councillor Hutt. So.
I think that you're right. That's
in that
probably
one.
unnecessary.
So I couldn't support these if B stays in there.
I think
Yeah.
with the mover and second.
On
with,
the back of the.
Is Councillor Naidu-Rofe there?
Because I don't. I think it's up to that working
Anna, are
group.
you happy to take out the the B, and it'll go through its process? It'll still go through the right. It'll still go through the right committee.
What?
But we delegate through the.
But this is saying for the consultation
Yeah.
document, I think it's the working group's job to come up with the examples.
Absolutely.
Not, I think it's skewed if it's the proposers of the motion.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I understand the intent of doing the work through the.
I may very well sit on both by the end of this.
Yeah. Well, Louise is going to be in the working
Yes,
group,
she
so
is.
for consultation document anyway.
Can we remove B, please, Anna?
I'm just waiting for Kish to. She's just
Yep,
joined.
It's all about the consultation.
That's fine. B
Yeah.
is now removed, people.
Yeah.
That's for the community one.
Otherwise, yeah, you're going to be there anyway.
And the same for the climate resilience. We'll go, same for the climate one.
Otherwise.
That-
Or
that
double
B
handling,
comes
not
out.
loaded.
I can talk to him.
What are you going to talk to? James, what are you changing on us right now?
Can I explain?
Yes, please. Councillors, can we just listen to James is going to make an explanation on some things that have been moving?
There have been a few conversations happening at pace over the last few minutes. It might be helpful to have a 5-minute break, but let me just explain what the moving parts on this. So, when we agree the resolution, if something is proposed to actually be in the base budget, i.e. we are, obviously it's all subject to consultation, but we are proposing to do these targeted rates, then we need to be very clear at what level we're setting the target rates. Is it 40 cents, 60 cents, 80 cents, etc.? Alternatively, you can pull the resolution back and say it's not in the base budget, but here is something on which we're keen to...
James, it's not in the base budget.
Right, but even if it's not in the base budget, it would be helpful to specify that if you were going to do it, you're inclined to set it at X rate. So the changes that we're making to it would be helpful if you're in a position to agree what that rate would be for us to specify that.
I'm not. How come they got drafted with a whole raft of scenarios, 40, 60, 80? How?
Put a council recommendation for which one you're suggesting.
That's right.
So the consultation can say no rate 40, 80 cents.
And council
And council's saying we're most likely to do 80 or whatever.
Yep. It's all
For consultation, sorry, this is moving so fast, and we're just been getting some advice to get this right.
How long is this going to take just to land on a thing? Because I am trying to get through this.
We probably
work.
just need 5 minutes just to check.
If I break for 5 minutes, we know it all becomes 15.
I understand that Councillor Emma has a very straightforward amendment. Have you provided that just regarding catering?
I haven't. I wouldn't be ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we allow that to work to go on the background and go to another one, or do we need to take a 5-minute break? We do need a 5-minute break. Can we do the consultation document while? Let's do the consultation document one while staff work out the detail. Thank you. The working group one. Let's go to the working group one. I know you all want to finish today, so I'm trying really hard to. So,
Next one, which staff have, where staff have advised revised wording. So it's.
So we're looking at the motion at the top of the last page that council notes.
And I'm not sure if actually Councillor Bitter seconded it or not. Did you? Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes because I'm totally confused which one we're looking at here too. So a break, but please be speedy because you and I both want to get through this today. So let's go. And do the working group one. The motion, as set out there, is to, as I understand it, Councillor Thompson, is to identify some costs, some revenue opportunities that we had that cannot be worked up in time or for legal reasons cannot be included in the LTP, but that we want to progress in the annual plan for inclusion in a later year LTP. Have I got that right? Okay.
We discussed a few things like, sorry, it's a really long thing because staff had help with wording to provide a process. Essentially, we haven't had time to really work out the undeveloped land banking kind of targeted rate, which we've talked about, but we can't do it within this time frame. So it's to look at that for the next annual plan, if anything is feasible. Similarly, we talked about short-term accommodation, Airbnb, moving that to a commercial rate rather than residential, but again, it's too complex to deal with right now. Councillor Bidder wanted to look at how we define the SUIPs, how do you call it? The separately used
rating unit.
Yes, and whether currently the way we do it is fair or getting the right outcomes. And another one is around, with our DCs, we are looking at, how do we potentially have slightly higher DCs for those who put extra pressure on our infrastructure, and this would look at something, obviously not double dipping or anything, but for the rating side of that, taking a similar principle. So it's only exploring these things and looking forward to the next annual plan.
Okay, are there any questions on that? I think there shouldn't be too many, but off you go.
Yeah, just one about any idea of cost to do this work. Inherently, we pass these things and then discover later it's cost X, Y, and Z. And of course, they've done it on the basis of a resolution. What's the cost?
You've got the capacity to be able to do some of these, or does it?
Do we need to bring in a
Within current
consultant?
resource.
Do we need to bring in an FTE?
I mean, we could have an initial workshop with some...
Can I just ask staff, though, just in terms of, there's a number of things that that elected members feel strongly of. Are you listening? Blair, are you going to answer this? You might be.
Yeah, look, I think the reality is to progress this, it would be a combination of some of the existing staff resource, but we would also have to use the likes of Stephen Halliwell, who's been doing a lot of work on our rating with us at the moment, someone such as Stephen, and there will be some legal advice where some of those matters are required. I would not be looking to ask for any additional budget. I would utilise some of the budgets that I have within my strategy area to support the cost of this, if this was the will of council.
With a couple of other councils on common interest here, right? Okay, that answer your question, Ewan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go into debate then. If there's no. Oh, Moko, you look like you were going to ask a question. You were just breathing.
Sorry, yeah.
Did you hear me? You look like you wanted to ask a question. Go. Yeah.
I think it's self-explanatory. I think, that we can take preliminary workings to a workshop, and things can be struck off if it looks too difficult or elect members are not interested. So we don't need to, yes, am I?
Oh, sorry.
No. Yes, you are debating. Yeah, no, you are debating. Cheers.
So I would appreciate support to at least enable some more conversations around this. The reason I'm putting it here is because most of these were considered early on as part of this process, but put aside because of complexity and we hadn't worked out solutions yet. And so this is a way of keeping that conversation alive, and by and asking for support for others to have that conversation.
Thank you. We're in debate, sorry, and Councillor Wilson.
I missed the opportunity to ask my question, so I'm asking a question in my debate, and I won't support it unless the mover was willing to add a line that says no external funding required, or no additional funding required somewhere, because otherwise...
So I hear let's not extrapolate that much further. What I did hear clearly from staff is they're saying there will be no additional cost.
Correct, somewhere, either as a note...
D notes that it would be done within existing budgets.
Excellent.
That was my debate.
Let's keep in the debate. Anybody else want to debate? I would like to. I would like to. I know you are. I just want to highlight a few things that, and really super quickly, that there are some things listed in here that really do matter that we do need to pursue. A lot of the things we wanted to do to try and create greater revenue were just not possible for legal reasons or other reasons, including a portion of GST on rates, including the ability to rate land that is already ready for development, has been serviced but isn't being developed. We've had barriers put up around short-term accommodation and a number of other things. So I think we can't give up on those things because they are potentially good sources of revenue and we must pursue them. End of debate. Thank you. Councillor Thompson. Might a reply?
No, thank you.
There's a lot of sighing going on.
Come on, we're nearly there, we're nearly there.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. Are we able to go back to the targeted rate ones? Are we there yet? We're there yet. Right, targeted rates, everyone. We're discussing them both at once, and we'll take them separately in debate, in voting. Questions, anyone? Councillor Taylor?
I'm a bit befuddled by this community infrastructure targeted rate rise and the concept of going out to the community without knowing what projects you're talking about. What's my question? I don't know. I don't even know what my question is. Maybe I'll just ask myself.
Helen, would you like to talk about what's proposed?
I understand what you're saying, Councillor Taylor, because I probably had the same thoughts initially as well. What we'd go at, because it does totally depend on which rated option. So what we thought we'd do is give some examples of what could be funded. So the amounts for, what amount would we get for 40 cents, and then what kind of projects would be funded for that amount. And there's a few options around that. So you could, for example, because I think you get about 1.36 million for the 40 cents. So there might be some smaller projects that we would fund, like sports projects, or feasibility studies for the likes of artificial turf and some of the sports projects that we've talked about, indoor rec, so that we get them a little bit more shaped up for potentially future investment or government funding. $2 million. 2.6, sorry, yep. But we'd give some examples of the kinds of projects that could be funded under those amounts.
Right,
Yep.
right. Can I ask, what gives the community projects this kind of favoured treatment, that they get this ability to ask the community a question like this? How does that?
This was canvassed through multiple workshops and proposed by the membership. I listened to the will of council, especially those in the community portfolio and the sports portfolio. Mark might be able to talk for himself on his wish in this one around sporting facilities. And we have included, we can't fund everything at the moment, but it was felt that if the community so wished to put additional onto their rates for certain projects that have community benefit, including sports or community assets, that we would be open to them doing so. It's an exploration of using targeted rates as a way of directly communicating what you can buy for your dollar.
Okay, have we ever gone out to the community before suggesting a targeted rate when we're not quite sure what the targeted rate's going to be for?
There's a lot of projects in there that the targeted rate could be used for, and there will be a process. But this will also be dealt with in the communications document, as you've heard Angela say before. The work group will be working in staff to propose some ideas for the general public.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome to vote against
Yeah.
it. Question, Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Consultation with the public. Will it be made clear to them that they have the option of saying no to the targeted rate, as opposed to us just going out to them and saying there's 40, 60 or 80 cents is your choice?
I can answer that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that.
Okay. All right. Councillor Hutt.
Can I just clarify, because I missed the start? Has anyone asked a question about the community resilience and extreme weather rate?
No, not yet, no.
Okay, cool. I was just wondering, one of the items that could be included in this targeted rate is the climate change risk assessment, which is an unfunded item from one of the earlier priorities. I was wondering if Karen might want to come talk to it, just to give an example of something that could be funded through this.
I think if we...
You can say no.
No. I think if you could focus on the type of projects you see being included in the community resilience and extreme weather.
So just the projects, not specifically the risk assessment?
Yeah, or you can include, that's one of them that you're...
Sorry, just for clarity, are you looking for a list of projects that could be covered by this?
Yeah, like some
Right.
examples.
Yeah.
It's identified the risk
Wonderful, yeah,
assessment
okay,
as
so,
one.
Okay.
Sorry, I gave you one to start with.
Yeah, elected members, thank you. So, so in there, so this rate can cover planning and preparation work to respond to extreme weather events, and also help the community to respond as well and protect council and the community from events like flooding, heat waves, and storm events. So on the planning side, I did note that some examples have been included in the base budget today with catch pit cleaning and things like that, but critical planning work would be the citywide climate change risk assessment, and there's also the option to include climate change partnerships resource, which is working with the business and community to respond and prepare for climate change events. There's also examples around additional flood protection and preparation. So some of these are big ticket items, but others, it depends where things are prioritised. So you could look to fund additional stormwater treatment device maintenance, additional erosion control and flood control, reactive vegetation clearance and maintenance, or even looking at resilient plant species. If we're looking at additional respite from heat and drought, you could look at things, projects that respond to water supply challenges when things get really hot, things like additional leak protection or smart water devices, and projects that provide shade, so importantly for the community to be able to utilise the playgrounds, parks, even the seats in Garden Place which have no shade, and potential partnership projects as well as they arise. So there's a lot. The options there, I think, as Helen said, 40 cents is 2 million and 80 cents is about 4 million, I believe. So that's up to elected members to decide how those might be prioritised.
Just a follow-up question then. So even if we set it at the maximum rate, it would still have an oversubscribed potential list?
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm interested in if the mover and the seconder of the first one, otherwise I'll move an amendment. I think it would be really neat if if the public choose to support a targeted rate for community infrastructure, that then be for projects that the community want. Still that we would obviously own and manage and run, but like a citizens' assembly type thing, rather than us just finding a new way to do a separate rate that's not in the base to fund things that we want. So if the community were, I don't know, got together and advocated and support and whatever for a library or something in an area we weren't planned for, that there'd be a process there, because I don't think I think that would be something quite different for this council, and I don't think that that's what the motion is intending. It's just a separate rate to fund the stuff we do now anyway. I know it's
I mean,
new stuff, but
I'm happy for that to be written
yeah,
in. if
I'm
it
not
can be.
sure how we would do that, but
Would you want it
It's a great idea.
yeah, okay.
Would you want it to be from our existing list of projects though? And
Well,
community
the
chooses
community might choose
priorities?
an existing, something from the existing list, but if they're going to have an extra rate, I think an incentive in there would be that they.
Okay, it gets very problematic at this time when new
I know.
ideas are dropping in out of,
And maybe that
Not
can
out
come
now.
later. I don't know.
yeah, we've all had quite a lot of time to put forward these. I mean, these are proposed by others. The concept of targeted rates, as I explained to Jeff, was something that was well canvassed in many of our workshops and discussions. It was something that had reasonable support as a concept. You want it, you can pay for it, type of thing.
Well,
any other questions, Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. In fact, it's on that latter part. Would the mover and seconder consider on both changing the title to being unbudgeted proposed community resilience and extreme weather targeted rate? Just to remove any doubt. So each of the titles are, right? Because that clearly says this isn't in the draft, it's just a proposal and it's unbudgeted. That would help me want to support it. To staff, my question, as part of that workshop where we spoke about this as a mechanism to be able to test items that we couldn't justify in the base, we said we would go out to the community.
Yeah.
I must confess I had assumed that the particular interest groups would have landed on a couple of projects and would have decided a quantum and would have decided a potential rate rise. My question to staff is, can they point to any example where a city has gone out with an unbudgeted proposed targeted rate that doesn't specify what the targeted rate's for, or which, yes. And second, Lim, do they honestly think if we go out with this, anybody's going to tick a blank check yes to not knowing what they're being asked to fund?
Talk to that, please. I do think those are very legitimate questions to understand.
Yeah, Stephen Halliwell, I believe, is online following this. Did you hear Councillor Ewan's question, Stephen?
Yes, I did. You hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I actually don't know of another council that has put out a proposal such as this, where the proposed rate is unbudgeted. So that's unique in my experience in the first place.
Hang on, we're getting a challenge on this.
Isn't the proposal that these are enduring rates, right? This is an enduring thing, exactly like, remember Access Hamilton was, it was just in there for transparency, and that enduring rate went on and on and on and got spent on projects, not for specific.
Yeah, but that was in the base. Access Hamilton, it was part of the base.
It was a separate targeted rate.
Yes, in the base. We're not suggesting...
Let's not get into debate. Let's just get
No,
clarity
but
on that.
it's at the heart of what this is. These unbudgeted proposed rates are not enduring included rates. They are a request of the community or are they? Are you basically saying that that in addition to whatever we cast as our base rate, and that we're including it?
This is an option, so the idea is,
So that's the difference between Access Hamilton.
This is putting it just clearly as an option, saying we haven't we haven't budgeted for this, but this is an option if you do want us to budget for it. And my understanding was that it's not just a blank, we're just calling it this. We will have staff work through on priorities as in terms of the example projects.
It'd be to fund projects that are in the unfunded bits of our report that are based on strategies and empirical information that we've consulted with the community on, e.g.
Okay, that's a better narrative.
Yeah,
That's
around
a better
community
summary.
facilities or recreation facilities that we can't afford in our base.
Right.
But we're asking the community if you want these things, like whatever it is, a community centre or some football fields with
Okay, that's a
irrigation,
better explanation. Okay.
that sort of thing.
Great.
And to Councillor Jeff's question before, then my view would be that we should have some examples of what those projects would be in a prioritised order.
And clearly, please tell us if you'd like this in or out.
Correct.
Because it's not included currently.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep, and
I'll
let's-
leave the rest to my debate, but
And I'm just asking now a question, coming to you, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Taylor too. Is there any way of identifying the process for allocate of those projects in this motion? Because it's quite messy at the moment. And I know that you've got a couple of ideas. You've got your idea that the proposal be things that we currently haven't funded, sitting in a suite of things, and then Angela's got another idea where they could come up with something perhaps unforeseen, unheard, unknown about at this time. I'm more in the camp of the first one, but what would be the right process to indicate that the types of projects that would exist before we go out in the consultation document? Because we've just taken out the line that says communicated in the consultation document.
And so my last question then, Paula, was how are we actually going to measure the feedback in a qualitative process, i.e. if we have 10 people who give us a response and all 10 say keep it, and there are literally 60,000 ratepayers who say nothing, is that our mandate to add an extra 3% to the rate? I don't understand how we're going to measure the data we're getting back. We're
Getting into a little bit into debate, but let's get the questions clarified.
No, but that's a question. I mean, how can...
It's a very long
We'll
one.
actually use
What's that? It's a very
long one.
All right, let me
what's
make it simple.
What's the key point?
How are we measure...
We know we get that on everything with these consultations, right? We get such a small percentage back on everything. On the whole LTP, we hear
We'll
from...
also use our online engagement tool.
Right.
What do we call it, Dan? The community voice, or?
Well,
And
you've lost me.
I am trying to get an answer to your question, Ewan. Can staff talk about how we know we've delivered? If you can restate your question in one statement, that would be very helpful. What is the exact information you're requiring from staff?
How are we going to measure the feedback from these specific targeted rate requests?
So specifically on that point, I think my take on that is that Councillor or Deputy Mayor Angela hit the nail on the head when she said that we kind of have that issue with everything that we consult on, with that we have to kind of make a judgment call based on the feedback, the analysis of the feedback we get, noting that it's a relatively small sample of the population who've responded. We use that to inform your decisions, and you will make the final decisions based on what you've heard. I don't think there's much more we can say.
James, can I just add to that the LTP engagement process will be a multifaceted engagement across a range of channels, and there'll obviously be through the panel that we have, Councillor Wilson, through online submissions, through direct engagement. So there'll be a range of information that will be gathered, which will form part of the evidence base for Council to consider. Right. So it's not simply just a numbers game. It will be a range of qualitative and quantitative data.
So can I ask our lawyer in-house, because I can't help but feel that we're edging into an area of... Here's the legal question. You go out with a proposed budget, and an average person receiving the proposed budget would look at it and go, oh, that's what they want to spend. I'm not overly concerned, I'm not responding. Question. They may not realise that in the document there are a whole lot of additional options. Suddenly people tick those additional options, maybe a tiny percentage. Legally, do we then have to go back to the whole community and say, we've now actually changed our draft to reflect this feedback, and this now may affect you? And I can give you also some RMA processes where that would be required. So I'm just trying to understand the legal distinction.
Thank you, we've got it. We've understood.
If I can speak probably a little bit more generally, firstly, the RMA process and the LGA process are very different in terms of the way that you're supposed that your decision-making process works. It isn't to say that natural justice does not apply to both circumstances, but the thing that I would be looking for in your decision is whether you have complied with the decision-making requirements that are set out in the LGA. And one of those requirements is to consider the views of the community. And for me, as long as you can say, I've considered the views of the community and ticked the rest of the requirements for the decision-making process, which I can't remember off the top of my head, then you're entitled to make the decision that you make. The thing that I would say is that in your consultation document, if you are going to say, this is our budget, we have an option to add a targeted rate. I'm not assuming that you are, but if that is the thing that you were going to do, you'd want to make it clear this is the targeted rate that we're proposing to set, or maybe we think we're going to set it at X dollar value or X times $2 value, and this is the rationale behind that and what it would be used to fund. I don't know that you would need to get into specific projects, but you would be...
So you're putting the community on notice. It's not only this, but we are actively encouraging feedback on additional, and just don't remain silent. If you engage, you engage on the entire.
Yep.
Okay.
And you would, I mean, as Blair has said, you'll be looking to put this through a range of different channels. But as a lawyer, what I'd be looking for when you came to adopting your CD, and you have the benefit of knowing that this has also gone through, your CD's also gone through an audit process, that you've got sufficient information in there or available to the community if it's not in your CD to allow them to make an informed decision, because that's part of your consultation requirements. And then by the time you get to deliberations, you have open minds, and then by the time you get to making a decision following your deliberations, that you're satisfied that you've ticked all of your decision-making box requirements under the LGA before you do so.
So, final question. If someone in the feedback goes, I want to put 40 cents, and the other says, I want to do 60 cents, how do we assume, well, if they've said 60, they'll all agree with 40? Or do we say, if those who said 40 cents will extrapolate and say, no, they meant 60? How are we measuring those inconsistencies?
You said 40 for one, it would be 40 for that one, and if it was 60 for the other, it would be 60 for the other. Why would you need to split the...
No, if you look at the options, we're saying there's an option of 40 cents or 60 cents or 80 cents. And I'm trying to...
So we're saying if half the community chose one and half of the community chose the other, how would we decide between them?
Yeah, how do you measure that?
Right, okay.
I think that's an assessment that each elected member will need to make in their own minds about how much weight they put on the responses that they're given in terms of meeting your obligations to consider the views of the community as part of your decision-making process.
Thank you very much.
Louise, sorry, it's taken so long to get there.
I wanted to just clarify with staff around the wording of the motion. There seems to be some nervousness around the specificity of what the rate might be used for, but actually in our agenda, page 75, for the climate resilience and extreme weather rate, it is quite specific that says this rate will fund projects that enable community to respond to blah, blah, blah. And then says there are some clear projects that can be delivered now that will help reduce risks, etc. Is that definition of the purpose of the rate, the identification of clear projects, specific enough to form a targeted rate? It might be a Stephen question, I don't know.
Yes, because on page 106, you have recommended projects that aren't funded. So I think we should stick to the prioritisation system and the information that we've given to elected members. And there's also going to be some pragmatism and reality about how much money this rate's going to collect.
Yep.
Some of those projects are $5 million, so it ain't going to cover those. And then some of them are 600 grand, and we're going to have 1.2 million, depending on the size of the rate and that sort of thing. So you're not talking a massive amount of money, because we're not going to borrow more money, because we're at our debt to revenue ratio. So to be honest, going into that buff-coloured section of that report, that's where I'd be looking at what are the projects that we'd be looking at, because they're coming out of strategies and consultation we've done with the community previously on the needs of the city.
Can I make a suggestion? Can I ask if it's possible that the motion, because we've gone so far away from intent, that the motion include a B that is subject to, because we were just noting for the budget at the moment, right? And it's not actually in the base anyway, it's an additional, but subject to projects being identified from the unfunded.
Yeah.
If we, or something to that effect, can we word that up so that we are quite clear on what we're voting for, that it is to pick up work that we just can't afford to do now, which was the intent all along.
Yeah.
Base plus.
I'm
Base
just trying to
plus, yes.
make sure that, for one, the wording is specific enough legally, while also trying to allay potential concerns that we've not been specific enough. So if we can do that, that would be great, yeah.
Okay, so we need
I think the key point is that the consultation document would explain the kind of projects that would be in scope, so that people would know when they're submitting feedback, the likely level of the rate and what it would look like.
Agreed, James, but is there some way of putting a note on these motions that refer to that process? Thank you. And let's see how you feel. Councillor O'Leary's got a question, and I just want to take questions from other people because I'm conscious that lots of people have not been able to speak.
Question for Tracy. When we're collecting, if we collect a targeted rate, how does that work when the projects will be capital projects? Do we just simply take the cash off ratepayers and pay down debt and then spend debt? Is that and that's appropriate to do it that way? Yep. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody who hasn't had a question asked, who wants to ask a question? If not, we're going to get the additional words up.
That's how the Hamilton Gardens rate worked.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a very good example, Lance, because the Hamilton Gardens project was targeted, but it was targeted within the program of the Hamilton Gardens development. So this is what we're trying to achieve here, Ewan, to see if it meets that need.
You can distinguish the gardens was included in the base and we just identified it, where this isn't included in the base, and these, so there's a distinction.
There is a little bit of difference, yeah. Okay, does that work for the movers and seconders? Movers and seconders? Yes, it does.
I'm just waiting for the community reliance. Where does it say that it's an unbudgeted proposed? I see it in the community infrastructure.
Yeah, it comes from the proposals already worked out from staff that we currently can't afford. It's not new stuff. It's stuff that's currently sitting in there.
Can I just test that with you all? Because I think that's what Blair's discussing with Lance at the moment. That wording would be very specific and would mean that if some other idea came up and as a consultation working document you thought we shouldn't refloat this idea, under this motion it would mean you couldn't do that.
Absolutely, it means we couldn't do that.
Okay.
Because we haven't been able to consult it with the public,
Okay.
right? If it's unbudgeted, we're still consulting with them. They know what it is.
Let's not get into debate because, I mean, really. No.
Notification. So one of the potential items to be funded through the Community Resilience and Extreme Weather Rate is the climate change risk assessment. A bunch of new things may fall out of that, and all of those things will still be will be unfunded, but will be unable to be included in the rate? Or are they treated as a flow-on piece of work from this thing that would be approved through the rate? Does that make sense? Because otherwise we could be shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit of doing the research and then not being able to act on the research if the wording is too specific.
Well, you could
Well,
add-
it's a matter of intent. Sorry, it's a matter of intent for those people who are moving this. Let's go back to the reason let me just explain why I put it in my base. Well, I was prepared to support the idea of a targeted rate is because it gives people the option to spend a bit more for things that we have already identified that needed to be done. Things that we've already identified that needed to be done, but we can't do. So that is the intent. That is clearly the intent that I picked up from the multiple times that we've discussed this. Jeff wasn't part of that conversation at the time, but that's where we're heading with this. The question is, for those movers and seconders, can you live with what's proposed here? Because I suspect, otherwise you're not going to get the support to take it out and test it. It's a little bit disappointing that it's so woolly to me, and we've worked through a bit more.
Can I
Yes, do so,
shave
Lance.
some of the woolliness off?
Yeah, do shake woolliness off, that'd be good.
Indeed, the projects that we've identified and add in the words "and in future annual plans." So as Louise says, if a new initiative comes up and it might be revenue from a partner, philanthropic
Sports
trust or
facility.
whatever, or a sponsor, then we don't, and to Angela's point, we don't actually preclude actually being able to identify those and fund them in the future.
Okay,
That'll
I'm
also
going
cover
to,
us legally.
Thank you. Everyone, I'm going to draw a line under the questioning now. Yeah. Because I'm getting fed up with the question. I'm going to draw a line under the questioning. If you feel uncomfortable with proposing this for public consideration, and this is just for financial modelling, even though it's not in the base, if you feel that, you vote against it. If you feel that you would like some further exploration of this in the next phase of our decision making, you can choose to support it.
Paula, can I just suggest I'm tempted to move a procedural motion to bring the day to a close? And I say respectfully, we've had a very constructive, pleasant
Well, if you're
day.
going to bring a procedural motion, you don't get to discuss it. You just,
All right, well, if you want me to play that card, it's just you're getting, I think, a little angry at us.
Oh, no.
And this is critical. We've not had any real questions until this last item because it's messy. And I just wonder if we're not best to start this tomorrow fresh.
We're not going tomorrow. I'm going to Wellington.
No, you've offered to let us have tomorrow half day.
Not at this late stage because I can't change my plans. We're so close.
All right, well, that's fine, but...
Next Tuesday it'll be.
But, sorry, you got all of us to respond yesterday saying you were available in the morning.
Yeah, but I can't get a flight now, so
But surely this would be your priority.
No, actually, it is my priority, but I have other important work in Wellington as well, and that's also a priority. And I'm not going to debate that with you, Ewan. I'm not getting angry with you. I just want to... We've had more debate than we've actually had questions in the last little bit while. We've started to fall into debate. We can let you can move.
You're being unfair, but I accept your ruling.
You can move a procedural motion. No. You can move a procedural motion to lay this on the table, or we can adjourn the day. All of those things are possible and democratic. All I'm trying to do is saying I don't think that any
Governance, would you please
debate,
point me to the resolution to move a procedural motion that would stop debate and recess until the next available day?
You're entitled to do that.
I think it's,
It's on page 43, but my one's just loading
Just
for me.
ask when the next day is, the next available day is. Tuesday afternoon.
well, it's unfortunate because I thought we had agreed that tomorrow morning was available, but
That would have needed to be decided some time ago.
So 25.2 on page 43, that the meeting be adjourned to the next ordinary meeting unless member states an alternative time and place.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Tuesday.
Tuesday
Yeah,
afternoon.
we can.
5th of December. I'm just checking all of your calendars.
Yeah, good luck.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Would that
That's the
slash
next event.
traffic
I
speed
thought it was
limit?
going to be tomorrow, but it's obviously not.
I'm unable to do anything about my arrangements this late in the day.
So your meeting in Wellington is tomorrow?
Yes, it is. It's 2 days, National Council.
What time?
9 o'clock, actually.
Well, because that wasn't consistent with the email you sent to us yesterday saying that.
Yeah, Ewan, I'm not going to debate this with you. I have looked into my arrangements and what I'm able to change or not change. And I'm making a decision that I'm going to prioritise an obligation I have in Wellington that has been in my diary for well over a month. That's
Mayor
it.
Paula, respectfully, this
No,
is a
that's-
democracy, not an
that-
autocracy.
It isn't, and it is. And we've finished that
So
conversation.
the city's now an autocracy?
Let's move on. Have you put your procedural motion?
I have.
Right, we're voting on it, aren't we?
There's no debate, is there? It's just simply, we close.
Okay, so we go to the vote. If you vote.
Proceed.
I don't know what's happened. Are we?
Sorry, Councillor Moore just was.
The motion's lost, with noting 8 against and 4 for.
Right, so we continue on. I would like to put,
Oh, so can we reset it just for formality, to make it reflect the meaning of the membership?
yeah, sure, absolutely. I believe we can get to the end of business today if we push on.
Well, so did I. I thought we were doing really well until...
Ewan, please stop now. All right, are we going into voting? Oh,
See, this is why we have procedural motions, to be able to go home. We're not performing...
Ewan, stop, please. We're in the middle of a vote.
So again...
Sorry, I can't see what we're voting on.
Procedural motion to stop now or carry on for another little while. And then we'd have to come back next Tuesday if we stop. Okay.
Councillor Pike? The procedural motion is lost. We're noting 7 against and 5 for.
Excellent. We are getting tired and we do need to push through if we can. So this debate that we're having about the
Is this the debate now?
and it's the, yes, we've had, I've said to put a line under questions. If you don't like what you see in the targeted rate proposal, please vote against it. We'll go into debate. Maybe the debate will clarify how people sit or not, but I think we've asked plenty of questions on this one. So I'm just going to go to the mover, which is Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Councillor Casey Cox, we've had some shuffling.
Oh, Councillor Casey Cox.
That I've seconded that motion as Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe is no
Okay,
longer in
thank
the
you.
meeting.
Thank you, Maxine. So you're the mover, Councillor Casey Cox. Please talk to the community infrastructure rate.
Yeah.
As it is now.
Right, thank you. So the community infrastructure rate is intended to provide an option to the community to ask them if they would be willing to pay for some of the things that they appreciate that aren't currently funded in the base budget, and that they'd be happy to pay extra for. So it's a tough budget, as we all know, and there's a lot that hasn't been included in the base budget from the community area. And some of the examples have already been mentioned, such as sports fields and artificial turf, community centres like Te Papanui and the Glenview Community Centre. So these are things that aren't in the base budget at the moment, but we know that the community has some strong perspectives on, and particularly possibly a desire to see funded. So this just opens up some opportunity for the community to let us know, and to let us know that they're willing to pay. That's how I understand it. And yeah, thank you for supporting or considering supporting. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Councillor Casey Cox. I think you've summed it up really well there. Just the last bits to add is that this hasn't just turned up out of the blue. It has been with us all the way through the various sessions that we've had together. We knew from the very start that this was going to be a budget of considerable challenges, and that there would be programs that we would in no way be able to commit to, and that when we discussed it as a group at the very first, there was the real idea to set down a base budget with a plus with it. Now, this is one of the rates that has been identified as having a number of projects that could be widely supported by the community, given the opportunity to be able to support it. It also, while the dollar values are variable, gives the public an opportunity to be able to choose which they are the most comfortable with, or alternatively, that they are not comfortable. So I feel very confident sending this out with a comprehensive list and explanation about what its intention is. Kia ora.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes, I won't be supporting these community infrastructure targeted rate. I think what's in front of us today is a bit half-baked, and Mayor Pauly, you've made a couple of comments about me not being present at the workshops here, but my actual response here is actually based on my astonishment that I'm being asked to approve today a targeted rate when I don't know what the target is. It's very strange to put up a targeted rate and not actually have projects alongside it. And I'm not going to support a targeted rate today based on that premise. Will these be projects that have been debated over the 2 days and missed out? If so, we spent 2 days brutally refining projects, comparing them up against each other, and then we're choosing some unsuccessful projects from one particular area of council business with the potential that this blank cheque can now sail through the middle. And I think it's just sloppy, it's loose, and I don't support it.
Wilson, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, to Councillor Max's point, this has been discussed at length, and it's been discussed at workshop, and I have participated in those workshops and have actually supported the premise. The premise was these were not to be included in the base, we would go out to the community. But that is where there's now a bit of a disconnect. I thought, to be honest, and I haven't focused it on particularly hard, I've been focusing on other things, that we would have a really well-formed proposition, that we would be specifying what projects, and that we would have landed on a quantum, and that we would be going out to our people saying, this is what it is. What we've got in front of us is in my opinion, a poorly structured proposal. Now, I have to say, it's no skin off my nose. I honestly say that what we're doing is we're sort of going out and saying, hey, you got to pay this, we've got all these other things we could do, they're sort of on a list of unbudgeted. If you're interested, could you tell us if you'd like to spend more? And please tell us if it's 40 cents more or 60 cents more or 80 cents more. And we're going to try to extrapolate that feedback through a process that is undefined, and then we'll decide whether or not there's the will of the people. And I hear this narrative, the community will tell us. Well, respectfully, I think the community will tell us. And I think they'll tell us what you don't want to hear. They'll tell us, we're basically asking, you know, for turkeys to wish for an early Christmas. They're not going to say, yes, please charge us more for these issues, because we hadn't spent enough at 30% rate increase, or a 24% rate increase, or a 16.5%. We want to pay more. I think the community will give you feedback, and it will be all negative. You'll hang yourself with your own petard, because we didn't do the formulation well. And now you've left it to us to try to work out on a communication strategy where we're having to try to explain to people what this means.
Councillor Wilson, Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you. I understand the frustration, but it's actually okay if the community come back to us and say no, because that's the next step in the process, right? I think through the workshops when this idea was, excuse me, raised, I thought, well, that actually is a transparent idea, and it was agreed to, as a potential way forward by the majority of us through those workshops. It's not in the base budget. It is an option. If the community say no, then they will say, no, I'm okay with all of that. We're not including either of these targeted rates in the base budget. So I'm going to support them because I'm not afraid of the community saying no, but I also want to give the community a chance to say yes. But that being said, I'm going to need a very clear majority on a yes before I would support extra targeted rates. But that's the next step in the process, and we've done it in previous LTPs where we have consulted on Council's preferred position and Council's preferred a suite of projects, but also we want your feedback on these things that we haven't included but we did discuss. We have done that before, so I don't have the same concerns around these two items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. The critical part of this is the community consultation, and that is where I have had long concerns about councils, so I won't be specific about Hamilton City Council. I can be very specific about Waipa Council, because they did some consultation which was frankly dishonest, misleading questions, and I can say lying.
Point of order on
Yeah.
that. Please don't use your debate time to criticise another council at this point in time.
Well, it is a statement of fact, and they did end up actually admitting it because I took them to task on it. And if there is similarly leading questions and distortion of the results, I will be taking the staff to task here.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. The desire with this targeted rate was to allow the community to help us quantify their concerns about our lack of climate action. There is...
Sorry.
We're just doing the community one at the moment?
Yeah, we're taking them separately.
I thought we'd agree we would take them together.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, we can all
no,
wait
carry
to
on.
do it.
No, if we could do them both at once, let's do them both at once. Yeah, let's do them both at once. Let's go.
Can I restart my debate?
Yeah. Yeah. Go.
So the desire with the community resilience was to allow the community to state their appetite for climate action, because staff have given us a base budget and they have said this is the bare minimum we can do, and I accept that, but I am not comfortable with it. There is a Mount Everest size workload of climate work that we need to do, including the climate change risk assessment, which will tell us what more work we need to do. We haven't even done the base research to work out what else needs to be done. So I want to provide the community with the opportunity here to say, hey, how are you feeling about how we're doing on climate action? Because I don't think we're doing enough. I'm really concerned about our inaction on this. We have a climate strategy. We're not delivering on it to the ferociousness I would hope we could one day get to. But we do have a clear list of projects that this would fund. And we would have a clear list of projects way more than what an 80 cent per week targeted rate would provide. But this gives us the flexibility, perhaps after a long hot summer, if we see the heat waves we've seen overseas, if we have another cyclone that is, as Mayor Paula said, 4 degrees closer to us, and we are in the eye of that storm. So I hope that this gives us the opportunity to discuss with our community. In the discussion of consultation is a whole nother can of worms, which is much, much, much bigger than just these targeted rates. So I really hope that we can go out and at least start this conversation with the community.
Anybody else? Councillor Thompson.
I'll support these. I acknowledge some of the frustration around the process and getting the wording. This is quite a new thing that we've done, so I think that's part of why it's a little clunky. But as others have said, we did agree this is a tough budget. So things that were additional, other than what we agreed was really absolutely critical today and we couldn't do without putting in, that we're going to put as additional. So I think this is true to that kind of agreement that we had. And I think we've still got another meeting to actually sign off on the consultation document. So that does give another opportunity for full council oversight on what projects are included in that consultation document. But we have been given a pretty good steer, particularly for that climate resilience one in here. So because for those reasons, I feel comfortable with proceeding today.
Thank you. Gosh, I'll just add a little bit to the debate. I do understand the frustrations aired today. Personally, I would have preferred much more clarity on exactly the parameters of the spend. But I think the reference to the unfunded priorities is an improvement. At the end of the day, I heard clearly in the many workshops, discussions, conversations that we had, the desire to put choices in front of the community, to give them some legitimate choice about funding things that we felt that at this time could not be incorporated in the base funding. That is why I am going to support it. There are some details yet to be worked out, but we've got the time to do that. So let's push forward, let's try something new in the way of identifying things that the public can choose to do in a targeted fashion, as we did do with the gardens. And actually in that instance, because people really wanted to pay for the gardens, there was no objection to that. So I think we do have to test this. We have to put our toe in the water. Otherwise, there's just going to be a whole list of things in that buff here that we can't fund on this list. Councillor Pike.
I just want to acknowledge my colleagues' concerns about the clearness of these rates, but I just don't see them being fully resolved today. However, I'm always for stronger community engagement, and I think this is an opportunity to receive form of feedback. So I am open to sending this out to the community and see what comes back, so I can weight it appropriately when it does.
Else? Mark, you had long views on this in the workshop. No? Okay, anyone else? All right, all been said. All right, thank you, everyone. Let's go to the vote. We're taking, no. I promised Jeff that I would take them separately. I did do that, didn't I? Okay, so the first one, the community one. I knew I'd separated them somewhere. Okay, the first one, community, community.
The motion's carried, noting 10 for and 3 against.
Okay, now we'll go to the community resilience and extreme weather one, please. All right, everyone? Okay? Nothing. Are we voting? Yeah.
Councillor Donovan, Councillor Bitter. The motion's carried, noting
Yeah, that'll be
10 for and 3 against.
All right, excellent. Phew, God, don't say that, Angela. We're getting so close and then we slide away. So we've got previously resolved financial modelling decisions. Can we do that one now?
Just working group? Oh, did we?
Let's do the consultation one because that's slightly more straightforward than the others. So can we put the consultation document?
Councillor Pike, did you want to put your motion now? Before we go to the consultation one?
Yes. What's the motion?
It's a new one.
Yeah, I think the numbers might be.
Have you got a new motion?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's very straightforward.
This is very straightforward and does not need a whole lot of discussion. You either stand it, you either
The
vote for
numbers are slightly wrong though, James, is that right?
Yeah, the numbers don't quite add up. Just to double check, Emma, the things you've listed in 1 to 4, that's the actual budgets, the remaining budgets that you want to retain. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what's left.
Yeah. So that adds up to 44.
44,000.
So
I think we got it switched.
I think the saving is 51k rather than 56.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, otherwise.
Noting that change, please. You don't really need to speak to this except for in debate, do you? You don't need to clarify it because it's quite clear.
No, it's good. Yeah.
Okay. Any
Clean.
questions on it? Because
just that it allows for. Oh, it does say hosting events, basic.
Okay.
Just one question there, Paula. I'm assuming these figures have come from staff and that the overall OPEX for this stuff is that over 10 years? Is that correct? Oh, David, sorry.
Pardon?
Yes.
Grammar does get picked up, we know this. Okay, question, Councillor Van Oosten. Let's plough on, team. Councillor Van Oosten.
The staff budget, does that
That's a better font size.
include
That is a better font size.
At the end of the day.
the $29,000 staff budget? Does that include the Christmas party?
No. It's in.
What
that's
does
in
it?
Personnel costs. The money for staff is not for staff to have cups of tea and cameo creams and cream buns and that. It's actually for engaging with the community, the community development team, with mana whenua, with all sectors of our community. If you want my view, I think that that may not be helpful.
Okay.
I wonder also if we, Moina isn't here, is he? In terms of,
Just for clarification, the staff budget has been cut in half. Our one has been cut pretty much completely except for 5,000 to allow for events. The CE budget has been halved and Amaranga Māori has remained in full because there is all for hosting. Hey?
They had bugger all to start off with anyway.
Okay, that's all very clear. Let's get into debate and voting.
So is the stuff that's listed what's remaining?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on quite quickly through this because I think it's fairly straightforward. Councillor Pike, you're the mover. Please debate.
This is a small savings, but I think it's important to demonstrate to the public that we're willing to make sacrifices in light of a challenging time. With a small allocation for hosting guests in Manaakitanga. I know this will be unpopular with my colleagues and probably staff, but it just personally doesn't sit right for me to spend this money right now. I would rather have us contribute to a joint jam jar from our personal salaries towards lunches if we feel that there is social benefit to them. And I just don't think we should be eating lunch on ratepayers' money.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson as the seconder.
Yeah, look, I support Councillor Emma's proposal. The reality is we have at every turn over the last couple of days tried to find savings. And we have made some pretty tough decisions. Some we've won, some we've lost. But I think there is the optics of going to the community and saying, hey, we're trimming our own lunches, we're making the staff live within these parameters. And let's not just focus on the annual, let's talk about, we're still spending 510,000, $500,000 in catering over 10 years. So that's still a significant amount of money. The ratepayer will be going, they're spending $500,000 over 10 years for catering, where the original quantum was nearly $1 million over 10 years. It's a responsible, measured attempt to send a message when we're laying staff off, when we're cutting critical projects, that we're living within our means.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent of this, but I'm not going to support it. We just put $500,000 into sister cities and international relations for the same thing, and yet we're cutting the budget for the organisation to respond and to host the community and volunteers and all of these kinds of things. So I think this is a little on the nose, and I don't know if my colleague down the other end of the table is going to say it, but I will. If we want to increase revenue, we could, elected members could pay for their car parking as well. And, you know, if we're going to go down that road, there's a whole lot of things that we could contribute. So I just think this is a little bit rats and mice and not what the organisation is all about, actually. And I'm more than happy to bring my own lunch. I contribute enough to elected members baking things in the last few. I'm sure I've saved lots in our Bicky budget.
Thank you. Just speaking to this myself, I support Lance and what he said about the staff catering. There's nothing more embarrassing than having important business stakeholders or cultural visitors or anything like that, and then saying, nice to see you, and popping them out to the cafes for their lunch. It is about Manaakitanga, and in terms of the mayoral office, the mayoral meetings, it would mean that when it's our turn to take the mayoral forum or some kind of zone 2, although they have some budget there, but when we have it here, we wouldn't be able to feed the mayors. They would come from all over, Coromandel, South Waikato, and we wouldn't be able to even give them a basic refreshment. Like Angela, I'm quite happy to bring my lunch. I don't live too far away. I think some of this you should bear in mind that people come a long distance to see us sometimes, and a little bit of hospitality goes a long way. I can walk home for my lunch for that almost, and other people can do the same. It's not really about that. And yes, you know, we do need to tighten our belt, but there's ways that we can do that have a much more substantial impact than mucking around with a little bit of basic hospitality. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'd like to put an amendment that only cuts councillors' catered lunches, noting that we only do them for council meetings, not committees or generally other things. So that I don't know the quantum of that, unfortunately, but Amy might be able to help me with that while I continue my debate. As the Deputy Mayor said, then if we're going to be consistent across this, I think then councillors' paid car parking should go. And, you know, so, but also when this fundamentally just seems contradictory to the 50,000, which I supported out of goodwill for the sister city relationships and, you know, the idea that we're actually able to host people. You know, we have we have governance meetings where Waipa and Waikato District Council, Waikato Regional Council come to us. When we go to them, they feed it, like they put on some food, and then often when they come to us, like it's much sadder than what they provide, and then we will be going to like, here's some muesli bars. We might not even have that, or be like, welcome, our ears not very fresh, but you can enjoy that. Like, you know, so it's not then able to reciprocate that kind of hosting that they show us, and that would be the same for community events and things too. So I'm happy to say goodbye to any catered lunches for elected members ourselves. That's fine. I understand that principle, but yeah, yes, it is.
So can I ask the mover of the amendment to add that councillors now pay for our parking? Because actually I agree with you. So we could remove councillors' lunches and remove free city, because you've offered it, and so did the Deputy Mayor, so you've obviously given it consideration, and I fully agree. So could we implement that as well, that councillors will now, so that will be part of your amendment? Great.
On that, I'd like to ask a question about that before we repeat down that route. And don't forget.
It wasn't my initiative. I'm simply supporting
I know what you're
the Deputy Mayor, and I'm supporting Sarah.
I know what you're doing, Ewan, and that one hasn't even been worked up or assessed or considered. And we had all had plenty of time
I'm happy
to come up.
It's a good idea.
We had all had plenty of time to propose motions for today, lots of time. And so I'm just asking, that couldn't be easily done or quantified, could it, in time for this?
It could come back after consultation, right? So, no, Jeff's saying no. Look, I'm just going to leave it with the catering for now, because I'm getting grumpy looks from people. I'm fine, because I mostly ride a bike. But
and you can walk from home with a sandwich.
No, I think the Deputy Mayor's happy to pay for it. So there's 3 or 4 of us.
Leave it. Let's move on.
I'm leaving it with my simple amendment for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. The amendment is up. Have you got a seconder?
Does anyone want a second goodbye?
I have debated, so I can't second. Somebody who hasn't debated is the only person who can second Sarah, and that is not me. Louise? Okay, is there any further debate on this? Because we're going to consider both of them as part of the same thing. If there is no further debate, let's go to the vote, starting with the amendment. Sorry, James, what's the problem?
We just need to make it a bit more specific that we're talking about councillors, elected members' budget as opposed to council's overall catering budget.
Yeah. So it's the same as the motion. Excuse me. Let me see if I can help. Same as the motion, removing the quantum that applies to council elected members' lunches. So same as Emma, but removing the council.
That's not quite true. Sorry, just to clarify this, the current councillor budget for catered lunches, etc., is $20,000, and the original motion would. And separately, there's 2,000 for the mayor's office for hosting. The original motion would have reduced those, so the 22 grand, to a combined $5,000. What this amendment does is it doesn't touch, as I understand it, it doesn't touch the mayor's $2,000 for hosting, but it reduces the $20,000 for catering for elected members from 20,000 to 8,000.
Is that what you're proposing, Sarah?
Just the muesli bars.
That would be
Cheese that falls off the cracker.
Cracker style.
So, but that's the same as Councillor Pike in terms of that.
So what I understood from this is, Councillor Thompson, you were supporting the intent of Councillor
Cutting
Pike.
the lunches, so leaving tea and sugar and milk.
What?
And fresh air.
Yeah. I'm wondering, because people are popping up things very last minute now, and it seems a little bit.
That's unkind. The reality is this is the only item out of 2 days of
Okay,
motions.
thank you, Ewan.
So
What I'm proposing
I'm
to
asking you
ask
to
you-
be respectful.
Yes, and I'm going to be respectful.
Thank you, because it's unkind.
Apologies, I was just referring to the fact that we had requested as much to come in as early as possible to allow for preparation of these debates. We're now getting into complete messy churn. I want to know if there's any will to carry on this meeting, or whether we'd be best to go and have a pause and a break and come back on Tuesday. All right, so I'll put it.
I don't know about other young elected members, but I'm not here on Tuesday for the young elected members who are in Northland.
Well, you'll have to prioritise.
Mayor Paula, can I raise another option? Could you Zoom in tomorrow morning? Because
No,
we've
no, I
all
couldn't.
elected.
No,
all
no,
right.
I can't. I can't. And I
Right.
don't want to, but I also cannot. So I'm not proposing that.
So I'm going to move a procedural motion that there is a meeting tomorrow, and I'm going to get a seconder. And the fact that, respectfully, you can't make yourself available, then obviously that's a democratic process. I respect it. But I want the will of the council to decide, not you arbitrarily.
I am asking council to consider my obligations as mayor, being the busiest person. Please respect my right to maintain my other obligations. We have 2 more days set aside, but happy for you to take
Mayor
the
Paula,
motion.
you said yesterday in an email to all of us that you could
I
do.
can't. It's very. I have got no time to readjust
You got all the
arrangements.
feedback last
I
night.
have
It doesn't make
Ewan,
sense.
I'm not arguing with you. Stop now. I'll put a procedural motion that this meeting is adjourned and will resume on Tuesday next week. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Thompson. We'll go to the vote, please.
Mayor Paula,
Can we
there
go
was
to the
actually
vote?
there was a motion live that was to,
That's an option.
Can we take, just take 5 minutes?
Yeah, okay. We'll take 5 minutes pause, but this day has to come to an end quite shortly.
These little things
especially to staff for the hold up for this. We were doing so well, and I think we need to all do a breathe through the nose and out through the mouth and just do so well for a further hour. So we have truced it. We've decided to hold a truce and work collaboratively across the last few agenda items so that we can all undertake other aspects of our work. So we were at, so Ewan's dropped his procedural motion and so have I. We were in the middle of debate and then Sarah put an amendment, sorry, about the food. And we are still in debate on that one item because we have not gone to the vote. So if there is any further debate on that, I've lost the will to debate it myself, quite frankly, but let's go. So no further debate on the food issue. We will go to the vote, which of course is the amendment first, please. Okay. It's an amendment. The amendment.
No more lollies in the chamber.
Just like to say, I pay for those lollies.
Councillors, if you could vote again, please.
On the amendment. Sarah's one, which is the same as same as Emma's, except the council lunches. Except the council lunches come out. Nothing. Amendment. Vote.
The amendment is lost, noting 8 against and 5 for.
Did you make a mistake, Louise? Okay. So go to the motion. Go to the motion. Excuse me, everyone. We are in debate. Let's go to debate on the motion. Huh? We're voting. We're on vote. I'm distracted by all the distractions that are going on here. So go in the. Can we not be distracted? Can we not have distractions?
Councillor Wilson. The motion is lost, noting 8 against and 5 for.
Right, thank you, everyone. So it's the status quo.
This is the motion.
So we're on to the, we're on to this one, previously noted. No, let's go to the financial strategy, please. We're on to the...
We need the financial modelling.
We need the financial modelling. So are we ready for that? Okay. Excellent. Previously resolved financial modelling decisions. It's been moved by myself and Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Can we just talk to what the financial outcome is?
Yep. Could you just step us through that,
drum
please?
roll? All right, so after all your decisions over the last 2 days, where we're sitting is a 16.9% rates increase in years 1 to 3. This will balance our books at the end of year 3. However, that means our debt to revenue ratio in year 1 is at 284%, which only gives us $4 million worth of debt headroom in that first year. The balancing their books will be at the end of year 1, $46.5 million.
Okay, so this,
yeah.
Could we also have the option 2 where we balance to the government level in year 1 and the balance in 3, and then the final option we balance books in year 1, so I can then decide to know which one I'm going to move.
We're not moving.
What's that?
We're not moving any of those right now, but yes, I can do that.
What do you mean? We've got to be landing rates?
No, because you have to go and do it all again now.
because remember, this is all for modelling. This is just for modelling.
So I'm just telling you where we're at.
Oh,
because
okay.
now you can go in.
Yeah, so that is something for
All right,
serious
and we're about to do
consideration.
that now as well.
Yep.
So,
There's some more motions.
any other questions on it? Or we understand that this is where we've landed for modelling purposes at this point in time. Remembering we will be coming back and having all this jolly good fun all over again, no doubt, in some way, shape or form. It's been moved, it's been seconded. I don't intend to discuss it. What?
Sorry, just on the screen, you will see the motion written. I made an error with the Nature in the City Portfolio Program delivery projects, where technically it has not been formally resolved to be a part of the base budget, which is why you see it in A. And then in B is every other resolution.
So
that
that's
has
the decisions
passed.
we've made
These
today
are
for
all
noting.
the decisions that you have made over the last 2 days, for complete clarity.
So I don't think we need to discuss that at length, and I don't propose to debate it either. Do you want to, anybody else want to debate? Okay, let's go to the vote, please. Yep. Okay. Okay. 36 votes. We've done all right, actually, until the
The
last.
motion's declared carried.
Thank you. Financial strategy. It's pretty straightforward. Does everybody understand what it?
What page on the bulletin are we now?
When's
Because we're no longer using the...
financial strategy?
We need a,
Pardon?
so this one, we just need table 5 to be completed. It's not what's in diligent.
It's because we've made adjustments.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So just for complete clarity, what we're just putting together is what table 5 is, that says all of the different figures so that it correctly reflects in here.
While we're waiting, we'll go to the consultation document because I think we can knock this one off. And so you can see, based on getting a range of councillors but not having it too big to be too cumbersome, got a consultation group for the draft document. But of course, you will all see it and be able to approve or not of it once it's gone through that process. Question, Councillor Hutt.
This is you were not going to include your favourite councillor?
Yeah, you're in it.
Your young one.
Yeah, you're in it.
Not on the board.
Not on the board.
Not on the board.
Not on the place that matters.
You call it, somebody can take my position.
Oh, no,
We
we're
could
happy
just
for you to
pick
be
you
there.
up.
You've got lots of input, and we'd love to have you there.
Uh, I think I'm a little outnumbered when I look at...
Surely not. Right. Anyway, I'll so move. Doesn't need debate. I'm not going to discuss it. Anybody else wish to discuss it? We'll go to the vote. Thank you. What?
Okay.
Are we ready? 5 minutes? 5 minutes, and considering I need to go to the bathroom, I think that's quite
Motion's carried unanimously.
Yep. 5 minutes, and we're doing the last one. We should be out of here by 6. Oh,
Which is agreeing what the rate would need
the financial, yeah.
Yeah, and it's, I need the table to put in. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give you a table per se, but I'm going to give an email with numbers on it. If I've looked at numbers and I will finish.
So this won't be for modelling, this is what's going to go with consultation document. The percentage rates increase. Proposed rates increase.
That's fine. I'll put,
Which just, yeah. And that's what happens when we compress and compress. Let's go. Pardon? Okay, councillors, oh my God. Something strange happened there. Okay, we're just about there, I feel. Okay, so, staff, step us through, and just to note that my intention is to move the amount that gets us to balance the books within 3 years. And that's what Angela and I are proposing, which is 18.6%, right?
With that allows, so yes, 18.6 in the first year, 15 and 15.2% in years 2 and 3, balances your books at the end of year 3, but it also means we have a 280% debt to revenue ratio in year 1, which allows for that little bit of headroom.
Thank you. Okay.
And therefore, I'm still waiting for confirmation of balancing the book in year 1 to the government measure.
So do you want me to read them? I'll go through them all?
Yeah, that
Sure.
one. Not the, we don't need the, in the 1 year, just.
Okay, so balancing the books under the government measure in year 1 is a rates rise of 25.5%.
And that doesn't include any additional headroom, it's just increased revenue, unlike the mayor's.
Would you say, so it does obviously makes our debt to revenue ratio better, much better,
But-
yes.
Right, okay. And year 2 and 3?
25.5. 12.9 and then 8.7.
Okay.
But remember when I'm talking about year 3 though, I'm talking about the increase that we need to do, but remember year 3 will also have the water rates from a residential a rates invoice perspective pulled out potentially.
And so that is also reflected in the mayor's one at 15.2 in year 3?
Yep.
So in theory, if the water wasn't pulled out, well, none of this makes, okay.
None of this makes sense if that
Okay, that's
happens.
fine. So Mayor Paula, so my amendment will be identical to yours with the following difference in the figures, that we in year 1 go to 25.5. That achieves the balancing of the book to the government measure. Year 2, 12.9, and year 3, 8.7.
Is that correct? Can we put those, the motion and the amendment up, please, for... Do you think so?
I just need to be careful on how to- 265.
Let's, councillors, let's have a look at both. So we've got them imprinted in our mind because there's a lot of material on one screen.
Can I just also please
Scroll.
in year 3, just remember that this is still the increase that we need, but from a residential point of view, you remember in the other table, it was a credit because I have that, the water's coming out. But it's a little bit harder for me to do on the fly for today.
Okay.
So that's 8.7 on the reduced amount?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear on that.
Okay, is everybody clear on that? Can we scroll up to my motion? So there you see it. Because of the squashing of the debt headroom and because of the additional decisions that we have made today, we are landing on that to balance the books within 3 years.
Amy,
Yep.
a little note that year 3 does not reflect the 3 waters adjustment. Just a little note.
I think that's important too because that affects all scenarios really.
Yeah, it does. Affects it all. It's just not something we can easily do.
It's probably a footnote under the table.
Just an asterisk, is it?
Yeah, it's an asterisk.
How do we do it in the...
So,
Put an asterisk there and
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. Does not reflect the removal of 3 waters
spending
from the rates.
The 3 waters portion of the rates.
310 or was it just year 3?
It's year
Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
only-
just year
only-
3, but it's
it
year
only
from year
affects
3
year three
onwards.
rates.
It's only year 3 that does the
Yeah.
credit though.
Yeah. And you would- Put that same note on the other one.
Because we said rates decrease relating to water's exit has been applied. So we could just use the same wording.
Put onwards, is that right or wrong?
No, it's just year 3, Amy.
Hang on, Amy.
Best to get that accurate.
Proceed.
Yes, I think what Tracy's
Not being applied. Yep.
Yeah, it's fine. Happy with that, Mayor Paula?
Yeah, yes, yep. And I think the same should sit in the same.
And it's got to go under.
It should go under Ewan's one as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Donovan is my second.
Okay. I would imagine with the amount of discussion that occurred in the break, everybody is above board and understanding of this. So we will excuse me, we will debate them at the same time. It would be helpful if, as you begin your debate, you speak about whether you're supporting the amendment or the motion. And, pardon?
Is that a requirement?
It's common practice to speak in favour of the motion that you're talking to, so, and it would be helpful. I will begin. Hang on, I just want to.
Anna's got a question.
Anna, question?
I guess Kesh and I weren't there, so we haven't been privy to the conversations that you mentioned, Paula, about.
So you can see the resolutions up on the board?
Yeah.
Do you need any questions on that?
No questions, just maybe a quick explanation. Is that going to be part of it or no?
Staff, do you want to quickly explain the differences between the two? Look, really quickly.
I can explain it.
Thank you, James.
The motion from Mayor Paula seeks to balance the books in 3 years under our measure. The rates rises are set out on there, noting that the year 3 rates rise doesn't take into account the loss of waters in year 3. And it builds in headroom so that we're not right up against our debt to revenue ratio in the first year. The amendment from Councillor Ewan does basically all of that except for it meets the government measure of balancing the books in year 1, which involves a higher rates rise in year 1, and then I believe slightly lower rates rises in years 2 and 3.
In interest.
And saves 3 million in interest over the period.
Questions that are not answered for you, Anna or Kesh? I know, Kesh, you've been talking with people in the break as well, so I guess you're across that. Anna, are you comfortable? Absolutely? Okay, cool, because this is really pretty important at this point, even though we've had a bit of argy-bargy getting here. Okay, so I'm going to begin the debate.
We've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes each. So hopefully I won't take that. Look, this has been a very tough process, a hugely tough process. We are facing, we've said this, an extraordinary and unprecedented financial pressures on council. But I do want to thank you and say I'm immensely proud of where we have got to over the last 2 days. Yes, we've had some impassioned debate. Yes, we've had some disagreements. That's part of the testing process. I did say at the beginning this would be one of our toughest ever draft budgets and some of the toughest decisions that as politicians we might face in our political careers. And I have to say that when this reaches the public audience, we've got further challenges yet to come. But we've got to this point. That's democratic. The financial outlook is unprecedented, but our situation is actually, as we've said many times over the past few days, is the same as what many councils up and down the country are facing. It's also the same as what many businesses and households are facing. Increased interest rates, cost of living. I will make one challenging comment because I've seen a lot of commentary on this. The deficit that we are facing today and trying to deal with has not been caused by individual transport projects such as speed bumps or cycle lanes or wasteful spending in any way. The major drivers clearly are inflation. And we can talk about that. We could have done bolder approaches to inflation in the past. Having said that, inflation this year has caught many people by surprise. Interest rates, depreciation, those three are costing us around 58 million extra per year. And then there are the huge cost increases imposed on us from the unfunded mandates from central government. We have all said that, and we have all agreed that over the past 3 to 5 years, we've just been given more and more work to respond to with no extra resource. That doesn't look like it's going to stop in a hurry, by the way, but it must stop. We need more revenue to pay the increased costs. Our power bills have gone up, our construction costs have gone up, just like most people. We need some more revenue, and we need a significant amount. In getting the base budget together, we did make cuts, and I don't want anyone out there to think that we didn't take some significant scissors to the budget. And the staff will attest to this. We've asked them to cut, and we've asked them to cut again. And we've removed $150 million in the first 3 years, $100 million over the full 10 years. From the Continuous Improvement Transport Budget Programme, we've removed 40%. 40%. Over the past 2 days, we've looked carefully before agreeing to any additional spends or cuts. We've only added to the budget where there was a strong political mandate or a rationale to do so. And you will have seen councillors put additional costs in today. There were views about what constitutes core council business to make sure that our city is maintained. We haven't cut anything extra because we'd already done that. Through staff, we've been through that, and now we must fund the budget. Well, we're all, and I'm sure you're as disappointed as I am, that a significant rate rise is required. You know, no mayor, no councillor wants to propose a large rates increase, especially at a time when the community is hurting. We do not want to do it, but we cannot run the city into the ground. We do not want to go backwards. We must do our core functions and services well. We must now fund this in the budget. We can't kick the can down the road, in my view, to future generations. We need to strike a balance on affordability. That's why I'm supporting the 18.6%, is it 6%? Remember that? Rates increase at this time, and sticking to the view that we should balance our books within 3 years. It's going to go out for public consultation. There are lots of choices. They will be able to have seen the debate, and they cannot question how passionately we have debated. And I look forward to hearing what the community think. I'm really looking forward to see how we design our communication and engagement process on the back of this. So that's my debate. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
We have found ourselves in a financial predicament. And although I don't fully agree with the Mayor in terms of how we found ourselves in this position, I do agree slightly in terms of how we can fix it. Let me focus on how we found ourselves in this predicament. The Mayor would argue that this is as a result of unpredictable inflationary pressures, unpredictable ratings of interest. The reality is, for decades, this council at times have made spending decisions and then chose not to rate to cover them. For decades, central government has turned a blind eye to addressing the fundamental issue of long-term funding of critical infrastructure. The reality is, adding those decisions in the past with inflation and interest that has simply exacerbated the problem. The critical difference between the motion and the amendment is I'm trying to actually address our ongoing behaviour of addressing a rate take that more realistically reflects our spending appetite. The motion simply, in my opinion, continues the behaviour of the past. It simply says, I'm going to borrow the gap. The amendment says, we're going to go out in year one at a 25.5% because that's what's required to fund our spending decisions, of which I didn't agree with a lot of them, but I respect the democratic process. I respect the fact that I couldn't win the day. We put forward $100 million of cuts and we couldn't get it across the board. I respect that. Now, Councillor Sarah's looking confused. I'm happy to talk to her about those quantums. I've checked it. We put forward $100 million. I couldn't get enough votes. But I'm not going to then turn around and turn on the issue of rates and say, oh, I'm going to kick this down the road. I'm going to address it. And I remember the Chair of Finance, and I agreed with her in the end, stipulating how important it was to go out with a rating approach that would meet the local the government measure on balancing the books. The government measure. It's so important it's in legislation. It's so important it's required in every annual plan. So it must be important. So my amendment addresses that in year one. And by doing so, we save the ratepayer $3 million in interest. $3 million of interest in year one. And year two and year three, the rate increase is less than the proposed motion. It is more fiscally responsible to say to the people of Hamilton, here's our spending decisions. Now, you can debate those, but to fund them, this is what we've got to be responsible for. By funding it at 25.5 in the first year, we'll save you $3 million in interest. We'll balance the books to the government measure. We'll meet our statutory obligations. And we will ensure that year two and year three is more palatable. Where the alternative is the continuation of the behaviour that got us in this mess in the first place, which is this attempt to spend and then turn our mind to how we're going to fund it, then turn our mind to the issue of affordability and justify our decisions on this premise of, well, the ratepayers will feel that this is not affordable, rather than saying, actually, we should have cut in the first phase. So I respectfully suggest to you that if you've supported the level of funding that you have over the last couple of days, with the convictions that you've shared, that you should have the courage to go out to the community and say, this is the true cost.
Thank you. Who's next for debate? No one wants to debate this after all this time. Councillor Taylor.
I popped up.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, there's no point now debating about what we should have supported today or shouldn't have over the last couple of days, what we should be spending and not. But, you know, we've done all that. We're exhausted. We're a little bit ratty. It's done and dusted for the moment. So, rightly, what we talk about now is how we present that decision financially to the community. We talk a lot about headwinds, and there have been headwinds. Interest rates, inflation, and I know people have been hit by that. I've been hit by that personally as well. And there's no doubt they have been severe. But we also cannot pretend that we have played no role in this situation whatsoever. We can't completely absolve ourselves of any blame. Because as I found out personally, the headwinds are not such a factor if you haven't borrowed so much. And if our debt was sitting at 400 million instead of 840 million, or it's somewhere around that level, then we would not be feeling the pain we are. And in my view, not everything we have borrowed for in recent years has been for core infrastructure. We didn't have to make every single borrowing decision that we have made. We had a choice. And we have left ourselves exposed. So we have played a part in it. My desire is that when we come to our rate rise, we don't disguise the impact of the decisions that we have made over the last 2 days, that we're honest about it and transparent with the public about the real ramifications for them and the city. In past years, this has happened, and I've been guilty of it too. We've made the decisions, but then rather than inflicting all the pain on the residents, we agree to a lesser rate, and then we invent a couple of targeted rates, and then we go off and quietly borrow the rest to pay for what we've agreed to do. And in doing so, it seemed the easiest option at the time, but we've actually disguised the extent of the spending, and I think we've disguised the seriousness of our own financial position. Now that we are virtually up against our debt revenue ceiling, we can't actually keep doing that. We physically can't do it. We can't keep borrowing to mask the problem, and it's a good thing. Now we have to be transparent. And I think having got to the stage where we are now, we might as well be extra honest. And we also might as well save some interest, $3 million for the ratepayers. And, you know, the Local Government Act, Section 100, does require councils to balance their books unless there's a really good reason. And it's a long time since we've balanced the books. So let's tell them straight out what it's really costing them. And let's put it out to the residents and let them decide. Do they want to pay for these things that we think are priorities or not? Then we have our answer. The only way that we're really going to get an informed answer from the public, not just from your interest groups, but from the public, from all residents, is if they really know what our wish list is and know dollar for dollar how much it's hurting them. I think the advantage of this is that once we go out to the public in this LTP, we could end up with a trimmed down program in our final LTP, because I think we're going to get such a strong, such a cogent response from residents, a strong direction on what projects they want and what projects they don't want, that it's actually going to help us do our job better. So I am urging us to be extra strong, extra brave and extra transparent. Make a tough call and put it out to the residents, and we'll hear what they think about it like we've never heard before. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the laughs over the few days. I think we've had a few. I have enjoyed the crossing of the aisle. I thought that was a moment that should be written in history, actually. And I want to thank Mayor Paula and colleagues for these last 2 days. I think it's a record, actually, in my this could be my 5th LTP. God, I look and sound like an old lady because I'm tired. But I'm pretty sure it's my 5th LTP, so well done. I really want to thank SLT and all of your teams because I know that you've been working on this for months and months and months. I know that this project is a heavily resourced and heavily demanding process, one that I'm sure we would all like to change, being that it's a 10-year plan that we do every 3 years. It's costly, it's time-consuming, and it's quite frankly agonising at sometimes while we try and balance all this stuff. So thank you, Lance, to you and SLT and the team. I also want to thank governance, Amy, for your patience and professionalism in dealing with us, which I've often mentioned over the years, and your honest expertise in applying what you do in the wordsmithing for our motions is exceptional. And thanks to your other governance team as well. I know that you're all exhausted. This is definitely the toughest financial environment to do an LTP that I've been in around the table, and I guess the one thing that I will continue to raise, and it's been said in other debate, is the problem is the revenue stream, and we know that, but this has been around since the Shand report of 2007. And if you're a new member and you haven't read that, read it. 2005. Way back then it identified that the revenue stream for local government is not fit for purpose. And that was 2005. Now we're in 2023 and hello, no surprises. The revenue stream of a property tax is no longer fit for purpose and hasn't been. So we have a new government, we have a new coalition. We need to be with the whole sector so loud and at times probably angry because we can't keep doing this, because I can guarantee you that in another 3 years we will be in the same position as we are today. We will, if we don't fix that problem. This is really difficult, right? We are, as Councillor Taylor said quite rightly, we are going to hear very loudly from the public, whether the amendment goes through or whether the motion goes through. But I completely support Mayor Southgate. She has led this process incredibly collaboratively in one of, as I said, the most difficult financial environments we've all been in, and I appreciate that. So this is just, I guess this is the hardest part. The next bit is the staff will gather all of this up, come back with what that draft looks like, we adopt it, and then we send it out to the people that we represent. And we will hear from them, we know that. No matter which one we do, we will hear. But this is all a step in that process. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, colleagues. It's been one of the hardest and the most enjoyable as well, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
I'm actually still considering the decision, to be honest. It's a really hard one. I guess I just wanted to acknowledge Ewan for a comment that he made a long while ago about how he took responsibility for the underrating that council has done for many years. And I really appreciate that honest reflection on, you know, some of the history that I have not been part of in this council, and that may have led to partly to this situation. I'm just going to listen if there's any other debates for a little bit. Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Unlike the Deputy Mayor, it's only my second long-term plan, and for that reason I was boots and all at every one of the sessions so that I could get as much information as I could, influence where I could, and understand where I couldn't influence. And so I've really tried to immerse myself as much as possible in that. There has been thousands of pages of information, hundreds of facts to recall and remember, a great staff to be able to rely on for good information. I have been through my committee with Councillor Moko, trying to demystify the finances of the city so that it becomes easier for our residents to understand the really complex decisions that we have to make and the balancing act that we have to take at every meeting, but particularly in these long ones. It's been overshadowed, of course, by the really difficult headwinds that we are facing, the tough times economically that we are in, and the love and respect that we have for our residents, in that we don't want to overburden them. But that's been our problem in the past. We've done that. We've used our own measures to do that for very good reasons. You know, nobody could predict COVID. Nobody could predict the lockdowns that we endured and the real hurt that was in our community. So that was the best thing to do at that time. But it's put us in a situation of a real back foot and tough decisions needing to be made today. None of which will be, I think, welcomed by our community. 25%, 18.6%. There's not a lot of difference in them, but actually, you know, we do have to be able to think about the real impact that it has on people. Every dollar impacts them. I think also that we need to be really clear with people about the real cost of being able to do work, our work in the city, and to be open and transparent about what those costs are. We hear councillors talking about an addiction to spending, continuing to write cheques that we can't afford, using a credit card. But actually, you know, we're forced into that, and we're a bit of a victim of our own circumstance, really, in terms of starting to become that kind of cool city that my son might one day want to come and live here because it'll be cool enough. But that costs money. We've got people coming in from, as we hear Councillor Sarah talk about, from immigrants that are coming into Hamilton and finding homes here and wanting to make this their home. We've got pressure on us around having enough jobs and industrial land. All of these things need to be juggled and balanced, and you know that's a really tough job that we're tasked with. I have really been a proponent of using that DIA measure so that we can compare ourselves really honestly with other councils around the city. And it's something that I like, and I understand how it's really much easier to be able to do that. But I've taken Tracy's advice, and I've listened to David about the need for us to be honest with ourselves too about the true costs of running our city. And while it's tempting to look for a lower number, about balancing our books, I think we have to be honest about what that true cost is. We can use the tools that we have, though, to be able to keep our community well informed about what both of those measures mean and what they look like. I also think that it needs to be simple for people to understand. There's a lot of change and difference in here. So I'll be supporting Mayor Paula and the Deputy Mayor in the 18% and using councils balancing the books. Thank you.
Me he mea, he kore he whakakitinga ka mate te iwi. That is a proverbial saying by our second Māori king, King Tāwhiao, And essentially what it says is that without vision, the people will perish. And it's a fundamental tungikura or proverbial saying that I live by. And that actually if we do not apply any prudent planning in what we do, actually we will perish. And as councillors, as governors, charged with duties to ensure that our city has a future, we too will perish. And so therefore I want to make some points as a result of my second day in a long-term plan. While this modelling exercise, is essentially an exercise, I do look forward to what a more accurate position looks like in the new year. I do appreciate that we will be making a $3 million saving in interest if we were to go at that 25.5% rate proposal. I think how we communicate what we are going to do is going to be the key. It's going to be an essential key. And I think the way in how we tell that story, I would like to hope that we as elected members are going to have an opportunity to have input into that story and actually own some of that story. Because I believe that's part of us taking responsibility for the decisions that we are making. I think the rate increase of 25.5% is reflective of the type of growth that we have projected in our city, which is why I am supporting that percentage and that option. I believe it will give us an opportunity to be more resilient. I feel like having this debt over our neck is like having the monkey on your back, and I would like to get that off me as soon as possible. I'd like to know that I can move into the next election term in a better financial position than the one that we are in now. And while I know that might not be entirely palatable to my peers here, this decision is a decision that I believe is the right approach to take. I also think it sends the message to anybody wanting to come into Kirikiriroa and also to our existing ratepayers that this is the reality of the costs that is required in order for us to keep the taps on, to keep the roads pothole free. Hopefully we can do that, and also so we can ensure that we don't actually have to put the catering budget up for decision in future years to come. I feel quite comfortable with this decision, and so I'll be supporting the amendment. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Imagine if we hadn't got the Better Off funding. Imagine what will happen in 3 years when Three Waters comes back in. Imagine if we weren't hiking up other fees and charging for the Hamilton Gardens. The reality is our situation is even worse than these proposed rate rises implies. Think about that. We need to own up to this problem. Stop blaming anything else. Balancing the books has always been important each and every year. So let's front up with balancing the books in 1 year. The 25.5% is still a soft option. It is the government option, not what we believe is the true option. But that is what the law says we are supposed to do. So let's do it because it is honest and because it demands that we actually fix the problem.
Just a small point of order, Councillor Bitter. The Three Waters is in the first 2 years. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. Councillor Donovan, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Wasn't expecting to speak so quickly, but my colleague Andrew Man a Few Words has finished up a little bit earlier than what I thought he was going to. But I'm going to be supporting the amendment, and I have three things that I'll highlight as to why I'm going to do that. But before I highlight those, I'd just like to say the word legacy. I want to be part of the council that turns things around. I hinted at that earlier today, because I want the likes of Stevie and her friends to grow up in a city that is not full of wreck and ruin. And we're going to have to earn the money to pay for that. There are three key things, though, to financial security and safety. Prioritisation. We've debated on that today, and we've debated on where we're going to spend in critical areas. Now, that's still going to be up for some further debate, but we're going to let the public tell us. Long-term financial planning. We need to avoid excessive interest costs. We're going to do that because if we go out at 25%, we're going to reduce $3 million in interest. In my opinion, that's an excessive cost. And also debt servicing burdens. And three, and this is out of 10 steps to good financial management, is financial transparency. And Councillor Maxine touched on that, and I appreciate her words with that. And I think a 25.5% rates increase is giving our ratepayers that financial transparency and building back the trust that we may be eroding through other measures that we've been using. And the last thing I'll finish on is I'll taitoko what Councillor Moko said. This is our opportunity to be better. Thank you.
Councillor Naidu-Roth.
Thank you. I apologize for not listening to a lot of the debate today, but I have been in and out most of the day and got the gist of what's been happening. When, as cheesy as it may sound, when I first thought about entering local politics, it was to help people. And if you ask me that now, that's still my main reason. It's to help people. And for me, you know, what does help look like? Is it legacy projects? Not so much. I'm not precious about projects, and you've probably gathered that. As chair for community and natural environment, it's been particularly challenging because there's all these amazing projects that are sitting in the LTP, projects that I know that the community would love and cherish for generations to come. But then you've got a funding and envelope that is very restricted, and so I've had to take a very conservative approach going into this LTP, feeding into Mayor Paula and her draft budget. Thank you, Mayor Paula, for that collaborative approach, because it allowed us that time to think, to gather our thoughts and to provide feedback. And some of the stuff, projects that we've cut from the community, like the community library hub, was deferred. We reduced nature in the city. We reduced the sport park improvements. We reduced funding for Waiwhakariki. We removed funding for the museum. We deferred projects in the Hamilton Gardens. All of these projects are so precious to the public, but those decisions, as difficult as they have been, were necessary. And from my point of view, that's not being a fun community chair, but it's just being a fiscally responsible one. I'm probably the first community chair ever who didn't argue against community grant reductions, and that was really, really hard because I know what the need is, and so it has been this internal battle of priorities, like I mentioned earlier. So I think that there are lots of ways we can be seen to still be doing stuff, and one way is to do the absolute minimum. We can do by being fiscally responsible. Throughout this process, I looked at areas in growth, in transport, and of course in community, and we've put forward these ideas to reduce spending where we can. Most of those, some of those didn't actually pass, but that's democracy. I'm excited about the community infrastructure targeted rate because that is a vehicle for new projects, and it puts it back on the community for them to tell us whether that's a priority for them. We've done the work at a committee level. We know where the gaps are in terms of community hubs, artificial turf, indoor courts, and these are the cool, fun things in our city that draws people to live in Hamilton. So I'm really interested to see what type of feedback we get on that targeted rate and how it's actually communicated out to the public. I will be supporting Councillor Wilson's amendment. As tough as it is, I think that personally, I think it's responsible, it's honest, it's transparent, and I'd like to I'd actually like to consult on the higher rate, just to see what the public think, so that they can understand the true cost of what this council delivers, but also to prompt more engagement. I want to hear from the public. I want to know if it's too high, if it's too less. It won't be too less. I want to know about affordability. I want to know if we're making the right calls, if we're spending too much in certain areas or not spending enough. And I think going out with that higher rate, it will definitely have a public response. And so I'm quite intrigued to see how the next few months go. I remain totally open-minded to hearing from the public and taking their feedback on board. So thank you so far for the work that has been done, and apologies again that I'm not there in person. But thank you, staff. Thank you, Amy, so much, especially for today. And again, thank you, Mayor Paula, for your collaborative approach.
Thank you, Councillor Naidi-Roth. We're now with Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking my colleagues for their engagement over the past few weeks and months. It's been a pretty gloomy LTP budget to come in on as a first-time councillor, but I've truly appreciated the passion and courage our councillors have debated these important issues with. The support I have felt from them, even when we disagree, is very much appreciated. I also want to thank staff for their hard work. The hundreds of pages don't just write themselves. The countless questions we have asked and hassled them with, arranging meetings, aligning calendars, the late nights, the extra hours you all gave us, I genuinely want to thank staff for this. I've spent the last 2 days cutting back everything right to the bone, battling with decisions and seriously questioning our priorities and what is core council business. I fought for every extra opportunity I could see to make cuts beyond the $150 million that the Mayor has mentioned, for many millions dollars further, and lost. The harsh reality of these decisions are that it costs money, which means it costs our ratepayers. Furthermore, we have a legal responsibility to balance our books, based on government measures at least. And that is what we're required by law to do to ensure everyday revenue covers our everyday spending, and this is what Councillor Wilson's amendment meets. It's not pretty, it is in fact horrific, but it is the reality of the spending decisions that have been made. I made a commitment to be transparent with the public, and this does exactly that. It is being open and honest with the public on what our decisions cost. As I say, it is horrific. So what can the public do about this? Well, this is my ask to the community. Please come in, write the letters, fill out the polls, attend the meetings, fill the surveys, engage and tell us what you want in and what's out. Tell me and my fellow members of this council if you are comfortable with this draft, and if not, what changes would you make? So as much as it hurts me to put this up, I'm being honest with you. This is what our spending costs. I'll be here. I'll be waiting. I'm all ears.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Our city is growing fast, and even with what we've got in this budget, we have underfunded our infrastructure. We've got a big tranche of waters infrastructure that, if it comes back to being within our business, we've got to look at and deal with. And so that's one of the reasons why I am likely going to support the 25% option. I also, in my gut, don't feel right about pushing out the balancing of the books, at least to the government measure. It is this, as previous councillors have said, this is one of the reasons why we're here in the first place. I've previously supported rates increases which have not been successful around the table. Yeah, I think it's consistent with my previous advocacy as well. So I am going to support that 25%. I do think it's important for us to look at this in context. Our median rates are $1,000 less than Tauranga's median rates. I know that doesn't make it easier for people to see this rates increase, but actually that indicates maybe we are underinvesting as well, right? And we've been cutting every single annual plan, long-term plan. There's been very few where it hasn't been a drive to cut things back, to the point where I looked at this budget. I honestly couldn't find things that I thought the council shouldn't be doing that. This is not our business. It's coming down to, do we cut the grass less often? And how far do we go before we start running the city into the ground? And so, if we delay a larger rates rise, I think that then in a few years' time, when we realise actually we are going to be needing to put more into our infrastructure, it's going to be harder then. So we're just making the next council's job harder. So, but I do want to say, before I finish, thank you to Mayor Paula. I think that you've done an excellent job in guiding us through this difficult long-term plan, and have given everyone an opportunity to have a say, understand what's in here, and influence that, and guided us through an interest, sometimes terse, sometimes friendly, meeting over the last 2 days. So thank you for your leadership. Yeah.
Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I share a lot of the same sentiments as Councillor Thompson on this. I have been a grumpy proponent of increasing rates, not because I simply like to, but because I believe it to be fiscally prudent to do so. And I often reflect on how much things might be slightly different for us right now if previous councils had even increased rates by 1%, what the flow-on effects of that will have meant for us now in terms of ripping this Band-Aid off, because, to some degree we knew this day was coming. I have ummed and ahed between the two options because they are both significant. However, I accept the rationale of, was it $3 million of less? Of less interest. I also think about how there were many things today that I had to accept letting go of, and that there were many things I would have liked to have seen funded that weren't. And so we have significantly cut things, and yet this is still where we have ended up. And, many of those items were things that I do still consider to be council's core business. But what sets us up better for the future? I am perpetually concerned about what climate change will mean to us. I'm perpetually concerned about what the inflation rate numbers will be in actuality, and to choose a higher rates increase now, if it means being more prepared in the future, and if it means we don't have to do higher rates increases in the future if we do rip the Band-Aid off. I am more comfortable with that than simply kicking the can down the road again. But it's not easy, and I would encourage, like Councillor Emma, for people to submit, but I would also encourage people to remember that we have a grossly undersubscribed rates rebate scheme. And also for a significant proportion of our city, they aren't even simply aware of what our rates are because they are renters, and we have no rent control either. So this is not an easy decision. I think all of us have laboured over this, but I'm going to support the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that brings me to the right reply, doesn't it? I'm sorry for that, because I've kind of done a whole scribble approach to it, so it's all over the shop. Yes, I reiterate the thanks to staff and colleagues for everything that you have done. There has been a lot of conversation over many months, and it's not hard, it's not easy what we have to do here today. All metros across the country are facing double-digit rises, but the reason I have stuck with where I am is I'm mindful of our ratepayers simply will not be able to afford the larger amount. It's just not viable when they themselves are facing mounting costs. I have to wonder if we had foreseen a motion coming around the 25%, if we would have declined to add some of the things that we have added today. Or if, others might say, we may have removed some of the things that were in the base budget that we didn't remove today. Anyway, throughout the process, all councillors around the table have both added or removed costs, or aimed to remove costs. There's been the ins and outs. Some of those who want to save the burden on ratepayers are some of the same councillors who've added costs on occasion where they have felt that that was right. I have to say, we do have to take some responsibility for our spending, of course we do, but we are facing unprecedented financial pressures. Nothing that we could have foreseen or anticipated. We have made previous spending decisions in consultation with the community, but I do accept what some people have said around we could have done different things around inflation. Perhaps we've insufficiently coped with inflation in the past, and that will be a small part of where we are. But the biggest part is the interest rates, the inflation at this time, which we're all facing, and the increased costs. Look at the price of energy alone. Look at the price of construction materials. It's really made a huge difference. I'm going to stick with my 25% because I just think we need... No, 18.6%. I'm not going to 25%. I'm most definitely not. No, no, and triple no. Because, as I said, I don't think people can genuinely afford it, nor has it been indicated to them that this could happen. There are pros and cons to both sides, however. There are pros and cons to both sides. Do we move quickly to show the true cost to the city, or ease financial pressure across 3 years? That's what we've been facing. 18%, 18.6%, will still be incredibly hard for many. And so I believe the comments that Deputy Mayor Angela made were spot on. We need to do a lot more, but we're not going to make quick traction in Wellington. The new government's barely sat on their seats. But we need to talk to them about GST on rates, about the ability to rate land that is already serviced for development, for rating government assets, for having proper partnerships with them, funded partnerships around growth,
for them fixing some of the broken funded models, and they are broken. The NZTA funded, the Waka Kotahi funding, for example, is a broken model, and that we can't fix overnight, unfortunately. But I'm going to go hard after it, which is why it was really important for me to get to Wellington tomorrow, just saying, people, because my work in Wellington is incredibly important to me. I take the voice of Hamilton down there, and at every opportunity that I can, I promote the needs of the city, as I will do with the city deal. We need a deal that helps Hamilton deliver, because we can't do it alone. And what we're going to find out with Three Waters being in for 2 years and then maybe coming out on the 3rd year, and then maybe everything looks a little different. Or maybe it doesn't come out, and then things look even more horrendous than they are today. Simple. The costs are going all in one direction. Look, I want to thank the way that we have, we have got a bit, we've done a really good debate, actually, excellent debate, and we've really been quite collegial. We've had a few bumpy moments, probably the blood sugar level gets a bit low on occasion, and we're trying to muddle through very complex arguments, so that is the way it is. But look, at the end of the day, thank you all for your input over the many months that we have been trying to figure this out together. Thank you, everyone. We'll go to the vote. It will be the amendment first. $38 votes we've done today, guys. That's incredible, isn't it? Hey?
The amendment
over the 2 days.
is carried, noting 9 for and 4 against.
Okay, so the motion now becomes the substantive motion? Oh, yeah, that's the one. The amendment now becomes the substantive motion.
The substantive motion is carried, noting 11 for and 2 against.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Have a rest, a well-deserved rest. And, and as we head into the weekend, I hope you have some time to rest and reflect and re-energise. And yes, if we could, please. No. You do. You do. You need to do it. Yes, a karakia for finishing, please.
To close off, we all know our staff karakia to close off. Kia nui tātou, tēnei te whakairi, tēnei te whakawātea, haumi e, hui e, tāiki e.